just get attention from you guys. I was like, hey, everyone.
Hello,
welcome to the 2025 Cannabis Symposium. And to take it away, Dominic Corva.
Thank you, everyone. Our mics are set up down here, yeah? Okay. And that was Mason Taylor, everyone, who's one of our Cannabis Studies majors. And we're going to say the names of our other Cannabis Studies majors, and they're around here as student assistants. They're all wearing lanyards, so you can identify them. I do want to actually encourage everyone to talk to them. They're the reason why we're here, why we're able to get a grant to put this on. And we'll say a little bit more about our funder in a moment. Samantha Campbell is here. I'm excited about that. As with last year, I prepared some opening remarks. So forgive me, I'm going to read from them. They won't be too long. So thank you and welcome to what's that? It's not operational? Okay, so I'll just project. Okay. All right. Thank you and welcome to the second annual Cannabis and Environmental Stewardship Symposium. I'm Dominic Corva, Assistant Professor of Sociology and Program Lead for the Cannabis Studies major. My short opening remarks this morning will offer gratitude, a land acknowledgement, and a few thoughts about the historical context for the common ground on which we hope to build a better future. One thing that you may not have access to unless you have an electronic device is the timing that we've got for the events today. We have built in plenty of space. It's not a big deal. We're starting a little bit later right now. And this is on purpose, not just to accommodate going over, but to accommodate conversation and to create as much space as possible for you guys to connect to each other and not just be an audience. And so what we have up here is on the web page, our event page, the approximate timing for our events. So the 2025 Cannabis and Environmental Stewardship Symposium is funded by a generous grant through the Land Sea Connection Program of the Resources Legacy Fund, made possible by the Keith Campbell Foundation for the Environment. I am so glad this year that our funder, Samantha Campbell, is here. Thank you so much, Samantha. She has done a lot of work to support actually small nonprofits and organizations in this area and around the state, and is just a joy to work with. And I thank you so much, not just for what you do for me, but for my people. I'm especially grateful also to Alex Loomer, who put us in touch. Alex, are you around? Okay, Alex. And has been a tremendous support. And to Dan Marr, our environmental stewardship concentration lead, who has led the effort this year to make this happen. Dan, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I also want to thank our amazing student assistants of the Cannabis Studies Lab, who did so much work to make this happen and are here today, as I mentioned, in lanyards and name tags. And the names you will see on those name tags are Ellis Bebo, and kids, if you just throw up your hands, that'd be great. Jasmine Ruiz, who is on track to be our first graduate of the program and has been accepted to an MPH program at UCSD. Matthias Juncker, like all of these kids are special. I wish I could take a bunch of time and say something about all of them. But Jada Morrison, Mason Taylor, Alex Barber, Kai Halpern, Sonny Buckner, sorry, Sonny's right there, Mika Parks, Mika, Octavio Velasco, and our graduate students, Caleb Chen and Ya Renier. Ya, are you in here? Great, thank you. So much gratitude for all of these people. So we gather here in the Native American Forum at Cal Poly Humboldt, which was designed to provide a cultural center for the use by Native American students, faculty, and staff. In addition, it was to be utilized as a community facility specifically for Cal Poly Humboldt Native American serving departments. These include the Native American Studies, the Center for Indian Community Development, the Indian Natural Resources Science and Engineering Program, and the Indian Tribal and Educational Personnel Program. We are so grateful to these departments for allowing us to host the event in this space. It is meaningful. I want to open this symposium by doing a land acknowledgement informed by the work and words of Dr. Kutcher Risingbaldi, Professor of Native American Studies here at Cal Poly Humboldt. The Cannabis Studies program in the Department of Sociology acknowledge that Cal Poly Humboldt is located on the unceded lands of the Wiyot people, where they have resided from time immemorial. This includes the Wiyot tribe, Bear River Rancheria, and the Blue Lake Rancheria. Wiyot peoples continue to remain in relationship to these lands through ceremony, culture, and stewardship. They are important parts of not only the history of this area, but in the continuing knowledges of this place. Dr. Baldi encourages us to ask ourselves, not just to acknowledge, but to ask, what does this land acknowledgement compel us to do? On my end, I am compelled to acknowledge some things about the recent history of cannabis in this area as they relate to practices of environmental stewardship in the lands of the Wiyot people. Land acknowledgements do not exist in a past tense or historical context. Colonialism is a current, ongoing process, and we need to build our mindfulness for our present participation. No academic has done more to contextualize the ongoing relationship between cannabis industrialization and settler colonialism than Dr. Caitlin Reed, who recently published a book called Settler Cannabis and has graciously agreed to join us this year on one of our panels. I want to highlight two of the key points she raises in her work. First, the history of cannabis in this area involved and continues to involve an industry predicated upon the organization of the land into private property owned by people who were not here 200 years ago. We are all newcomers to Wiyot territory. Settler colonialism is an iterative historical process, not something that happened in the distant past. There is a clear historical line from the gold rush to the green rush. Second, the recent history of cannabis in this area is that it developed a reputation for extractive industrial practices associated with commodity capitalism against the spirit of land stewardship practiced by Native peoples. A lot of the environmentally destructive practices of the Green Rush were first noticed and documented on tribal lands in the 2000s by Murad Gabriel, a former associate of the Humboldt Institute for Interdisciplinary Marijuana Research that I now co-direct. Extractive practices associated with the Green Rush also overshadowed the environmentalist and communitarian legacy of hippie new settlers of the 1960s and 70s, whose early profits from cannabis cultivation significantly went back into the land they lived on and the communities they lived with. Hippie weed money launched, staffed, and later helped professionalize the restoration sector in the region from the 1970s to the 1990s, a process documented by Dr. Erin Kelly in forestry here in her contribution to the research handbook I co-edited with Dr. Josh Mizell that was published in 2021. The legacy of communitarian and environmentalist values remains here, not only in the ubiquity of environmental restoration nonprofits in the region, but also in the practices of multi-generational cultivators associated with the regenerative cannabis cultivation practices that, in many cases, transcend those of their new settler countercultural forebears. I want to show that slide right there. 13 years ago, in this very room, a coalition of environmental nonprofit actors and ecologically minded cannabis cultivators held the first symposium about cannabis and the environment at this university. Dr. Tony Salvaggio, now a tenured professor in sociology here and instructor in cannabis studies, organized the symposium to address emergent concerns about cannabis cultivation as the cumulative impacts of the Green Rush metastasized throughout the region. At that moment, the cultural links between the restoration sector and the cannabis sector in the area were strained beyond recognition to the public. The new brand of cannabis as an extractive industry displaced the countercultural new settler brand of the cannabis sector as ecological and communitarian. Today, a market crash has drastically changed the composition of California's cultivation industry. A lot of people have been displaced economically and physically from their livelihoods and homes. This cleansing fire has, however, substantially cleared the area of people and extractivist practices associated with the green rush, motivated more by commercial interest than environmental stewardship. The creative destruction of the last 7 years, however, made space for the cannabis sector and the restoration sector to reconnect. This means different things, from regenerative cannabis practices to funding water tanks and solar energy infrastructure to developing appellations defined significantly by environmental standards and practices. It also means that the restoration sector itself may offer livelihood diversification for people and families fighting displacement from their homes and communities. Most of those who remain, and certainly those of you in this room, remain because they are part of the communities embedded in places of surpassing beauty and environmental diversity. You aren't doing this to get rich. You're doing this to stay in place, connected to your friends and families. You share far more in common with your hippie forebears than with their recently mostly departed Green Rush peers. This symposium is inspired by the return to legacy cannabis values necessary for both ecological and economic sustainability. A healthy cannabis cultivation sector will be defined by stability and compatibility with the communities it lives with, rather than an agro-industrial race to the bottom that exploits people, places, and the planet. There are many opportunities and challenges in front of us, but as I like to tell my students, we're at the beginning of something, not the end. And there are so many opportunities and avenues to make a difference in the value and values of post-prohibition cannabis. I am incredibly grateful to our distinguished panelists, moderators, and everyone who has helped make this happen. And again, I want to highlight our Native American Forum hosts who let us be here today. Thank you very much. Call up the first panel. And Dan Marr will be the moderator for the first panel.
Come on.
Do you order mics? That's cool. Okay.
Sit on the end.
This one will look like that. Nah, just fill in. Okay. Yeah, wherever. Blair. All right. Thank you, Dominic. Welcome, everybody. I want to start off with a little introduction here, and then I'm going to have my panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll get into our... It's not amplified, Pat, sorry. Yeah, yep. And then we will get into our conversation, and we really want dialogue from the audience to reinforce what Dominic was saying earlier. So we are the Regenerative Agriculture Stewardship Begins in the Garden. So we'll be looking at that from a practical sense and practices and what that means to us personally. So for me, environmental stewardship is a practice of empathy and patience. It's the time and space where I expand and transform my understanding of how the world works, or as much as I can conceive that as a human. Over the past winter, I've been directly observing the process of decomposition and the energy exchange that takes place in the soil. The cycles of nitrogen and phosphorus, water and carbon, solids and gases. And I've come to a place in my life and in this time where these processes have become a metaphor for me. And I've come to see them as processes that we all must navigate. The decisions we have made in the past provide us with opportunities to learn, implement, and grow a better future. So my friends and colleagues that have joined me here for this discussion, I feel are leaders in environmental stewardship through their regenerative agricultural practices and their contributions to their communities. For them, regenerative ag isn't some trend on TikTok. It's on the, yes. It's actually on the cutting edge of 10,000-year-old technology. For they know the alternative is expensive both ecologically and economically. For they know Through their patience, clear vision, and perseverance, guided by ethics and principles focused on earth care, people care, and equity, they do not see a separation from the work they do, the lives they live, and being environmental stewards. I'd like to turn this over to you guys to introduce yourselves. Blair.
Just, if I can stop for a second, if you can project your voice as much as possible.
Okay.
I'm working with trying to get hold of the 25 live people who are supposed to bring mics.
Cool. I can do that.
My name is Blair Auclair. My husband and I run a farm. Radical Herbs is our cannabis brand, and then Folk Life Farm is kind of our general everything else agriculture that we do. We're in Mendocino County in Covelo. We have a 62-acre farm there. So in addition to doing cannabis, we also do vegetables, flowers, herbs, fruit, hay production, animals, and we love farming and love what we do. So yeah.
I'm Jesse Dodd. My art project is BioVortex, which is encompasses a lot of different types of work. But one of the things that brought us together was creating a award for this kind of farming called the Regenerative Cannabis Farm Award, who Blair right here is a recipient of, and Dan helped build it in a very meaningful way to communicate the things that matter scientifically for the community, and it was just an amazing process being able to go to these farms and learn from them. And when we did the application, getting to read the work that a lot of these farms were doing, like Radical Herbs and Bryceland Forest Farms, who's here, it was such a joy to read that kind of work being done and getting to go out and meet them. It was like the moment we met, it was like old friends forever. And then, the other thing that we got to do from that award too is eat really good food everywhere we went to. So continued the journey and actually did a film featuring both of those farms called Tending the Garden, and I'd recommend you check it out because it's amazing to see the work that they do, raising animals, food, kids, and just connecting with the community. They're just amazing people that, as Dan just said too, it's like empathy and community work are so much a part of all of this, and these are farms that exemplify that. And for me, like, it might begin in the garden, but that's the key word, is begin. It has to go out to the community and network and everything that we do. I also do a lot of work in seed breeding and working with the farms through cannabis, and for me, it's a very old and beautiful relationship with this plant that I'm very connected with. It's a spiritual and scientific journey that involves me with community all over the world.
My name's Lindsay, and I'm the owner of Native Humboldt Farms. I'm an enrolled member of the Round Valley Indian Tribe, so our reservation is in Covelo, California. But pre-1860, we were actually from Humboldt, so Native Humboldt. I actually get the privilege of cultivating on land that was my tribe's pre-1860 and belonged to my great-great-great-grandmother after 1860 and kind of all that stuff that happened. So it's very small, 5,000 square foot, regenerative. I use indigenous farming practices. And then I'm also the owner of Native Humboldt. So I have a micro business down in Oakland, California. And then recently, or the last 2 years, I've been working with tribal nations across the nation. They are setting up a sovereign cannabis market and really getting into, they're just in the very early stages of looking at cannabis, regenerative agriculture in general, using their land, kind of connecting back to that, using their resources. But I've been helping to build out codes and regulations and kind of licensing pathways for them. And then this last year, created this sovereign cannabis series. We had one at Bear River, and the Cannabis Studies Lab was there, and that's how I met them. But over the last year, I've been able to get together about 40 tribal nations, so 40 tribal governments, to sit down together and start having these conversations, mostly in places that don't have access to, information and education revolving around cannabis, like we're so blessed to have here in California.
Nice. I'm on the end by choice because I'm not completely embedded in this community. Like I'm from the outside in some cases, but not, right? I don't feel that way. But I'm Garrett Lyles. I'm a soil science professor at Chico State, and I'm involved with our Center for Regenerative Ag. And I got brought into this by meeting Dan. He was in one of my distance education courses and thought I'd be a good speaker. I'm adjacent to this directly, though. I went to Humboldt State in '91, and so I'm, we could do the math, old enough. And I've always been adjacent to cannabis, but have never produced it. But I do teach about it in my courses. I think it's a model for talking about plant production. There's a lot of really amazing things about it that are really interesting. And actually, until the recreational legal status, it was like a tormented point for me because I wanted to talk about it, but it wasn't totally something that could be talked about in my classroom. So now it's kind of liberating to do that. My background's in forest soils, watershed, disturbance management, carbon cycling, nutrients, all those types of things. So I feel very, I was joking about being outside. I feel very central to what we're talking about today, and I'm excited to chat about that with you all right now and then throughout the day.
Thank you all. So, how many of you have heard of the term regenerative agriculture? Okay. So, most of you. So, from your perspective, what is regenerative agriculture? You gonna shout it out? A marketing term. Okay. Cool. What else? What's that? Closing loops.
Yes.
Intentionality.
Okay.
Practices that restore rather than just sustain.
Cool.
Take.
Not look like piles of soil thrown away every year because you're poisoning.
Okay. Cool. Back.
Stewardship, Dan.
All right.
And why are we here? And that should be like to work in harmony with nature and to restore nature, in harmony with our neighbors. And I think that the cannabis culture here and before legalization actually was kind of in that mode, and people had come back to the land for to be devils in the city, gods in the country. Small is beautiful, and so I know that the industry here could go there, but like it takes work, and you have to be rejoicing in that work if we're going to get there.
Awesome. So, start with Jesse. Jesse, you've traveled all over the world, right? You've seen a lot of farms.
Seen a lot of farms.
And under this scope of regenerative ag and cannabis. So, what do you think?
I guess like what I wanted to shout out is an oxymoron, regenerative agriculture in a way, because like agriculture is the problem in a lot of ways, and I almost want to call it like regenerative harmony. Now that Pat just mentioned that, or something a little bit more connecting. The idea of like land management, like this separation of earth and what we do. I think is it leads to a lot of issues and unhealthy aspects in our life. But at the core, I feel like it's people who love the land and put their energy back into the land, their love back into the land, and they work with the infinite cycles of nature, of the earth, the air, and the water, and pay attention to how the forest systems do this, and it's through mutualism. The way organisms survive for a long time is through mutualism. Our redwood trees, they're ancient forests, they're built from mutualism. Like, think about salmon going deep into the ocean and bringing back nutrients, and a bear eats it, and then the bear gives back by just shitting in the woods. When these cycles are like intact like that. So for me, it's learning as much as you can from nature and forest systems and the infinite cycles of those realms.
So Garrett, ag, right? Mm-hmm. The Center for Regenerative Ag, Chico State, Central Valley, conventional, organic, and now this idea of regenerative.
Yeah. So I was skeptical at first, right? I get to Chico State in 2015, and one of my colleagues is a pioneer in organic dairy, and all this discussion about regenerative. And at first it was we want to get move beyond sustainability, because sustainability is not worse, right, in some ways. And it had been co-opted as a term and all that kind of stuff. And then as I started getting more into it, and it fits my knowledge base of carbon cycling and all the stuff I've been really interested in my entire life once I figured it out. And then starting to do some of it and seeing the basic ideas of keeping live roots in the ground, which is back to what you're talking about. Minimizing disturbance as much as possible. I mean, I was completely floored when I realized the intensity of tillage that happens in annual cropping systems, right? Like 7-8 passes just to prep a field to pour a bunch of stuff on it, water and nutrients and things like that. And now we have some projects going where we do have intentional crop rotations and live roots year round and minimizing disturbance. And I measure soil health parameters in my lab, and we're seeing it happen quickly, right? So it's not just made up. It really is something that can generate benefit quickly, right? And someone else said it's leaving more than you take, or intentionally trying to make that system mimic a natural system versus just something that is a vessel to extract value or to extract commodity, right? And actually it came up in our class, that idea. I shouted out intentionality, and I think that's something that everyone should really keep in their mind, is what is the intention? The intention of people to make money and industrially produce cannabis was to make money and industrially produce cannabis and not care about the externalities or the problems. And if you intentionally want to make that site better and have these other pieces involved, the other aspects that you value, then you can achieve that, right? You can have a high quality product that provides a stream of benefits, right, from the product itself and to the environment, and the environment around the environment and around the environment, and that kind of stuff. Yeah. So hopefully that got some.
Yeah, for sure. So Blair, cannabis, food, cut flowers, livestock, hay, how are you incorporating this idea of regenerative ag into what you guys do there?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we're not a perfect system, but we strive for that, and there's definitely always room for improvement. But I kind of see we can't grow cannabis without growing other types of flowers and other types of crops, and it's not just about what we're doing to the soil, it's also how we're feeding the other creatures in nature. So how we're feeding the pollinators and how we're bringing birds in, and trying to mimic a system that's as ecologically balanced. And I think the way that you do that is by creating as much diversity as possible. So, some fellow cannabis friends some years will be like, oh my gosh, the cucumber beetles are out of control this year. They're eating all of our plants. And I'll be like, oh, they're on my cucumbers. They're not on my cannabis. I haven't seen one on my cannabis. And so, and the gophers love my garlic, and I'm cursing all these garlic missing, but they're not touching my cannabis. So, I think that also that cannabis is a perfect plant for really implementing no-till regenerative practices, because it's much harder in, say, growing radishes, where you need a clean slate to kind of seed things or something like that, as opposed to cannabis is a transplanted plant, and so you can really we have very silty soil, and it's amazing the transformation that we've been able to make on the beds. And within the soil, we have no idea. I feel like we can't begin to comprehend what is going on down there. And so as much as we can support diversity for things that are living within the soil is as important as possible. So in our cannabis beds, we also have nettle and comfrey and chamomile and calendula and anything else that can kind of be this lower growing crops. That a lot of it, we were super inspired by Green Source Gardens, which is also in the documentary that we're in, and Bryceland too, and just how to you're just constantly giving the soil. We give them bedding from our animals. That's really important for us to have animals, and hay, and then all the green material, just chopping and dropping that stuff. And it's just amazing what we're just feeding. It's all about feeding the soil. So, and as much diversity as possible. So, yeah.
Lindsay, can you take us away now from the farm, from the soil, and give us like the regenerative perspective on how that bleeds out into our communities?
Yeah, and I think just like the panel, it does start in the farm, right? And yeah, I mean, I started as just a farmer in Humboldt County, and I've cultivated for 18 years. And, you know, regenerative farming, I think, you know, there's levels to it. And the first level and kind of the first stage for me was kind of, you know, wanting to create this healthy ecosystem for the cannabis to, you know, kind of, you know, thrive in. And, you know, through that, like we really, you know, using, you know, creating almost like a closed loop system where everything's feeding, you know, the other aspects of everything, and there's this regenerative cycle. And that, you know, like we take blackberries in a vegetative state and a flowering state and create nutrients, breed indigenous microorganisms that are on them, add that to the soil, create that living soil. And what we saw was that our cannabis was like more pest and pathogen resistant. It was strong. They were these little like warrior plants with these huge spirits because they were able to like, you know, interact with the natural ecosystem and the birds and, you know, the oak trees and the caterpillars were going towards that and everything. And, you know, at that point in time, it turned into feeling this energy and this presence of a spirit. And so I'm Native American. My tribe specifically feels that, you know, everything has spirits. And so, you know, making that decision to kind of care about the earth, care about the plant, and cultivate it and be hands-on kind of led me to really feeling the presence of the spirit. And so I learned how to communicate with the spirit of cannabis. And through cannabis, you're communicating with the earth, and you have this living soil, and it's regenerative. So bringing it out into the community aspect, everything that I had learned from cannabis and the spirit of cannabis and the earth itself, I knew that I needed to take out into the community, and I needed to share it with a lot of the people that I share it with are tribal communities that don't necessarily have access to this information. You know, California, we're just so lucky that there's, you know, there's research and there's, you know, Cal Poly cannabis studies and all of that kind of stuff. Like this last year, I went into Fort Belknap Indian community in Montana and held 2 community meetings where none of them had ever talked about cannabis. And the great thing was that, you know, there was probably about 60 people, ages 21 to 80. They'd never had the conversation. But it was this, you know, it was almost like this regeneration of a community through this, you know, catalyst that is cannabis. And it started with cannabis, and then you could kind of see the conversation quickly go to food sovereignty, sovereignty in general, self-determination, you know, oh, wow, we have all these resources, maybe we should use them. And it all happened within 2 hours of kind of having this conversation. So regenerative farming, I think for all of us, you know, it started at the farm. And then through interacting with the plant and connecting with that spirit of this whole thing and the earth itself, you know, it's turned into this bigger picture that can literally change the world. It can change communities. It can help regenerate communities. And that's what all of us have really been able to see working in our communities. And, you know, I think.
Garrett, do you see that with folks that transition to regenerative ag, what Lindsay's talking about, or is this like a cannabis unique thing?
No, I mean, a lot of what we've gotten into, and I've evolved as a person in that space from the soil being my focus to the people being the focus, because that really is like, we can manage the soil effectively, we can put more back, we can grow high quality, nutritious crops, and all the benefits that you all are talking about are the ones that we aren't even really considering as much yet, right? The other benefits that are community based. But yeah, I think it's, we focus a lot on the, when you were talking about, I said, you had the like C1B1 moment when you were in Montana and they were seeing you and they were like, oh, this is possible, and how quickly people transformed when they saw it was possible through you. And that's the model that we use with all of our farmers that do regenerative management. And it does, the community starts to rally around them very quickly because a lot of people want an alternative. They want to not pour, liquid pesticides on their plants and things like that. That's cliche almost, right? But like people want those alternatives. So seeing good actors allows for the community to rally behind it and maybe start to appreciate the benefits that aren't just economic, because that's where everyone's kind of focused all the time, right? And they don't maybe get it. And the farmers, they all think that they're doing the right thing and they think that they're treating the land right, but then when they start to change their practices a little bit, they do see transformations. Like, the cliche old salty farmer starts to soften a little bit because they realize that there are other ways to do it and the benefits start to stack up,
Did you see that when you guys got your farm?
Yeah, I would say it takes time though too. You have to be patient. I feel like a lot of the, the easy fixes of all the chemical stuff, they're pretty instant, but then the consequences are long term. Whereas like when you're doing regenerative ag, it doesn't necessarily, sometimes you're like, oh shit, this isn't working. But it takes time also for it to work because you're working with natural systems and natural rhythms, and those take time. And so I would say like we had a lot more pest pressure when we moved on to our land that we're on now. But now I would say like in the past couple of years, there's like no pest pressure, which is great. And that has taken a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of doing many things that don't make us money. But in the long run is obviously very important to us and important for what we're doing on the land and being with our community and creating high quality cannabis and food and herbs and all that. So, and I feel like that people can sense that in the products that they're consuming.
So, yeah, Jess, go ahead.
Oh, I guess something that I have like taken out of my thought process and vocabulary, and Liz from Green Source Gardens is a big part of this, is the word pest. Like pests, there's no such thing. They're all our relatives. They're all like allies that deserve our support. And so when you build a healthy system of diversity, like Blair is just describing, you see that kind of go away. And yes, cucumber beetles eat some cannabis leaves sometimes, but normally if cannabis is growing fast, it grows faster and something else eats those bugs and the balance continues. Dan mentioned paying attention to soil science and compost and all of these things that are happening and the metaphors there. And like I think of the soil life, the mutualistic relationships that are happening on the roots. And when that works the best, it's through diversity. You create a healthy system and you celebrate the diversity of that system. It's not like there's just one bacteria that's going to make it good or one mycorrhiza that's going to no, it's a whole network of things. And that division of the illusion of separation gets in the way of that. That we are all one and these systems thrive better in diversity. And that certainly is the same in our communities. Like we want to create healthy environments for our children. And the best way to do that is through diversity and having everyone be able to share culture, food, music, and say no to genocide, say no to the losing of human rights, say no to fascism everywhere it goes. And I think that all like those lessons are in the soil and in our garden.
Can I also add weeds to the pest one?
Yeah, I don't use word weeds either.
Yeah, weeds either.
Just weed.
Yeah, right. But weeds are just a plant that's in the wrong spot, right? Like that idea.
I wanted to add to, I think the regenerative aspect is like I was saying, like we're almost looking at it like an entity, right? And like, so I'm always looking at it like I'm adding these, microorganisms and kind of like everything that my plant would need into the soil and caring for the soil and just giving it, this healthy foundation. And then my plants actually choose what they need. They actually excrete saccharides to attract different microorganisms that might be holding potassium or, something they need. So whatever they need, they're communicating with these indigenous microorganisms that I'm like just helping and breeding and adding to the soil. They're choosing how they want to interact with those. They're making those choices. So I'm not making that choice for them. I'm not saying, I'm going to add this salt nutrient and, you need nitrogen and I'm just going to pump you full of as much as I can. I'm saying I'm going to add everything I possibly can and give you the option to choose how you want to interact with this natural ecosystem. And, we're seeing finally, like, science is new in this space, and like we're seeing research show that plants grown in living soil are expressing themselves more fully. So they have full spectrum cannabinoid profiles, not just THC, not just CBD. They have these full spectrum, terpene profiles. Some of my flower tests with 25 different terpenes. And that's because in my mind and in my world and in my, reality, it's because I'm letting it choose. I'm giving it everything that it needs and could possibly need at any point in time. And I'm letting it interact. And sorry, this is a little long, but I did want to say that, what we're seeing now, Blair said, it takes time to kind of work up to that. And it does. And now what research is showing is that indoor plants are, our sun-grown plants grown regeneratively in these environments are constantly getting better, stronger, more full spectrum. And indoor plants, they're now saying that 80% have hop latent viroid, so a pathogen that's spreading rapidly in these indoor environments where these plants, which are entities, which have spirits, aren't being allowed to interact with the sun and these microorganisms and the soil. And so, that's why conversations like this are so important, because we can't, cannabis is like killing itself indoor because it wants to interact with the natural ecosystem. So we need everyone to be regenerative farmers now, just to let you know. Everyone has to now, so.
And what I'm hearing is, if we, as the practitioners, the cultivators, the humans, if we slow down, then those ecosystem services will speed up.
100%, yes.
Cool. Right on.
Absolutely.
I started seeing a couple hands. Yeah, Pat Higgins.
First, I want to sing a praise of small farmers that are part of Slow Food Security. Blair, also Casey O'Neill and Happy Day Farms. He's there every Tuesday at the farmers market and grows good herb. And that's a strong community. We need to have a safety net under each other. And so those are companion and should be a natural. My second one's a little tricky, Dan, because I think we missed the boat on not being able to brand as organic. And I promote organic yield root. That's where I work, and that's where my focus is. And the ridge on the east side of the basin stops the pesticides from the Central Valley. But I got a question for our friend from Chico that might not be up his alley, but can you grow organic weed in the Central Valley? Can you grow organic weed in Salinas?
I'm sure you
Right
can.
next to,
Yeah.
and I've read where there's like a pesticide showing up in weed. Who would have thought? That's the chance for Humboldt. We are in harmony.
So another, just to answer that a little bit,
No, can you
the
answer
other
that question?
the other reason besides the sustainability is I'll characterize sustainability is not progress, right? It's like kind of stationary, really. The other aspect, and this is coming from people that have been deep in organic production for years, is organic production can be kind of stifling because it's a set of rules, right? It's not it was well intentioned at the start, but they're especially in like vegetable production, it's really challenging to grow organically without disturbance, and they still use organic pesticides and herbicides. And so one of the appeal, not this, like I said, this is me having no idea, and now I have the hindsight of 8 to 10 years of being involved in it. And part of the regenerative goal was the fact that it gives you more flexibility, not less, and not the fact that you want to use, xenobiotic chemicals to kill
I
the.
think anybody growing next to big pesticide operations
Oh,
in the Central Valley
it's-
has extreme ecological problems.
No, it's a challenge. No, it's a huge challenge.
That they can't grow organically.
Mhm.
And I think that's we're looking for an edge, a market
Mhm.
distinction. And everybody knows that there's a big problem with this issue. And so, my hypothesis is you can't grow organic weed in Central Valley unless you're in biosecure, filtered air.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, yeah. There's definitely it's a messy
You like the
environment.
hypothesis?
No, I love it. No, it's a messy place. Like I said, the point I was trying to make though is And you brought up branding or marketing as regenerative as a marketing ploy. That's not as well worked out as everyone that's getting into it would have hoped yet. I mean, it's not as clear a path on that one, and the price premium's not there yet. Some of those things that the organic growers were able to appreciate for a couple decades. Yeah, I mean, the big picture is we should use less of all those things, right? And I paint this picture to my students, and you made a really great point about the frustration of the pace of transition, right? Like how it takes time and you don't see the benefits right away. And think about how intoxicating it was for farmers in 1950, 1960 to get this magical substance that they poured on the ground and the plants grew fast, right?
And then they died of cancer.
Of course, no, I'm not saying it's a good idea, but just the pace of having people change their perspective over to something that isn't that instant gratification, right? Because current farming is really instant gratification. The bugs die, the weeds die, the plant grows faster, right? Because you add these things, and science is going to save us, and all that kind of like mentality that got us to that point. So once again, start with good people that show how to do it, and knowledge transfer, and allowing people to learn from your knowledge. Farmers are notoriously not willing to share their secrets, right? Because it's a competitive marketplace. So the reality that it's going to take time, and I agree 100%. Like Humboldt's already got a brand, well earned, for across like different spaces, and that definitely is where I think you all should go.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah.
We've talked a lot about it ecologically. Let's talk about it economically from that perspective, right?
Well, I just want to add, I don't think people can grow pesticide-free down in the valley. And what's crazy is that, it took a long time for regulations to kind of like, level out and everything like that. And clearly the market's been volatile. It still hasn't stabilized. But this year, there were new testing regulations that came into play last year. And what we're seeing on the market is that there's, people do distillate carts, which, I would never do, I don't encourage, but there's none on the market right now. There's hundreds of retails that are looking for distillate carts because all of the product has pesticides in it. And so I just think the market's taking like longer than we want it to. Absolutely, and it's all coming from the valley. And they've gotten it on the market, unfortunately, for the last 8 years, 7 years. And now, that the enforcement's coming down, which needs to happen with regulation. Testing is kind of, stabling out. There's better testing regs. All of that's being removed from the market. And there's actually places so Humboldt, eventually we will be in a good economic position, and just the fear is that it's going to be 5 more years, or and hopefully it's in another couple years. But
Do you see a time when a farmer could sell blood at a farmer's market?
so right now, sorry,
Yeah, we'll get to that in a sec. You had a hand up, Tom.
sorry.
I was going to also kind of mention that it's not just Humboldt, right? Even in this room, and to encourage everyone to be thinking in terms of not just where we are right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've got lots of other places also represented that also have this tradition.
Yes.
I mean, I'd say too. No, go ahead.
Do it.
There's still like a very big stigma out there in general consumerism of cannabis that outdoor is not good and indoor is better. And like, I've been on these you see things on social media, or people chatting and stuff, and they're like, oh, that outdoor weed has mold, that outdoor weed has bugs, like a bird pooped on that, and like all this stuff. I was like, indoor weed has lots of mold, lots of bugs, like all this stuff, but there's still just such a strong stigma out there. But I do feel like it's starting to shift. I do feel like, there was like an LA Times article that came out last summer about like people faking tests, and like there's multiple pesticides that they're not testing for still. I get emails from the DCC every day of product recalls of stuff that's, tested incorrectly, and the tests are somewhat bogus in like many different ways, especially with THC. They can range all over the place. But that being said, still outdoor flower is considered like we have to sell it cheap because it's considered not as good. And so I think there's like so much education that needs to happen in order to get people to realize the difference. And I feel like some of the analogies and things we can do can look like a hothouse tomato grown in hydrofarmed or something. That's one of analogy I ask. Or would you rather have like a tomato grown outside, like in your garden? Which one tastes better? And people are like, yeah, you're right, that one tastes better. And I'm like, well, it's the same with weeds. So I mean, I think we're just at the beginning of being able to communicate that to people. And there's Sun and Earth certification, and there's OCal, and I think we're just kind of like, people are starting, from what I'm hearing, at least in LA, people are starting to ask more for like, where's the organic weed? So there is a shift happening, and hopefully we can keep that momentum up.
And that's on the back end, but what about on the front end? Like personally with your own economic margins, right? So if you're implementing these more natural systems, right, then your economical margins are actually expanding, right? Because you're spending less money on the stuff to bring in.
Yeah, but at the same time, it also takes more labor
Right.
to do things ecologically too. So I think I wish I knew the answer to that, but I don't know if I do, if it makes more, like, you're not paying for these like high price item inputs, but in order to like do all the mulching, to do the cover cropping, to make the compost, to like do all this stuff, it is a lot of labor too. So
Can I suggest for marketing higher consciousness, not more stone?
Yes.
So
Jesse.
It's a good recommendation.
a huge thing I noticed immediately when testing came on, a huge economic driver that changed practices was the moment extracts started to be tested, and all of a sudden myclobutanil was everywhere. And there's a lot of people who did use Eagle 20 to prevent powdery mildew, and people knew it was not good, it was systemic, but like if you got a little bit of powdery mildew, you might not be able to sell that pound. And so it's a terrible poison that was used a lot. And the second that extracts were tested, nobody used it anymore, because who's going to make your cannabis completely valueless? Like, yeah, there's no value in something that comes up with those kinds of testing. So that was amazing to see that kind of change immediately. And then the economical and ecological side, like if you're growing like you're growing vegetables, and if you're really believing in the soil, yes, it's a lot of work. Like I think of Bryceland Forest Farms making compost and all the work that goes into it, but they're thinking 2 years ahead of time, always doing it. So it's like when you really have that forward thought and it's part of the process, that's a big part of it. It's not like, oh, we're just doing all this labor right now to do this one thing. It's this constant evolving process of, oh, now we have this, we layer it, we age it this long, this goes on at this time. And it is a lot of work, but it's just part of the daily practice of that farm. And then you're not buying things from the store, and your inputs are much less, you're spending less, and you get so much more value out of like health and diversity.
I think in our system too, there's a stigma against labor, like working with the land, and like that's why we love what we do. Like, it's important to move our bodies. It's important, like, what else am I gonna do? Go inside and look at Tic Tac?
It's a lifestyle.
Get in your grow dozer and go tell your workers what to do and not pay them.
I just gonna respond to
Yeah.
that question about being able to sell at farmers markets. That actually was a bill. Janine Coleman isn't here today because she's been sick, but Oregon's Council did try and run a bill the past couple of years, AB 1111 with something repeller in, that would have allowed in certain circumstances direct consumer sales, and that was vetoed by the governor and lobbied hard by retail. I think it's possible, but it won't be an easy path forward when you have the retail association pushing back on it hard and wanting to have a piece of that market.
And I just want to add to that like I have non-storefront delivery down in Oakland in a micro business, so I can sell direct to consumer at any legal address in California. So if there's farmers that want to have a farmer's market, we can utilize my license and we can sell direct to consumer and have a farmer's market literally anywhere in California. So that is like a loophole. California knows that. It's called the ice cream truck model. And so farmers can really utilize that. And I think that's important information for us to know.
Let's go, yeah.
Yeah. Wait,
Harkening back to the Cheech and Chong's nice dreams.
I want to hear what
I
ice
wanted to
cream
make
truck
I
music
want to
that
emphasize a point really quickly. This is year 2 of this event. It's new, beginning, all that type of language, and the labor piece. And we're seeing this in our scaled out, not small garden farming model. That knowledge transfer and the fact that it's all new for us too, us in that general sense, and that by people working through workflows and getting better at doing things that reduce effort, and that knowledge being shared, you still have to work because we all like working, but a lot of that labor up front is the hard-earned learning by failing, right? And so as soon as you all start to share what works, it does get easier. And then someone that's entering into it and wants to transition doesn't have to just see failure, right? They know vetted practices that are easy. How to make your compost on scale. Like those types of things that if it's you with the pitchfork, that's a lot of work versus, a co-op where you have a piece of equipment that gets moved around and turns your windrow, and like those types of ideas that you can start to share knowledge and share equipment. Then that leads to more innovation on the technology side, and there is technological pieces to that. I'm not a huge tech person, but there are a lot of opportunities to lower that energy threshold of labor by sharing knowledge, and that's what this forum is for in some ways.
Up there in the hat.
So I just wanted to tie back to some of what Pat was saying and ask you guys your feelings on the problematic nature of some of these terms like organic and the co-opting of those terms by people that want to take advantage as a marketing platform. There are so many organic products, certified organic products out on the market that are just riddled with pesticides, fungicides, herbicides, and the like heavy metals that people are taking home and using in their gardens because of these labels. But the compost to organic standard and other loopholes within the USDA organic standards and whatnot create these issues. We see people testing all the time and failing testing because of organic products. And like Jesse was saying, when the extracts started being tested early on is when some people started digging deeper and looking at supply chains and testing these organic products that were going into further products and realizing how dangerous these systems are. How do we get away from those broken terms that we're using right here, right now? Saying, hey, it needs to be organic, but organic is not a clean standard. So there's a lot more to this, and we need to protect these terms like regenerative and things like that. And the Sun Earth Cert have higher standards than the organics. How can we get that across to the general public and realize that some of these things are kind of lipstick on a pig?
We have one over here first, and then I'll come over here.
So this is just sort of actually the opposite of kind of what he's getting at, which is I want to push back a little bit on that skepticism of the word term organic. It's highly regulated. It's been a collaborative effort over many, many decades. And the reason we have loopholes and products that maybe not everybody agrees with is often it's an iterative process coming from, an industrialized method.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, it's like the shoulders of giants. Like there wouldn't be any discussion of a price premium for regenerative if organic hadn't happened, right? If that hadn't built up and created that for sure. I'm not. I would be totally getting out of my comfort zone because I don't really deal in regulations and policy at this point. So I think I guess I could go back to a broader term, a broader idea is just the pace of change, right? And that's what you're getting at. And like it's hard for the regulators to keep up on something that people are constantly trying to find a way to capitalize, right? And cheat, play the system kind of stuff. Yeah, the use of herbicide, the marketing term piece is really challenging because what do all the corporations want? Right? They're the ones that are funding some of these, non-research grant money to promote regenerative management or the study of it because they want to look good. They want to be able to feel good about what they're doing. So I don't really have a good answer. I think it's what's the old, like, people used to carve pieces of coins off to make money off of those. I mean, it's time, it's been since the beginning of time, like how do we certify things that are of high quality? I think where it really leads to, and this is the big picture, and I'm going to throw this out there and you're all going to laugh, but like we need better wages for people that work. We need a more robust economy overall so people can choose to buy things that are valuable and not be forced to buy crap. And that's food sovereignty. There's so many things tied up in this, but like people need to choose the high quality things and pay for them and realize that it's not expensive. Like we're all taught to think that cheap is good and expensive is crazy. And it's like, think about a $1 squeezy mustard at the grocery store or the $3 one. Is it really that expensive to buy the $3 one? But most of us like pivot to the cheap one, right? And I think it's some of the same ideas in this discussion. It's like, how do you get consumers to be like, I don't want that swaggy crap, right? Like,
Well, and also just know your farmer, right?
Yeah,
and
local.
Yeah, know your farmer,
consumption.
right? Like literally be an educated consumer. And I think as farmers, we try to educate as much as possible. And then programs like yours, Sun and Earth Certified, you guys have done so much work to really kind of weed out, because there's always going to be bad actors. And then I just want to say that I usually refer to regenerative farming as indigenous farming, because that's what it is.
I would say that I feel like just, being a small brand, I've done a lot of like go into dispensary and talk to customers, and like I think talking about organic in food is very different than talking about organic in cannabis, because I think like organic in food is more expensive. Organic in cannabis is less expensive. And so you're trying to like convince somebody to buy something that's cheaper that they value as not as good. And so like, and often if you start, a lot of people don't know the word regenerative. A lot of people, you say organic and they back away from you. And like, it's very different. It's not like the food world. I mean, I would say also sometimes like in the food world, at times you can see that also depending on the demographics and like who you're talking to. But I would say like there's so much education that needs to happen in the cannabis side of things of what it means to be an organic farmer. And you start talking about like feeding the soil and you're growing in the ground and people are like, I'm gonna buy that other weed that's grown indoors. So I think we just using the word organic is a lot of times like we're not certified organic, we're not allowed to use that word, but often I feel like I kind of have to just to like at the same time crack the door open and have people like just think about it differently or something, and to say that it's not grown with pesticides. So I think there is that place where there are people who are kind of doing organic and, kind of the fake organic and stuff. And there's all of us that are doing the beyond organic and the beyond regenerative. But there's such a long ways that we have to go for people to understand that you really have to like communicate to people in very simple terminology about what we're doing.
medicinally and for patients and so forth, like, I find people generally are like not thinking about organic, but they understand like pesticide-free, especially certain generations of people, really that resonates more, is like in older populations who are very specifically looking to cannabis for medical purposes. And it's just like this, it's just this constantly wonky, sort of nuanced dance of like what lands for people, but it's not, this is what we put in our bodies. I mean, like, we've been talking about that with organic agriculture for as long as it's ever existed, and why don't we care what we put in our bodies, or like on our skin, or, you know, in any capacity. But I really think like the price points and the economics boil down to the fact that like people don't respect labor and they don't value labor, and that is what has skewed the price of any agricultural product forever. And I don't, you know, like, I mean, organic vegetables are grown through undocumented, like, not, like, labor forces that people don't respect. And I just, like, I don't know how to bridge that gap, but it seems like the most, I mean, like, the practices that we do on our farms are extremely labor intensive, that have no ROI to them, you know, in any of like the economic senses of the world. And so I just, I don't know, that like land, I know that that's our reality, but it just seems like the most blatant, crazy part of all of this to me.
So that's where regenerative goes beyond just the soil, right? I mean, it's getting into the community aspect, but also into the people on the farm.
And I think the biggest issue that we have is that we, like what you're talking about, we don't have the resources to get the word out. So unless we're invited to sit on a panel at something like this, you know, we don't, or we, you know, and we do, we rally together and, you know, we get together with community and we try to get the word out about sun-grown, about regenerative, you know, about small farmers, about, yeah, the whole process, that the cannabis is better, but we just don't have the resources. We're competing against bigger companies that have a lot of resources to just really, you know, stifle us and quiet our voices so that we're not heard. And so, yeah, I mean, what we need is just people like you guys, like, take this conversation and continue it, you know, and let people know within your ecosystems that sun-grown exists, is full spectrum, it has a lot of terps, it's really good, it's a better high, and there's some amazing, you know, people behind it kind of growing and caring about the earth, and so that's what we need.
I just wanted to speak more on the labor piece. Like, for background, I used to work East Coast. I got started in indoor grows East Coast. I used to manage what was at the time the biggest nursery on the East Coast with New England Treatment Access in Massachusetts. And that place was the McDonald's of weed. We were harvesting 50 to 100 pounds, 360 days a year. And the average
organic is defined by what you can't do, whereas regenerative isn't defined. In my definition, it's what you do. But to the concerns earlier about the lack of standards in organic, I don't think there's such a thing as purity. We're working within a system where the raw resources that we can use, say, to make compost or things like that, are animal manures from industrial production, things like that, where the nitrogen, the nutrients we're getting are part of the industrial system. And as a farmer, you can't economically make a bubble and pull yourself completely out of the world and out of the system and not have contamination from that. But what seems to happen with this is you have organic, it's a high standard. Through industry and lobbying, it becomes a lower and lower and lower standard until a bunch of industrial farms adopt it and they take a step in the right direction, a small step, and then we come up with a new term, regenerative, and then that gets watered down until enough industrial farms take a step in the right direction. So we're slowly dragging the giant unsteerable ship of farming ignorance behind us and taking little steps and defining it well and holding on to those definitions is important, but we don't the niche that we have as regenerative farmers, as small farmers, isn't a huge political reach. We're not able to lobby for the kind of high standards that we want because we're 1% of the farms, but we can communicate, we can make a difference, and then society follows slowly as far as they're willing to, and then we make the next step. And unfortunately, I do think we need to define regenerative in a stronger sense because it really is being used for greenwashing. And I think companies like programs like Sun and Earth are really doing that with both the social aspect and like multiple levels of looking at it. We're like, yes, we meet the organic standard, so customers can say it's organic, even though it's not a very high standard, and then we move on from that.
So I remember as a kid, my mom was waiting tables, and this older couple came in, and the menu comes down, and I think the restaurant said, like, we eat organics on the front. And they were like, where's the nearest Denny's? And they bounced, and like, fast forward now, like, most everyone wants organic food. So it's kind of, yeah, probably. And the regenerative organic standard's been around a long time, since Rodale. Like, I learned about it because I really loved the Rodale composting guide and like learned more about Rodale and that institute. And then with Dan, learning more about permaculture and all these different things that farms and stewards were doing. And so I was kind of inspired by these lyrics from Eric B. and Rakim. Rakim. I take a phrase that is rarely heard, then I flip it, now it's a daily word. And so that, like, I was like, oh, well, let's attach regenerative to cannabis and make it cool, because there's all this excitement around cannabis. And so doing the award where everyone is getting excited about the best hash and flowers, but not knowing anything behind the production of it, I just, like, let's get to know the farmers. And more than, like, the word is, for me, a trigger to then learn more, to get connected to the farms and look deeper into what this means. Like, what does that mean? People couldn't even pronounce it right at first. Like, they would add extra vowels or something. And then all of a sudden it was like the main part of that event, and it became, but I was already ready. Like, I knew immediately it would be used incorrectly, and that I had to, like, let that go in a way, but also stand guard in some ways too. You immediately see farms like, oh, our regenerative practices because we add bat guano to our smart pots on a cleared flat, like, dirt patch, like, and it's just with a bunch of plastic, and it's just like, okay, you do not understand. But they lovingly added this bat guano, which has all kinds of extractive issues behind it, on the solstice. So now it's a biodynamic regenerative garden, and it's just like, it's gonna happen, and they just look foolish. I don't know. You just have to, like, communicate more and let that stuff spark conversations. So I think we just continue making more terms that mean more that connect us more with the farms and the practices.
One last from the audience, and then we'll do closings. Go ahead.
So many levels here. I do believe in regenerative is about regenerating on all levels, and the human factor is part of the system as well as the wild environment, and the part that we're trying to bring food, cannabis, all that stuff. On the marketing side, I really feel like, in my experience as a farmer, I started farming and doing markets when organic was just a buzzword. And it took decades to like get people on board at all. And during that time, it is one of the fastest growing aspects of business in all over the world. And so coming into it as a cannabis grower and going out and talking to people, I'm finding that a lot of that education's already happened. And culturally, when we're talking to our customers, are we talking to the old hippies? We talking to the young stoner bros? We talking to medical patients? We do need to be able to adjust our terminologies, our attitudes, all that to make sure that what we're communicating is being heard by that person. And so going out and like representing Sun and Earth or just my farm as a regenerative dry farmer, people are very curious, and a lot of people do have the misinformation of indoor is better, but a lot of people, especially if you're not an older person, like beyond getting 50-ish, you grew up with indoor weed because it was so illegal, it had to go indoors. Again, indoors also brought in a lot of the science that we didn't have back when we were all growing outdoors, so there's been benefit from it. But I'm finding that making the analogy to people with models that we're already doing with other products, like if you want organic, you can go to Safeway or wherever and get conventional for a little cheaper. Organic, if you want, you pay a little bit more, no problem. People are doing that already. You can go and buy coffee or chocolate, go for the fair trade, and it's going to be a little bit more, but people, it's a very sought after product. Same thing with craft beer. You know, you got people who they're always going to buy the Budweiser. That's what they do. They can have the cannabis that's cheaper or whatever. But there's a lot of people that like the stoner bros. They want the good stuff. They're going to go and pay more for that craft beer. And there's a whole wall of different small breweries that they get the smaller batch, they get the craft. And so when I've been out talking with people, when I make those analogies to them, it clicks right there. They get it. And then all of a sudden, and so I've been trying to go and tell people, if you have a favorite dispensary, your favorite stores, go in there and go, where is your sun-grown? Do they even know where it is? Do they have it?
You're right. So
You know,
let's.
making it so there's an organic section.
Yes.
Where's your sun-grown section? Where's your Sun and Earth or people who are doing small craft? And when I start telling
I'm gonna have to
people
cut you
that-
off just because I got the signal from our timekeeper. But I want you guys to riff on that, right? So in like the last, like just a couple minutes we got here, keep riffing on what she's putting out there.
Yeah, I mean, vibing on the same thing. Yeah, I think we just have to continue educating people and making analogies of ways that we can connect people to what we're doing and showing them pictures, and like people get amazed when they see like this plant out in this garden with all this stuff, growing around it too, and it's not just a monocrop field. So I think, and Jesse and Claire making the movie and helping connect people in that way too, because a lot of people just have no idea and they've never seen something like that before. So creating beauty, nourishing our eyes and stomachs and senses and everything.
Jesse, where can people find that film?
Oh, Tending the Garden. You just type it in, it'll pop up. It's on YouTube, and there's tendingthegardenfilm.com. You can watch it on there, but it's up on the Future Cannabis Project website. Already got 250,000 views, too, since put it up in January. For me, I want to leave with the importance of this plant. Cannabis is a sacred plant. that I have deep connection to and love with. And we have a lot of sacred plants, and we've abused those plants in terrible ways. Cotton was given so much, and look what we did. We disrespected it with slavery. We sent it all over. We destroyed the environment in so many ways. Tobacco, the medicine plant, is one of the most destructive things on our health because of our ways that we have disrespected it, the way that we use slaves to grow it, pesticides to grow it, and to use it to get people addicted all over the world to something that is supposed to be a medicine plant. It is a medicine plant. Opium, we've seen the same too. These plants are so giving, the best like painkiller, and we've abused it. And these are the worst epidemics. Corn, we have like most of our health issues now come from corn syrup and the way that we have grown one type of corn in a terrible way, and we destroy the environment and ourselves through this way. And cannabis is another one of these sacred plants, and we're at this moment where we have to honor that plant. We can't let it go down the same. I don't want to say the word it, she, her, they are like, these are our relatives. We have to respect them. We have to respect their spirit. It's a very powerful plant. And we also see this with hallucinogens too, and other plant medicines with cactus and fungi. We can't let that sacred medicine be disrespected because it will come back and hurt us in so many horrible ways.
Absolutely. And I 100% agree, and it is sacred, and it absolutely has a spirit to it. You know, Native Americans, we have this phrase, you know, healing the sacred hoop. And, you know, a lot of us work in our lifetimes to contribute in whatever we can to heal that sacred hoop. And that idea of that healing, that sacred hoop to me is, you know, not just regenerative farming, but a regenerative lifestyle. And to heal that sacred hoop, because let's be honest, things aren't looking great out in humanity right now. Like, we are in very rough times. And, but to heal that sacred hoop and to create a better future for humanity 150 years from now, for, you know, the next generation, for the next 7 generations, it's regenerating not only the earth and the soil, but community. And also, you know, our minds and our spirits and our connection, with each other, with the earth, with everything, so.
I got the last word. After the heavy hitters, like, lay down the real stuff, and I'm like, she just got to go to the bathroom or whatever. So just a couple quick things. Number one, I'm old enough to have missed the indoor is better memo. Like, I don't even feel that. I don't know where that comes from at all, honestly. Like, I think of glorious outdoor plants and not little dwarf things in pots. And then the other one that's come up a bunch, and usually I lead with this whenever I give a talk, but I'll say, today we're going to talk about the most important thing on the planet that most of us don't think about all the time, which is soil. And that's what got me into what I do, and found my calling in life is to share that idea with people. That's kind of how I got here, because I met Dan that way. And you all have that thing kind of in your life too. Jesse, you all do. Like, you're talking about cannabis as this really important unifying thing that people should know about. Education's been a big point of today's discussion and sharing knowledge. And I think you should all leave with that idea, and not just as a request, but as like a mandate. Like, you have to get people to understand, obviously the soil piece, you know, day in and day out, but like, that we all need to do this better so there is livelihood and there is vibrance and there is resilience in communities and all those types of things. I think that's really, really important. So take that out with you and make sure you do that every day, everyone that'll listen.
Right on. Awesome. Thank you guys. That was like, I don't know how that long it was, but that was like such a highlight for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you all for engaging in this conversation. Appreciate it.
All right, everyone, we're going to be doing a brief 10-minute break as we get ready for our next panel, which is environmental stewardship in political and regulatory landscapes.
So our the turnaround of things. This we can run this. So we can, like, this one amplifies this whole immediately. This is what the lecturers use. So like if whoever's on the panel could just be like, yeah, it has to be like held at like.
Mr. Stephen Cat Chorus. Degrees in the shade, real hot, oh yes, in the shade. I want to hear everybody, the whole damn place say 96 degrees in the shade. Real hot, oh yes, in the shade. I said it was 96 degrees in the shade. 10,000 soldiers on parade. They were taking eye and eye to meet a big fat boy. He was sent from overseas, the Queen employed. Excellency, before you I come with my representation. You know where Rasta coming from, yes. me on the loose, fighting to be free. Show me a noose on the cotton tree. Entertainment for you. You know it's martyrdom for me. 96 degrees in the shade. Real hot, you be when I sing in the shade. 96 degrees in the shade. Real hot, you be when I sing in the shade. Some may suffer and some may burn. I know that one day all of my children gonna learn. Yeah. Sure as the sunshine, bright in the morning sky is today. I stand here a victim, yes. Truth is I'll never die. Yeah. 96 degrees, yeah. In the shade. Shade. 96 degrees in the shade. Real hot. Hear me when I sing in the shade. 96 degrees in the shade. Real hot. good, you sound very good. 96 degrees in the shade. You all sound great. Real hot, oh yes, in the shade. Slow it down now, slow it down.
Yeah, hey, Richard. I know you got that, but I think we were on panel. Oh, yeah. I don't think so. Steve was wrong. I did it right. Thanks
awesome.
I wasn't here for the last panel. I don't know. He tried to crash on me. Nice to meet you, sir.
You too. Yeah, nice to see you.
Casey, right?
Hey, Richard, where are your other panels? Casey's here. Where's your other panel?
Michael was, I think he was in the bathroom.
Okay.
He was here.
You didn't bring him here?
Michael and
Steve
Who are
Madrone.
they? Amelia, Michael, and Steve. Stephen was up there. I haven't seen him.
Hi. Oh, there she is. There's Amelia. Hi, Amelia.
Hi, Amelia. Yes. My name.
Hi, how are you?
I thought that was you when we walked by, but I wasn't sure.
It is me.
Okay.
Is someone sitting here though?
Okay, maybe right here.
Hi, I'm Ellen. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, good to know. But yeah, we've got a little folder in there with.
Nice to meet you, Alex. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you guys for being here. We're so excited to have you. I'm a sophomore. So we'll see. We'll see where I end up. All right. Yeah. So. You don't remember this, or maybe you do, but a very, very long time ago, 2018 probably, you were in Cannabis with us, right? Yeah.
Since 2014.
Exactly. Yeah. So sorry, I just want to have some questions. I'm in Cannabis with
You feel comfortable your voice is going to project well?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
If not, there is a mic that can back up. It's not turned on. I don't think you're going to...
But you can let me know if I'm wrong.
All right. Yeah, they'll give us a signal up front if there's a problem.
We're doing that. I'm going to ask everyone.
Have a glass of water. Do you want to have... You need something?
Live stream, volume is fine. So, go back and catch it. Please give everyone the grace to work with our acoustic situation. All right, everyone, our lovely moderator for this panel, Richard Salzman.
Lovely. I guess I'm going to sit down. Nice to meet everyone here. My name is Richard Salzman. Professionally, I work as an agent for commercial illustrators. And you can find me at richardsalzman.com. And locally in Humboldt County, and actually outside of Humboldt, I've worked on electoral politics. And I think that's probably what got me roped into this event. And I'm a fellow board member with Dominic at Humboldt Area People's Archives. Can everyone hear me in the back? Louder you want? Yeah. First time I've ever heard that. Okay, it's very nice to be here. I'm excited for this panel. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and we'll start with Michael.
Great. My name is Michael Polson. I'm with UC Berkeley. I'm the director of the Cannabis Research Center there. I'm an anthropologist and researcher. I've been doing work around cannabis since, for a long time, since 2010. Pass it on?
Yes,
Okay.
please. We'll do Amelia. Just
Oh,
make
we're
sure
doing
she
water.
has some water.
Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. I was like, I'll stop. But yeah, we cover a lot of territory. We have a lot of active research projects and a number completed. Since legalization, one of the first projects we did as a center was understanding issues of compliance and the barriers to compliance, really underscoring the fact that it wasn't that people were ill-willed and didn't want to get into the license system, but actually people weren't able to get into the system for many, many reasons. I'm sure we'll discuss some of those today. But since then, we've done a lot of work on tribal consultation, on fire hazard in cannabis farm siting, on water use in cannabis. I conducted an ethnographic study on the transformation of the unlicensed cultivation sector since Prop 64, as people, particularly in 2022, 23, 21, were kind of like at the depth of the market bottom and trying to figure their way out. And currently we're doing some work both on figuring out the statewide geography of cultivation, how it's transformed, both on the licensed and unlicensed side since 2018, through a lot of different methodologies, including some of the technologies made available by the state. And we're also, I'm just at the beginning stages, and I want to talk about this more later, on monopolistic and anti-competitive practices in the cannabis industry up and down the supply chain, and particularly looking at the relationship between owners and investors, and also the predatory practices of kind of like the ancillary apparatus around not only farms, but also retailers, distributors, et cetera, and what implications there are for the cannabis supply chain as a whole. Very relevant, I think, to the last conversation.
That's very interesting.
Thanks.
Good morning, and thanks for having this panel. My name is Amelia Wright, and I work with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm the director of their cannabis program. That cannabis program has many different parts to it. Enforcement, of course, is one piece of it. Compliance, of course. Grants. We do a lot of outreach, and we're really trying to do better in the space of tribal affairs, tribal consultations. I got my start in the cannabis regulatory space when legalization first started. My start was in the testing space. So the prior panel did discuss the laboratory regulations and such. So to the extent that's interesting to the audience and other panelists, I'm happy to go into that. Got my start there when the regulatory schema involved the Bureau of Cannabis Control. I also worked at the Department of Public Health with the Manufacturer Cannabis Safety Branch, so I have a bit of regulatory background in both the manufacturing side, the testing laboratory side. I've been with the Department of Fish and Wildlife as their cannabis program director since 2022, so not very long. But as all of you, I think, know, anyone who's doing cannabis regulation right now, if you've been 6 months in, you're a veteran. So things change very rapidly, very quickly. I enjoy what I do. I feel very, very privileged to be able to work with the staff of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They're incredibly wonderful people, but also just really passionate about the work that they do. And I'm excited to be here and share with you what I can and what you're interested in learning about the regulatory component.
Excellent, thank you.
My name is Kason Grady. I work for the water boards, and I've worked at the water boards for about 18 years. And I've worked in the cannabis program for 10 years now. I want to back up and just kind of give some context about who the water boards are. And I work for the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, which is one of 9 regions throughout the state. Each board is composed of governor-appointed officials, effectively members of the public that apply and to volunteer. We currently have 5 members, and then there's a couple vacancies on our board. The mission of the I'll go back and say the water boards is one of the California environmental protection agencies. And so our mission is to protect water quality for the environment and all people, all present and future generations. And I think it's to that reason why I've been at the board for so long. It's just something that I can believe in deeply, passionately, and get behind for an entire career. Our functions include planning, monitoring, assessment, permitting, and enforcement. And currently, I oversee our agriculture and enforcement division, which includes the cannabis program that I helped establish. So I want to give a little bit of background context. I'm sure most or all of you are already aware, of we've heard reference to the gold rush. and then reference to the green rush in between. One thing Caitlin Reed pointed out in her book was, the timber rush and the other rushes, resource rushes that have occurred in the interim. And in a water quality context, we were in the context of pervasive sediment and temperature impairments in all of our water bodies that primarily are the result of extensive resource extraction from timber harvest that built up California, but at the same time created the situation we're in now with endangered salmonids and endangered species and impaired water bodies. So it's in that context that we developed regulations for cannabis cultivation, and some of the requirements that we established are focused on preventing sediment discharge from cultivation sites. And the requirements include things like repairing your roads, using erosion and sediment control on disturbed areas and your cultivation areas, riparian setbacks, and restoration requirements. So that's, I think, the context. We first established our regulations in 2015, though at a regional scale, and then they got taken statewide. And so now we're implementing a statewide program, and we have about 2,400 enrollees in the North Coast region, and I don't have the exact number statewide, but I think it's around 5,000. And I'll just leave it at this, that there's a lot of people doing really good work, and I would say most of you in this room, anybody who's involved in cannabis, is probably doing excellent work. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. And because of my role as a regulator and enforcing the law, one thing we do see, we still go out to sites, and both enrolled sites and unenrolled, unlicensed sites. And what we see is extensive problems and environmental challenges still existing. So I just want to present that position, and that's my introduction.
We'll elaborate more on that too. Let me have Steve introduce himself.
Great. My name is Stephen Sunno Madrone, and I am an over 50-year consumer of personally grown, homegrown cannabis. Just to prove that you can smoke cannabis for 50 years and still be a productive member of society. I'm also a two-time graduate from Humboldt State here. Got both my bachelor's and master's degree in natural resources and watershed management here at Cal Poly, or at Humboldt State College, actually, back in the 70s. And so I really value that education and training because I'm also Humboldt County's 5th District Supervisor. And in that role, most of what we do is land use planning, right? So having background in watershed management, hydrology, and these fields, but also economics, right? So the thing I loved about taking natural resources here at Humboldt State was we took a class in just about everything you can imagine, including economics, right? Because it matters. It matters. And I got to say, the most important lesson I learned about economics is there's carrots and there's sticks. And we'll talk more about that in our talk here today. But as a 5th District County Supervisor, of course, we regulate cannabis, right? And I got to say, for those that are waiting for the point where we finally value outdoor, sun-grown, cannabis, these things take time. I never thought in my lifetime that it would actually become legal to grow it for your own personal use and consume it legally, as long as you're not in a state park or certain public property. I never thought that happened in my lifetime, but it has happened. And I don't know how big of a milestone we all realize that is, but it's huge. And there is great change happening. And it's actually moving really rapidly, but probably not as fast as we would all like to see it happening. So we'll talk a lot more today on this panel about some of the regulation pieces of it, and I'll share with you what I think we at the county, what roles we have in that whole process. So privileged to be here today and share with you all.
Thank you, Stephen. It's nice to have all 4 of you as panelists. I had a few questions I was going to ask right off, and Stephen, I don't know if I'm stepping over what you just said, but I wanted to hear from you. Excuse me?
Project.
You can't hear me? Okay, Steve, what steps is Humboldt County taking to support the cannabis farmer? You were kind of just starting to touch on that.
Yeah, well, it's a complex question, you know. Let's just start off by saying cannabis is way overregulated. We don't even regulate our food crops as intensively as we do cannabis. It's quite amazing to me. I mean, you see all kinds of soil erosion around Monterey and the Salinas and all kinds of places where we're just dumping stuff into the Monterey Bay. And it's interesting how that can occur, even though the Porter Cologne Act says you may not position any soil anywhere where it might enter the, you know, the stream and the lakes and the rivers and stuff. But there's reasons for all those things. So at the county, we have regulation. And, you know, we've tried hard to try and really support our small craft farmers. You know, when you think about it, can anybody in this room name any product that became internationally known as the best of its kind all over the planet? Anybody? I mean, cannabis became known as that, right?
Bourbon.
Even as long ago as in, you know, 1990s, 2000s, you'd go anywhere on the planet and you'd stop and people say, where are you from? You'd say Humboldt County, and they'd snicker, right? And they'd say, oh, well, yeah,
Right.
you know. We became known in the Emerald Triangle as having the highest quality cannabis product on the planet. And you know what? We never spent a dime on marketing, not one dime, and we gained an international reputation for that. Unfortunately, with regulation, we've been killing that. And additionally, what the previous panel talked about, the young people in particular, they don't get it. They think this indoor thing is the whole ball game or something, you know, and it's just really crazy. So we've kind of been losing it. There's a lot of talk about terroir and, you know, all these things about branding and everything else that we ultimately need to see happen and get people educated as society about the incredible value of sun-grown products, whether it's cannabis or other foods. All of it sun-grown as much as we can. So we've tried to support that market, but we're up against a lot of, you know, other market conditions that have made that difficult. I think even in Humboldt, we've overregulated, you know, cannabis in many, many ways. One of the things I did when I first got elected 6 years ago was to support a small cannabis farm ordinance measure, 2,000 square feet or smaller, and you could get your permits in 1 month for $10,000. It's still a lot of money, but when you look at what the farmers in Humboldt, Mendocino, Trinity, and all over the state are having to pay to become licensed, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars to hire all these consultants to provide all this information at multiple levels to be able to get their permits to grow. The reason we picked 2,000 square feet is because it tiered to the water board's process and others so nicely that we could get it done quickly and for a small amount of money. But because of the market conditions, a small farm like that has a hard time surviving. So people went to 10,000. Mendocino kept it at 10,000 square feet. Humboldt allows much bigger acres, 3-5 acre farms, things like that. There's only a few of those. But we have overregulated it, and we actually also added, like most of the counties, a canopy tax. Okay, which other agricultural crop has a cost on its actual growing? Anybody? Oh, there are none? Oh, that's right. We don't tax any other agricultural crop in this country to be grown. Yeah, there's sales tax, there's other tax, et cetera, but not canopy tax. So we just this week, once again, allowed our local farmers that are struggling with paying that canopy tax called Measure S in Humboldt County, another 9 months to be able to pay some back taxes from about 4 years ago. We also, over the last 4 years, have forgiven and said zero tax for several years in a row of canopy tax. We also dropped it a couple years to 10% or 15% of what it could have been. So that's one way that we tried to help understand how we can support our local farmers, because unlike every other business, not only are they taxed, you know, for the canopy, but because it's not federally legalized yet, you can't even write off the cost of your operation against your expenses and against your income and stuff, right? That's not true with any other agricultural crop, right? So sooner or later, we got to get to federal, you know, regulation approving it. So many states have already done that. So that's one of the ways we try to support it. There are a lot of other things I want to talk about here today about stewardship incentives. How do we actually not just regulate it with a stick or a hammer or whatever, but how do we provide carrots? How do we provide incentives to those farmers that are going above and beyond to protect public public trust resources like water, like soil, like wildlife, and all these other kinds of things. How do we reward them for those expenses and allow them to write them off as tax credits, like the solar tax credit, which is being attacked left and right again under our current administrations? But how do we reward that behavior through streamlined permit processes? Because you're a stewardship landowner. And it really needs to go beyond just cannabis. And the way we get these rules passed is making it for all agriculture or all land use practices. Then we got the whole ball game coming forward and fighting for these legislative changes to create the kinds of tax and permit incentives that will really help support this market.
Excellent. If I can just play off that to ask Amelia, can you tell me how California regulates cannabis in comparison to other agricultural products?
Yeah, I mean, let's see what to focus on, right? You raised a few that I think are top of mind to everyone. The banking issue, of course. Pesticides is probably where I spend a lot of my time, energy, and thought in kind of trying to figure out how to crack that nut, in the sense that the federal government, of course, does not have legal use for cannabis and in the commercial realm, but therefore does also not have a list of pesticides that can be relied upon, and therefore our state, actor in this role, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, doesn't have the federal government guidance that it would otherwise have as applied to other agricultural commodities. What concerns me about how cannabis is regulated as an ag commodity specifically, compared to other ag commodities in California, quite honestly, is we discussed the word pest, and without going into the history or current usage of that word, just to agree that the word pest in and of itself, just describing the bugs and the viroids and all those that might compromise plant stability or might add to it, however you look at it. But in any case, for cannabis, we don't have the same level of robust research and robust pest prevention measures that we do for other large agricultural commodities in the state of California. The Department of Food and Agriculture does a whole lot of work in helping farmers in conventional ag and other parts of ag to ensure that their crop remains productive, remains stable, and we don't have that in the same way for cannabis. And I hope to see that will change over time with increased research of institutions like UC Berkeley, but also UC Davis and others who are really big in this space. I will say, though, one of the things that may not readily come to mind for Californians in terms of how we regulate cannabis are the people who are actually doing the regulatory work. Because the institutions to regulate cannabis are so new, all the institutions behind it they're really still forming. Many of you are well aware that the Department of Cannabis Control was formed in 2021 and the years that have followed as a result of the merging of the Department of Public Health, the Department of Food and Agriculture, and the Department of Consumer Affairs Bureau of Cannabis Control. That created a lot of upheaval for you all, I'm sure. But from a regulator's perspective, that's just just getting started kind of thing, and that created employment opportunity for folks who want to work in the state, scientists, regulatory or otherwise. My background is environmental science and environmental law, so for me, cannabis is like the perfect fit. But I bring that to your attention because my experience has been that the folks who are regulating cannabis in California are often folks who had the opportunity to study environmental science actually as a discipline, which may not be the case for other regulatory entities. There are folks who are bringing a lot of great new ideas and are open to doing things differently. So the innovation that I see from the staff point of view is just absolutely incredible. And that's different than my experience when I was working with the Department of Food and Agriculture. And I'm very passionate about regulating. This is kind of what I've been doing for the past few decades, and so not to disparage any one agency, but there's something really unique going on with the folks who are bringing themselves to the table to be willing to work in this very complicated space. The other thing, of course, is that our regulations are just change so rapidly in this space as compared to other ag commodities. Whether it's a statutory change, someone in the audience brought up bills that have been introduced. I mean, the number of bills introduced by legislators on a regular basis is just overwhelming, really. And us on the regulatory side, we're always looking at those bills, analyzing them, trying to understand what their impact is, both to us, to the regulated community. But then even after bills get passed, if they do get passed and signed into law, there's the second step sometimes of agencies promulgating regulations. So those are additional rules. And we only do that if the legislation is really unclear as to how we're supposed to implement the law. So those things are just happening so fast, so quickly. It can be very, very overwhelming for you all, but also those of us who are doing the regulation. But I think all that change for me creates an opportunity to try and get things as right as we can, get feedback from the folks who are in the regulated community, in the public, in a way that is responsive, which is a very different dynamic than what you see in regulating conventional ag. There's not a lot of movement in that space, to be quite honest. If you look at the kind of regulations that we're doing for and in and around ag, it's really in the cannabis space. There's not a whole lot of change and innovation and opportunity to like really craft the future or really shape the future of what we want it to be in conventional ag, and that's unfortunate in many ways. To your point earlier, you alluded to cannabis. Maybe if I can just what I heard, how I translated it was cannabis kind of paving the way for what could be possible in conventional ag, and I do see an opportunity there. They're kind of on two different spectrums in terms of the amount of regulation being applied. Conventional ag, it's not there's a lot of stuff going on environmentally that is extremely detrimental, and that's the status quo. And then you have cannabis, where the whole point of this symposium is to really raise up and discuss our connection to nature and how the farming can be done in that realm. And there's a whole lot of regulations, right? And so there's got to be some kind of in-between spot for folks where we're so for my agency, our mission is to protect the fish and wildlife and systems, resources, ecosystems they depend on, both for their own value, but for all of ours, public enjoyment, right? I just believe that there's got to be a way to figure out how we're going to regulate cannabis sustainably in a way that is protective of our environment, and ideally in our conventional ag space, we can take a fresh look at what we're doing there and make some changes as needed.
Can I ask, just to touch briefly, and Keithan, I'd like to hear from you also, can you tell me a little about enforcement, how it comes about, the inspection process, and some of the penalties?
Yeah. I guess I'll play bad cop in this forum. But I'll preface it, though, and say that, one of the ways that our agency supports farmers that are trying to do the right thing is by deprioritizing enforcement on enrolled licensed sites. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It just means that we provide a lot more compliance assistance for enrollees. So if they have questions, they can call us, they can ask. If enrollees or permittee licensees, they're developing a plan, right, in order to come into compliance. The regulations are complex. There's a lot there, and sometimes they need professionals to help them. We're also here to help. We're public servants. So that's my preface. But on the flip side of that is we focus currently. It's an agency kind of approach and strategy to focus enforcement on unpermitted, unlicensed sites. And we do inspections on those sites in coordination with Fish and Wildlife and local law enforcement. So we get warrants and we go out and we inspect sites. Our role in those, we're not law enforcement, so our role is to assess the environmental conditions at the property. And our agency enforcement process is progressive. So we start small by, issuing an inspection report, notice a violation if we see some, and then trying to elicit, I'll say voluntary compliance, but engagement early on. And then when that doesn't happen, we progress through whatever tools we have available to us. Like sometimes we can issue cleanup and abatement orders, and then ultimately we can issue fines and penalties when people don't comply.
I would think cracking down on those farms is to the benefit of those who are permitted.
And I think that's part of the position of the agency as well as the administration, is that it's our role as government to help level the playing field within the legal market as much as possible.
For those who are permitted, do you tend to notify them before you come out for an inspection?
Yeah.
And is it similar for you, Amelia?
Similar but different, because the Department of Food and Fish and Wildlife has a law enforcement arm.
Okay.
So what is really unique about the work that we do, just in regard to enforcement, is that we do have our law enforcement officers who are helping to identify the sites that are, it's not just a non-compliance, like you didn't file a piece of paper necessarily, it's grave things going on and high likelihood of impacts to fish and wildlife and the resources. So we have our law enforcement officers stabilizing the scenes, for lack of kind of a better description, and we have our environmental scientists out there, right there with them, to document the environmental violations. So that is a very unique thing that you see as a just out there as a regulatory entity with regard to the environment. I'm not aware of, there's pockets of the other kind of similar models going on. Department of Toxic Substances Control comes to mind. They have an enforcement arm and to this extent, but really the Department of Fish and Wildlife for many decades now, with local law enforcement and others have been doing a lot of this law enforcement opportunity. But since 2019, 2020, we've had the opportunity, because of legalization, we've had the opportunity to add scientists on scene who can actually document the violations and their impact to the environment.
Thank you. Michael, I'm going to ask you, can you tell us what you think is the biggest challenge on the horizon for environmental stewardship in the industry overall?
Yeah. Well, I don't know that there's just one, and I'll probably just talk to a few here.
Okay.
I'm struck by the last panel. I think there's something that came up was how to figure out how to revalue outdoor cannabis cultivation. I think the question of ecological sustainability is unfortunately connected in our society to economic sustainability. And so figuring out those programs, like this Appalachians program, like regenerative labeling or Sun and Earth labeling, I'm thinking of like actual consumer education projects that could be out there. I'm thinking of direct-to-consumer programs, and also the formation of cooperatives and collective marketing to actually collectivize the cost of production so that farmers are able to more sustainably kind of like navigate the marketplace. And a sub-point of that, I think, is for the licensed farms, like you mentioned it before, but this like absolute tumult and kind of constant procession of new regulations and changing laws. And I think at some point, like, that needs to slow down because it's incredibly destabilizing and hard for people just administratively in their own personal work and labor. It takes a lot of time to fill out paperwork and to figure out new kinds of laws and what the new requirements are. So to be really careful from the regulatory side about which new requirements are put on. And I think within that, it's not just the matter of new regulations, but I've been seeing this at the state level. I serve on the Cannabis Advisory Committee to the state of California. And I think there's an inclination to just keep adding, and we're seeing that in like relationship to like pesticide and testing criteria, to just keep adding more criteria for the worst case possibilities, almost with just a liability mindset of like what could possibly go wrong, and wanting to, especially in light of some of the LA Times reporting, want to protect against like any bad PR. But at the end of the day, each thing that's added to the list for instance, in this case, of pesticides, but also like the metric system, how much waste is actually in that process. And as a researcher that is actually trying to grapple with some of these numbers, it's a challenge. Let's say that much, okay? And the kind of like the idea of more data for data's sake is actually quite, I think, it puts a burden on the farmer, puts a burden on everyone through the supply chain, doesn't tell researchers much, doesn't give the state much useful information. So at a certain point, the question has to be, what are we doing here? And oftentimes the mentality of regulation I think there's a caution I would put out there, which is that regulation can often be framed in prohibition mindset, right? Yes. Which is about how to control and surveil, and it's based on a premise of distrust that I think we're 7 years in, and that's got to change, right? And we have to, one of the opening statements that I had here was about like how powerful it was last year to be here in the wake of Measure A, which in a way I like to think was a real moment, a turning of a page in Humboldt history and in the history of this region, which was, can we do away with the prohibitionist and also NIMBY mindset that cannabis is actually against the environment, and start to think about, and this room is really powerful, in the room next door, to feel the energy, and it's because people have been doing the work for many years prior to that, but to feel it really kind of like come together in the space and see that these two things don't need to be at loggerheads. And Dominic spoke to this in his opening comments, but they can really kind of advance together. So that is just part of it. But let me. I think another subtext of last year's meeting was the attrition and the crisis that the cannabis industry had been in for a number of years and is still, I think, at that point as people fall out of the license system and lose their livelihoods. And I think right now, as a person that studies capitalism and thinks about capitalist market development, it's a really treacherous moment that we're in, which is when there's a boom and then a bust. Those are the moments where consolidation and concentration of market power is able to advance in really clear and evident ways. And so the project we're doing, which by the way, I'm going to put up a paper, and I would love for farmers to come up and talk to me, and we can get information and set up interviews, because I want to know, how are you figuring all this out? The squeeze on all sides, from the cost of regulation to the lack of prices in the market itself. But right now, this kind of process of concentration is at the cusp of happening. And this room here, in a lot of ways, as it always has been, is kind of the best chance not only California has, but I'd say a lot of the US has, in terms of valuing a different kind of cannabis agriculture that's not just going to be the fields in, or the warehouses in Michigan and the fields, I don't know, the hemp fields in Kentucky, right? Like these are the competitive forces coming to land.
Michael, for anyone
Yes.
not in the room, you want to just state your email address? So we make
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's M as in Michael, and then POLSON at berkeley.edu. That's mpolson at berkeley.edu.
I appreciate your encouraging people to contact you right now here today, but in addition.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And so why does this matter for environmental sustainability? This question of concentration and consolidation in the cannabis industry across the supply chain. I think it matters because land, as it consolidates into fewer and fewer hands, it falls out of stewardship relations of owner-operators and the people that care and steward the land, and into extractive and more tenant farming types of situations. And also, I think as consolidation power, as it concentrates, we're going to see the watering down of environmental regulations towards kind of like the very low standards of agriculture, which I think need to be, and the power is going to be amassed in order to be able to do that. In our research, what we've documented is this bifurcation, really, of the splitting of paths in terms of what the cultivation scene is. And this was 5 years ago, so I'm sure it's already, the numbers have changed, right? But you have 60% of the cultivation area in California being controlled by 10% of the firms, right? You have 40% of the cultivation area being partaken in by 90% of the farmers, right? So this is a massive, already just 5 years, this was in 2019, 2020. So I'm assuming that these numbers have already shifted towards more intensive concentration. But to put out those numbers is not to say like that this is already defeated and that like big corporations are already on the way, on the march and going to take everything over, because that's actually like thousands of, well, not thousands, well, yeah, actually a couple thousand farmers, right, in the license system that are figuring out how to be a different kind of alternative to the type of corporate agriculture, which, by the way, I'll just mention, you know, I mean, somewhere between 9 and 20 of the largest firms, cultivation firms in California, can actually produce the entire consumer demand of California's marketplace. So the bricks are already stacked, you know? And the question is there a viable alternative? And I think really that the retention of small farmers and the stewardship relations that those bring about now is really critical for this long-term question of environmental sustainability. And frankly, not only a different model, and I have a lot to say about this, but, and I'll stop here, but is this question of agriculture in general, and to what degree does cannabis need to look like agriculture, which I think is an important political demand. Nevada County folks have been doing it right, and like really kind of like trying to equalize the playing field in a lot of ways. But I think we can all probably agree in this room that like industrial monocropping, extractive agriculture is a really shitty thing, right? And we don't actually want to mimic those in important ways. And so figuring out how to like both make the demand to be more like agriculture, and also at the same time to raise the bar of what agriculture is. And I think that's the political task in a lot of ways before all the folks in this room, right?
Are there people? So we got some questions. I'm gonna open it up if you will. Yeah, please, if you can speak loud enough, they're trying to record this, so please.
Michael, I just want to say thank you so much for the comments that you just shared. And I want to kind of turn this back toward our question to our panelists, which is not for you, Michael, because you already just brought this up. It's for our regulators and legislators. Is given that all of you have acknowledged the intense level of regulation placed on cannabis operators, often exceeding those for traditional agriculture, and considering that cannabis regulations were built on a framework of criminalization, how do you reconcile the continued disparity in regulatory treatment? Specifically, what steps can be taken at the state and local level to bring cannabis more in line with how we treat other forms of agriculture, especially when the intent is to support public health and environmental protection? So, back over.
Who wants to start with this? Amelia?
Yeah, sure, I'll start and recognize the energy behind that question. It's an important question. My answer to you will likely be unsatisfactory because I'm neither a legislator or a lobbyist. I am a public servant, civil servant, and I do take very seriously my obligation to protect the environment for the citizens of California. Whether you take that at its face value or not is up to you. Laws are made in the literally the word regulation. Those are, yes, made by administrative agencies such as the Department of Fish and Wildlife and Food and Ag and all the other departments. As I've mentioned before, in terms of actual regulations, like actually the Department of Fish and Wildlife making regulations, we haven't done a whole lot. What's in the statute is really what we follow. And I should have mentioned earlier that the big distinction between regulating cannabis versus other ag is this, and for farmers who have to abide by this, or you'll be aware of this, of the Lake and Stream Bed Alteration Agreement requirement or verification that one is not needed, which doesn't exist anywhere else in ag. That's a very unique thing to cannabis. So in terms of reconciling it, I'm not going to provide you a very satisfactory answer because that is not my mission in my role. I'm not a legislator or lobbyer, but I will say that it is my mission to uphold protecting fish and wildlife and the resources that I depend on. What I get to do in my role as a cannabis program director and what our staff get to do is provide feedback when bills are introduced. And we are able to quantify for folks the impacts, what we think needs to be added or reduced, or what the redundancies are. We're also not, and you see missing from this conversation, is the licensing agency, the Department of Cannabis Control, who ultimately is the entity that decides who gets to, who's met the bar for cultivating with a license and other commercial practices in this framework, and who hasn't. And I think an audience member may have also something valuable to add. Yeah.
Sure, please do.
So yeah, I mean, I think the biggest challenge is that most of these laws are regulated or set because of Prop 64. So when you have a voter-passed initiative, the legislature cannot go against what the voter's intent is. They can modify the legislation if it furthers the intent of the voters, but you can't undo
You need another initiative.
called out in a voter statute. So I think, absent going back to the voters, we do kind of have a set of cards that have been dealt and we have to work within those confines.
Important to point out. Kason, did you want to add to that before I go to Steve for a legislative
If you don't mind.
response?
I mean, it's just a couple things. I guess first I'll point out that the water board's regulations haven't changed for the last 8 years. So I recognize broadly, yes, whether it be local regs or even other agencies, there has been a lot of change. But at least in the water board's context, our expectations were set and have stabilized. I would also say that, I rationalize a difference in my mind, in part, it's like context, like landscape context. So cannabis farms in the North Coast in particular are not located on classically zoned ag land. They're, they're in steep forested landscapes with, long rural roads getting up to the properties with, cleared areas and risks of sediment transport to sediment impaired water bodies. So in my mind, from a water quality protection standpoint, there's some reason there. Like I can rationalize that difference.
A need for a different enforcement than you would get in.
And not just enforcement, like just it makes sense that there might be more stringent rules.
Careful monitoring.
As a result of the need on the sites. And I think that's it. I mean, I have a lot of other things I could add politically, but
Well, when we come back
I'll
up,
defer
let me
to
let
Steve.
Stephen respond to this before I take more questions, if I could.
Yeah,
Stephen?
well, you're absolutely right. The woman that mentioned that, the voters passed Prop 64. But the legislature also has a lot of power to pass new rules and stuff, right? So there's this thing that Governor Newsom and the state legislature has put forward called 30-30, which is to try and conserve 30% of our landscape by the year 2030. We're not going to achieve that if we don't engage the private sector and private investment. There is only so many grants out there. I mean, there's a lot of great grants. Foundations provide funding. Thank you for your support for this forum here. But it's a limited amount of money out there with grants. Whereas in the private sector, there's literally unlimited funding out there in the sense, if we can give them the tax write-offs that make it reasonable for them to want to make those investments. So, for instance, when you fill out your federal tax form and your state form, there's energy tax credits, right? So the real action in shifting behavior is with carrots, as I said earlier in economics, not just sticks. You got to have them, but if you don't have enough carrots to encourage the right kind of behavior in the first place, all the regulation and enforcement in the world is never going to get us there, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas if you provide financial incentive for people to do the right thing, then you get a shift response to that. So when you fill out your tax form, you get all the way down through the process of doing all your revenue, all your expenses, and your write-off, and you get to the final part, it's tax credits, like solar tax credits or energy tax credits. You put in new double-pane windows, more energy-efficient refrigerators or stoves, and you get to just literally write that off against your tax. So that's where the real action happens. So I'm in discussions with Senator McGuire's staff, who's currently our Senate pro tem for another 2 years, very powerful position, and his staff, as well as our new Assemblyman Chris Rogers, are very excited in the next term to bring forth some legislation to create a package of stewardship incentives. And as I said, not just for cannabis, but for all land use, right? So if you're in the city, right, we often think it's only rural lands that we got, but if you're in the city and you do things on your parcel to prevent any runoff from your parcel from your impervious surfaces and collect it in a rain garden or little swales or whatever, you have benefited the public trust of runoff to the street, right? And all those kinds of things. So why don't we have a way to provide a way for people that are doing good things, whether they're in the urban landscape or the rural landscape, and they're doing things that are above and beyond the regulations. Like in the rural landscape, cannabis, we deal with the roads in a really heavy way to regulate what they have to do with the culverts, with all these different things. But what if you're really doing a great job on an annual basis of actually maintaining those roads and preventing soil from getting in the streams and all that? What if we allowed people to write that off against their expenses, right, as a tax credit? And then what if we created an overlay zone, like when an old town area runs down, right? We've seen this in places. The new mall gets built and the old town dies, right? So we created enterprise zones and opportunity zones that give tax credits and financial incentives for people to come in and invest in these areas and rebirth those old town, downtown areas. What if we had stewardship overlay zones where you could sign up for a small fee to be a stewardship landowner, qualifying you to be able to take those monies that you spend personally to protect public trust values of water, soil, fish and wildlife, etc., and write those things off? Now we've got a private investment happening that will in fact get us to that 30-30 goal. So I really think we need to do a whole lot more about that part of regulation.
That's all excellent. Thank you. I've got 4 people already stacked up here, so I don't know how much time we have. Audience members, if you want to identify yourself, feel free to do so, but it's not required.
I work for Southern North Certified as an inspector and certification coordinator. And I just wanted to speak, I think what Madrona's saying there is right in what I've been thinking about for years, which is like, I spend my days on these incredible farms, like Radical Herb or Bryson Forest Farms. These people work so hard and are dealing with an unbelievable level of regulation. And I believe that the spirit of those regulations was, you know, coming out of not just the prejudice for the industry, but with the desire to protect our watersheds and our lands and our resources and our soils. The issue is you added taxes also. So you're heavily regulating a product that you're also heavily taxing with zero support. We wouldn't have an organic program in this nation if we hadn't had cost share programs and grant funding and all of these people that work hard. It doesn't make sense. The math doesn't make sense to me. And so what I love grant programs. I think it's amazing the hard work that is done and all these great projects that get done on farms, but also you zero out their bills. If they're meeting the standards that you want held in the public good, give them their money back.
Thank you for that statement. I'm not sure if there's a question. Do you have another? Over here? Yeah.
Something I, as a regulator, kind of go back and forth on is, you know, if I'm on a site, it doesn't matter to me so much what crop is being grown there. If I see a violation of Fish and Game Code, I'm going to identify it and I'm going to try to get that remediated. And so I hold that partly in my head, and then partly this comparison of why isn't this being regulated as any other agricultural crop. I think, well, it isn't. You know, it isn't food. It is medicine for some people, and that's wonderful, but for most people, it is a luxury. Something to abide in, and that's great, but, you know, it's not an agricultural crop. You know, it's more something similar to wine, a vineyard, or something like that. And so I'm curious how you think of that as regulators higher up, of how do we, you know, make that balance of comparing it to other crops.
Excellent. Thank you.
And how to appropriately regulate that.
Thank you. Are you able to hear that question? No. Okay, so the regulator is saying that when you're on site, you're just there to enforce regulations, but that this plant is not necessarily the same as all other agriculture.
And I can respond. So I oversee our agricultural program at the Water Board in the North Coast region, and we're currently in the process of developing regulations on lily bulb cultivation in the Smith River Plain. That is not food. That is, you know, it's a crop for people to get flowers on Easter. You know, and yet we've done some monitoring and identified water quality problems in the Smith River estuary that's justifying the need for regulations on that industry in the context of, that's the tribal territory of the Tolowa-Dini Nation, and there's, very entrenched old time ag interests there. And I just want to point out that, that's also not like a food crop. Vineyards, like we're developing regulations on vineyards, also not a food crop, right? So I agree with you. Like when I go out to a cannabis farm, I don't demonize it in any way because it's cannabis, I use cannabis, like cannabis is medicine. It's great. But there, when other ag still gets the benefits of the history of ag, the organization of ag, and the political influence that they have, that cannabis doesn't necessarily get, and I think that political organization goes a really long way to get what you're getting at. Like it's really important to have political engagement beyond just a cannabis interest, recognizing that we're all community members here. Like we have shared use roads, so it's not just a cannabis issue. The larger watershed context is we all live in a watershed with sediment impairment, and so I'll just close out by saying that we're, at least in our region, we're kind of we're advancing with ag and adding additional regulations on other agricultural commodities. And it's really tough because of the degree of political interests, as well as the degree that people show up to. As a regulator, we're at the intersection of politics and the environment, and so our board members are appointed by the governor, right? So ultimately, the decisions that get made are political decisions, and I just kind of bring that back to everybody is like engage.
Thank you. Amelia, did you want to add to that before I get another question?
Just to acknowledge, you're right. In the sense, and what I just have a lot of discussions about is that there's actually nothing like this that has been ever done before, right? And so it's just not an apples to apples thing. I think it's worth having the conversation for lessons learned, and for also, I think it's worth having the conversation. But may I respond to the taxes thing? Because I do think that is a really important question and direction for the Department of Tax. And this, again, is a layer of the complication of the regulation, that there are so many entities that regulate cannabis for the state of California, including on the environmental side. There's so many, like it's not just one entity, which I'm sure makes it incredibly difficult.
I've been told 10 minutes left. I've
Great.
got 2 people stacked up for me. I don't know if we'll get any more questions beyond that. Please, we'll try to keep them brief. So this question is about armed no-knock raids, and it's being asked by a licensed person who's been subjected to such raids. Amelia?
Yeah, so if there is a warrant that entitles the law enforcement entity to do actions pursuant to that warrant, a warrant is made not exclusively under the jurisdiction of the regulating entity. So the response to your specific situation, but everybody's specific situation, I mean, there's kind of other questions, right? Are we talking about a local law enforcement? Are we talking about CDFA? Are we talking about federal government? I don't know. But we do a lot of warrant inspections.
But
yeah.
whoever it was showed up in front of a judge, claimed they had
Correct.
evidence that a crime was being committed on this property, and supposedly they would have to show you that evidence. Evidence of cannabis violating regulations? Does that sound like something you would? Is that something that
We,
you?
we don't have authority to enter a premises unless we have like an agreement with you, like a Servette agreement, and that's more of like on the compliance realm. We're there, and typically that's a notification.
So we
ahead of
might need
time.
law enforcement to answer that question, like the sheriff.
Yeah,
or-
yeah.
I've got someone behind you. You want to
Yeah.
speak on this comment? Okay, real quick. Did you want to identify yourself? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Just to reiterate, like, cannabis is treated differently from ag, again, because of Prop 64 bringing in different requirements, so.
Well, that's my question, is there a regulatory mandate to treat them differently?
No.
Like criminal armed, criminal, you know, armed, no, not great, I mean, we're licensed, we can be entered at any time to be licensed, but,
But yeah, but my point is with regular ag, you're just not held to the same, so you don't have the same. Just like microareas didn't come into play like 50 years later. Because of what was outlined.
Thanks. Let me get the question behind you. And we got 5 minutes left.
I just want to, like, for the sake of maybe like an exercise in mind, like, if cannabis is a luxury item, then, so, I mean, wine grapes are, hops are. Cannabis is more like a plant medicine, like chamomile or elderberry, you know, all these things that truly can be seen that way if we choose to see it that way.
One could argue it's somewhat unique, isn't it?
I don't live in the North Coast. Where I live is in the Sierra Foothills,
Yeah.
part of the Central Valley Water Control Board. But I do not know of any. There are a massive amount of things that pollute our waterways that are not cannabis related. But I don't see the water board taking up flights to look over those.
Do you want to respond to another question?
I'm curious about the ratio, and obviously there's a lot of funding that, you know, creates the different ratios of how, you know, how many non-cannabis sites are visited in the same amount of time that X amount of cannabis sites are visited
Okay.
by any agency.
Thank you. All right, comparison between, can you respond to that?
I can. I think that it ties back to the last one, and I'll just say that, you know, again, we're not the law enforcement agency ourselves, so no knock grades is hard to respond to in that regard. We attend as a partner agency, but with
So is that some percentage
yeah,
of how-
but the tie-in there is that there is a mandate. There is a mandate due to the residual prohibition and the federal illegality, and that ties back into Prop 64. There's a unified cannabis enforcement task force by the governor's office that our agencies all participate in, and the mandate from our agency is to focus our enforcement resources on unpermitted, unlicensed cannabis.
That explains why there's a disparity, but can you just answer a question she asked, what the percentage, is there any way to ballpark that?
Well, the best way I could do that is like look at my staff, right? And we do have more cannabis dedicated staff due to funding from Prop 64 and frankly other legislation where they've funded us through the tax fund to disproportionately inspect
I've got
cannabis
about 3
sites.
minutes
It's true.
left.
I'll acknowledge it.
I'm not the answers you're probably gonna get. Can I get this gentleman? Go ahead.
I'm disturbed that on your boards that you don't have any of you ever grown cannabis commercially or just for yourselves?
For myself. Every year for 50 years.
The regulatory boards, none of you actually,
Okay.
and so you make a division saying cannabis isn't a plant, which to me is absolutely amazing. Please.
I
No one
didn't
said
say
that.
I didn't say it's not a plant and it,
You heard that statement? It's okay.
yeah.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and then this woman, that's
That's a
gonna be
good
on.
somebody's got to.
Solution. I appreciate all the comments, and I really appreciate Supervisor Madron's approach to leading with the carrot, and I appreciate all the points that Michael has brought up over the years. Michael, you've been an amazing voice in support of the small farmers. And so just a thought, you know, so I appreciate that the water board regulations haven't changed over the years, and the price hasn't changed either, but now I'm getting 25% of what I got in 2018 for my crop. But I can't grow more. I'm limited, so to my permit size. That's a significant.
Stephen, want to respond to that?
Maybe just if I can just wrap this up. My question specifically, so now I'm a client of the water board.
I don't think that that's impossible. I think that we should collaborate and talk.
Yeah, I think that some of these conversations will have to happen after the public session. We've got 2 minutes left. Do we need to get closing statements before I take one more question?
Whatever,
One more
whatever, you're the
question, then.
Please.
facilitator.
This is the last one.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Selena Rowan. I'm a farmer. I have to work for Senator. I'm a student here. And something that I just really want to recognize in the people in this room is that so many of these concerns, these potential, environmental, sources of sediment, et cetera, are legacies from the timber industry.
Sure.
From historic logging that was not ever cleaned up. And sometimes, subdivisions of these logging lands that families purchased in the 60s, 70s, 80s on. And that I just want to see and look at every one of you and recognize that you all have done probably most of, a substantial amount of the restoration that has happened in this county over the past 10 years. And it's been done by each of you, and you paid for it personally. And I just want to recognize you and see you for the work that you've done.
Thank you so much for that statement.
Closing,
Interested in how regulators conceptualize that, because you're actually talking to people
closing
who
remarks.
personally paid for a substantial amount of the restoration work that has occurred.
Thank you so much. Did you get any of that question into the? Yes, okay.
Closing remarks?
Please, close your remarks, and if you can reflect
Yeah.
on that, please do.
So Drew, I really appreciate your comment. You can't change your supply, but we can change demand. And that's through marketing and education. We talked a lot this morning about the consumer not getting it, that it's outdoor that's really the quality, right? Not the indoor. That's a marketing and it's an educational piece, right? The other part to that is there's so much power in the consumer pocketbook. We all have our wallets on us. There's so much power in the choices we make with how we spend that money. Right now, federally, we're seeing this incredible stuff going on and these billionaires emerging that are running our country. You know how come they're billionaires? Because we're giving them all our money through online shopping, through Amazon and all these other platforms. That is incredible power. If we, as a society, recognize we have built these billionaires by giving them all of our money, and we change that behavior, not only there, but how we purchase cannabis, then the demand changes, right? And suddenly they're not billionaires anymore, right? We take control back with our own pocketbooks, our own purchases that we make every day.
Give us the power to be able to mail out.
You guys have closing statements right there? Thank you.
I guess.
Okay, son? I'm gonna let them make their final statements here.
Yeah,
please.
can we please let the final statements get made, and then
Thank
we've got
you.
plenty of conversation.
And we're gonna have a lunch break and we can meet, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
my,
son?
my closing statement is just gratitude to all of you for being here and for making those investments in your farms and properties, for providing services to farmers, those that are, NGOs and other groups. And the one thing that I didn't get around to saying that I think is worth pointing out is that in addition to Fish and Wildlife having a grant program, the Water Boards is also a funding agency, and although I don't have control over our fees per se, that's a public process that you can engage with our state board. But we have 30 million available in the Eel, 26 million in the Trinity. Like each watershed has tons of grant funding available for good sediment reduction or riparian improved condition projects. So if you're interested, get a hold with us.
Thank you so much. Amelia?
Yeah, on that point, I'll say one of the most unique things about regulating cannabis in California is, to my knowledge, it's the only place where we do actually have a tax code that says California has to set aside money for cleanup, restoration, and remediation associated with environmental damage, and to include environmental damage that occurred prior to the enactment of that statute. I don't know of anywhere else does that happen for our environment.
Excellent point.
Yeah, and in Forest, Fish, and Wildlife, if I may just say, and just as a precursor to the next panel, because my colleague Virginia will speak, we have distributed $90 million within the past 8 months to cleanup, restoration, and remediation.
Thank you so much for that. Michael, I'll let you close out as much time as they'll give you.
Great. Okay, it'll be brief. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge what Selena said is that, you know, the stewardship activities and the restoration of Humboldt and across California has been privatized, right, on the backs of private individuals in order to deliver a public good. And so I think the more that we can kind of move in the direction of acknowledging that service, really, to the public and to our collective resources, and that's key. I want to point out, like, when I started this work and even before, I was very clear that the environmental orientation towards cannabis regulation wasn't a product of regulators, and it wasn't a product of policymakers. It was a product of cannabis cultivators themselves. I was back in the day of, you know, I mean, and there was iterations prior to this, but if people remember Grow 'em in the Sun, Grow It in the Sun, yeah? And these were the groups that were actually highlighting the kinds of pollution that were occurring in their community and asking for more environmentally sustainable and you know, forms of cultivation. So just to place the emphasis on that, the environment has always been a concern of cannabis cultivators and the people like those in the room today. And then finally, I think it's just, while we're talking about regulatory and policy landscapes, I think it would be remiss if we don't just acknowledge the moment that we're in, and thinking about, while we take up issue with the holes and the many, many problems of regulation and of public institutions, we have to remember, as they're attacked and dismantled, that those public institutions, the laws and the policies that kind of come forth from administrative agencies are one of the very few recourses that we have towards a more just and sustainable world. So while we may not be happy with them all the time, they're our tool, right? Because ultimately they need to be defended and wielded, even as we criticize and fight against them, and also strive to make them better, right? Because that's possible. And ultimately, they're critical in protecting ourselves from the fickleness of authoritarians and also of the forms of environmental and social devastation that follows in their wake. So I want to thank the organizers and the panelists.
Yes, lunchtime, everyone.
So, the water board.
Thanks, guys. That was so easy for me.
Yeah.
Trying to save the trees. War with jets, war with missiles, war with high-seated government officials. Wall Street war on high finance, war on people who just love to dance. War on music, war on speech, war on teachers and the things they teach. A war for the last 500 years. War just messing up the atmosphere. War on Muslims, war on Jews, war on Christians and Hindus. A whole lot of people saying kill them all. They got a war on Mumia, Abu Jamal. The war on pot is a war that's failed, a war that's filling up the nation's tail. World War I, II, III, and IV. Chemical weapons, biological war. Bush War I and Bush War II. They got a war for me, they got a war for you. We can't stop it when the beat just drops, and we don't stop. We can't stop it when the Red Bull rock, and we don't stop. We can't stop it till we hit those heights, and we don't stop. We can't stop because we love this life. Yo, 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 yo. New world days and new world nights. New world roads and new world rights. With new world funds and your new world banks. With new world guns and your new world tanks. New world devils and new world gods. New world jails, see the new world's hard. New world names, sing new world songs. New world plays of the new world bomb. New world's flying and new world's dying. New world's crying and new world's trying. New world sons, new world daughters. Already selling this new world water. New world streets with a new world to hang. New world beach with a new world to bang. New world president, new world drugs. New world resident, new world thugs. New world plays for new world sports. New world jobs for new world courts. New world lawyers and new world laws. New world prisons, new world laws. New world fight, the new world fist. New world lighting up the new world split. New world smoking, the new world lunch. New world smoking, the new world sun. We can't stop it when the beat just drops, and we don't stop. We can't stop it with the Red Bull rock, and we don't stop. We can't stop until we hit those highs, and we don't stop. We can't stop because we love this life. Yo, 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 yo. I wanna rock with punks because I love punk rock. Wanna rock with heads because I love hip hop. Wanna rock my beats all around the block. If I was in Baghdad, then I would rock a rock. Wanna rock with punks because I love punk rock. Wanna rock with heads because I love hip hop. Wanna rock my beats all around the block. There's just one love, so the planet we rock. Yo, 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 yo. 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 Yo, yo, yo. How you feeling? We can't stop it when the beat just drops, and we don't stop. We We can't stop it with the rebel rock. What? And we don't stop. We can't stop until we hit those highs. Come on. We can't stop because we love this life. Whoa, yo, yo, yo. How you feeling? Check this out. They got a war for oil, a war for gold, a war for money, and a war for souls. War on terror, war on drugs, war on kindness, a war on hugs, a war on birds and a war on bees. They got a war on hippies trying to save the trees. War with jets, war with missiles, war with high-seated government officials. Wall Street war on high finance, a war on people who just love to dance. War on music, war on speech, war on teachers and the things they teach. A war for the last 500 years. War's just messing up the atmosphere. War on Muslims, war on Jews, war on Christians and Hindus. A whole lot of people saying kill them all. They got a war on Mumia, Abu Jamal. The war on pot is a war that's failed, a war that's filling up the nation's jails. World War I, II, III, and IV. Chemical weapons, biological war. Bush War I and Bush War II. They got a war for me, got a war for you. We can't stop it with the beat just drops, and we don't stop. We can't stop it with the rebel rock, and we don't stop. We can't stop it till we hit those highs, and we don't stop. We can't stop because we love this life. Yo, yo, yo. New world days and new world nights. New world wrongs and new world rights. Putting new world funds in your new world banks. With new world guns and your new world tanks. New world devils and new world gods. New world jails, see the new world's hard. New world names, sing new world songs. New world planes of the new world bombs. New world's flying and new world's dying. New world's crying and new world's trying. New world sons and new world daughters. They're already selling this new world water. New world streets for the new world to hang. New world beats for the new world to bang. New world president, new world drugs. New world resident, new world thugs. New world players for new world sports. New world trials for new world courts. New world lawyers and new world laws. New world prisons and new world bars. New world fight and new world fist. New world lighting up and new world split. New world smoking and new world lust. New world choking and new world fun. We can't stop it when the beat just drops. And we don't stop. We can't stop it with the rebel rock. And we don't stop. We can't stop until we hit those highs. And we don't stop. We can't stop because we love this life. Roberto! Yeah, we don't stop. Stop, 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 stop. You don't stop, 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 You don't stop, 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 How you feeling? You don't stop, 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 You don't stop, stop. You don't stop. Make some noise. We can't stop it when the beat just drops, and we don't stop. We can't stop it with the rebel rock, what? And we don't stop. We can't stop until we hit those highs, and we don't stop. We can't stop because we love this life. Whoa, yo, yo, yo. Yeah!
Somali, they know your name. Old ragamuffin, Miss Somali, not the Hall of Fame. Well, Miss Somali, they know your name. Only Rasta man in the Hall of Fame. Because music box you down, you'll never be no pain. Marley, they know your name. Oh, ragamuffin, Miss Marley, not the Hall of Fame. Well, Miss Marley, they know your name. Only Rasta man in the Hall of Fame. Music box you down, you'll never feel no pain. And in Mount Zion, that's every living rain. Instead of I don't wanna wait in vain. Watch up, Jesus crazy palace from half of the main. Quite a lot of people out of sorrow and shame. Mr. Marley, they know your name. Oh, ragamuffin, Mr. Marley, not the Hall of Fame. Well, Mr. Marley, they know your name. Only Rasta man in the Hall of Fame. Mankind have the right to decide them destiny. And in the judgment there ain't no partiality. And I don't think that TV they talk cause them warm boasting. Watch out, got to keep on moving. Them can't stop a wicked man. Shot the sheriff and him spear the deputy. Mr. Marley, we know your name. Oh, ragamuffin, Mr. Marley, not the Hall of Fame. Well, Mr. Marley, we know your name. Only Rasta man in the Hey, greetings in the name of the Most High, in pure majesty of God, is last day the first. Jah, Rastafari, never live with faith, but never sure, you know. Hey, all right then, don't tell if you're conquering. And I'm true, there's no wondering. Cause I'm both on one side wondering. On the use find proof till it wondering. I try like a diamond twinkling. And it's a me and I got them. Well, so, alright then, don't tell if you're conquering. Then I'm true, there's no wondering. Cause I'm both on one side wondering. On the use find proof till it wondering. I try like a diamond twinkling. And it's me and the girl them mingling. Now watch how your group and singling. And they know your feet and finkling. Come and do giant boots and thundering. Come and do giant trumpers wondering. And the sound of the album jumping him. Come and do play again when I'm rapping it. Now watch as the dim boots stamping it. Jumping in the jam them jumping it. And I'm a nerdy vampire vamping it. With it, red burning lamp with it. Well, so much sleep and slumbering. Is the one that the end just thumping him. Don't guess what I run with me bumping it. Jumping in the club them jumping it. Come on, tell the people they're bumping it. Come on, and the colleagues are jumping it. Let's leave this night on sampling. The results can be like gambling. Now don't stop by now stumbling. The jungle and the royal are rumbling. Someone cookies are in the gumbling. And we don't make room for the fumbling. Well, careful how you entering. Turning after dark and venturing. Well, you might have to be surrendering. It's all those Jews and Benjamins. Well, don't tell if you're wrangling. When we're getting and it's not tangling. Please up.
Do we have any ecstatic fans out there reggae on the river? Watch what I'm saying. Do we have any Trinidadians in the house? We're from Trinidad and Tobago. But hear what? Where we come from is always about the ladies. This next song is called All Pretty Girls. Run the track. Here we go.
Signal the plane, Mr. Signal the plane. Signal the plane, Mr. Signal the plane. Signal the plane, Mr. Signal the plane.
Let me go. Say, all pretty girl, throw your hands in the air. Come and jump up and down and whine all around and scream like you just don't care. Tanika, Monica, Aisha, Michelle. Jump up and down and show your best work. Watch this, sexy girl, where you get that body from? Look at your legs, bend back and show them what to. Yo, step flex out and pretty face, girl, I know you is high. The way you sound like I tell you truly. So watch your mom, girl, you will be my pay and look like whole life I'm taking out answer. I don't want them to think I'm looking for a man. The fella sign up for Ben and Pizza. The whole bed trying to make it. All pretty girl, show your hands in the air. Jump up, oh my God. Show your girls in the air. Tanika, Monica, Aisha, Michelle.
Jump up and down and show your waist well.
Give me this song.
Hey, hey, hey.
Here we go. Watch it down, so. Hey, halabalabale. 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 Well, I reckon I'd like to welcome it to our farm. This is a reggae on the river farm. All ganja man say yeah, yeah. Early in the morning. Well, let me do some farming. Plant your foot then from on the land. This is the music farm. Pick up the shovel and hoe. And get ready to go. This is the garden. Time. So you see that now. Everybody. Dumb it up, dumb it up, dumb it up, dumb it up. Dumb it up, dumb it up, dumb it up, dumb it up. Dumb it up, dumb it up, dumb it up, dumb it up. Dumb it up, Trinidad. What we see say? Dumb it up, Trinidad. We got the music farm. Reggae on the river has some lovely woman. So just jump around and make it. Put up your hand and wine all around and Dumb it up, Trinidad. We got the music. And slaughter the lamb out on the music farm. What you say, what? Spray fertilizer. Make the crops go strong. I want to see the whole of reggae on the river going low. 1, 2, go low, go low. Dumb it up, dumb it up, dumb it up. Put up, put up, put up. Dumb it up, dumb it up. Dumb it up, Trinidad. We say, dumb it up, Trinidad. We got the music farm. Reggae on the river, Mr. Raise your hand. And everybody just stop, stop, stop. And everybody just stop, stop, stop. Jump everywhere. So we got Trinidad, they got the music farm. Do it hard. Oh, yo. I think he's out now.
Music is a wonderful thing. Yeah. Music is like food. But most of all, we use music to diffuse tension. And in my culture, even though you are saying something serious, something frustrating, something bad, talking about hard times, you try and beautify the tune so that it diffuses tension. To give an example, I'll do this song, which was redone by Bonnie Raitt, and the song is entitled Hear Me, Lord. Thank you.
Are you feeling irate? Yeah, go right now. This one is dirty. Stinking mole. But this one called vulture. Vulture. Vultures are waiting, see the great slaughter, so that they can fly down and clean up after. While big guys sit up over yonder, having all the laughter, while they laugh, sipping champagne, having all the best of wine. It's simple to mess up your mind. What you gonna do now? Do now? What you gonna do? They always want to do most of the things that I want, but we'll forever be forever strong. What you gonna do now? Do now? What you gonna next damn day he got hired. The only thing wrong with his plan, he only makes a quarter 'cause he's corner of a man. Every day he's on the street, too few quarters, too little to eat. He's so little that people don't smell, but he only pays quarter fare. Oh. Now the quarter of a man's on vacation, but he still gets his ration. When he goes to the counter, he saves what he can. But he only saves the corner 'cause he's corner of a man. Every day he's on the street, too few quarters, too little to eat. He's so little that people don't smell, but he only pays quarter fare.
Rhythm. Rhythm. Well, this one is off the album. Wow, the story. Double CD. If you don't have it, go and get it. Go tell a guy, hands on my property. This is not monopoly. Only my girl and pull up that. Rhythm again. Property. This is not monopoly. Only my girl and she alone can be on top of me. Some got the chance and they came and made a mockery. Cats got nervous when they came and said fuckery. People speculating on the thought I hit the lottery. Now it's on the music, I did my shit properly. Lyrics contradictory, sweet was the victory. Fools wanna tool, but they came with monotony. News as and metaphors are rerun the factory. Because rhymes so like my grandma's crackery. Why getting scared, son? All stuttery. Fossil like you should have really done pottery. Mom be sweating at your fingers, get the mockery. Murderous lyrics in your head by your gluttony. Scientists and docs. Yo! Wanna be on some fun, temper? We're heading for the top. We never leave off. Eyes on the prize, so you know we keep. Gonna tell you about. Tell them all the talk. Party ass empty. We're heading for the top. We never leave off. Eyes on the prize, you know we keep. Run and tell them. Look. In Jamaica, my friends call this song the dictionary. Reason being, I use a lot of words that people don't use on a daily basis. So just listen me keen. Listen me keen. Look. It's late for apology. Here is my analogy. You walk, you did use the wrong terminology. Get up in your head like I majored in neurology. Well up in your girl, I studied physiology. Fresh technology, baby I'm the prodigy. Coming to your heart with a new ideology. New methodology, hear the psychology. Predict a cat's move by using astrology. Recognize your dead fool, this is the reality. Before you come to battle, check the practicality. Gotta be prepared, got to know the technicality. Listen to my CD, check my vocality. Start see a cranium, make you lose your sanity. Come up in the stadium, never use profanity. Live in the palladium, did it all by charity. Never shot me up you. Heading for the top, in the memory. Eyes on the prize, so you know we keep. Run and tell you, better God. Look, I rollers. Look, I rollers. Every other nigga wanna be. Rich mother like we, high rollers. Why you wanna do like we do? Look, man. Look. You wanna be like me? I know you wanna drive a M430. I know you wanna load, you wanna smoke some tree. You wanna do it like we do it in the NYC. And you wanna be at ease. You wanna go Jamaica for some ocean breeze. I take a holiday around the Florida Keys. Wanna go skin in the pit with some girls like these. And it ain't for free. You gotta be a king for you to live like me. It takes a lot of cash for a shopping spree. One night in the Bahamas, blow 100 G. And it's clear to see you ain't big enough to roll with me. Without a doubt, my friends are VIP. Baby Shop is very B.I.G. I roll on every other nigga wanna be. Look, I'll be the smoothest kid you ever met. I'll be the rudest kid you ever met. Can be the crudest kid you ever met. Don't dare me. Don't dare me. I'll be the rudest kid you ever met, right? The smoothest kid you ever met. Can be the screwedest kid you ever met. Don't dare. Listen, mama. Kelly gave me brains yesterday and I was feeling it. It is popping out up in my show, she loves revealing it. And they got a message with my toe, she got me feeling it. Mary was addicted to me, no one got her stealing it. And my groove on, man, they should have saw me wheeling it. Love my sugar cane, I got that toy mouth. Feeling kinda tender, so I got some eyes healing it. I'm in the mountain, and I'm feeling it. Hey, this campaign, you know some fellas be lacking it. Pick up all the shotters from Jamaica, who is packing it. Papa's boy acting all. Bought him in the bathroom in magazines whacking it. Growing 6 years, now my baby mother shacking it. 3 years on me and her big sister rocking it. Was a Pauline. Look. I'm the smoothest operator. Got this loving life. Be there should you fall. Big Daddy has got your back. I'm the summer in your winter. All you need to do is call me. I'm the smoothest operator. Be there should you fall. Baby Sham's got your. I'm the summer in your. All you need to do is call me, baby. You see that brand new car? Look. This part of the short story. You see that brand new car drove me and Debbie came in it. You see the reefer war yesterday, Debbie's framing it. See the sugar cane, I got a lot of chicks naming it. Girls be pretending it's a tiger and they're taming it. At times guys making love and get lame in it. Had some alcohol in the club so they're blaming it. I kinda understand, you gotta stop shaming it. Get some shiny brush dog, God put some game in it. See this hottie that I like so I'm nailing it. 2 hours later in the night I'll be nailing it. Riding on the choo-choo train and I'm derailing it. In the man, I gotta start emailing it. Got a new girl, so tonight I'll be unveiling it. Take her to the ocean of love and I'll be sailing it. Want to perform, I can't be failing it. Light up the chalice. I'm the smoothest operator. Got this. Be there should you. Big Daddy has got your back. I'm the summer in your. All you need to do is call me. Call me. Call me. Next track. For you wanna smoke marijuana free. Oh yo go yo yo. Selassie, Chacha is the only way. Rastaman I say. Nobody wanna plan it on. Pull up. Sure. Reggae on the river. Yo go yo yo. Emperor Selassie, Chacha is the only way. Nobody wanna plan it on. Everybody wanna ready band. Who you want to blame it on? Next man you are depend on. When you run, nobody wanna plan it on. Everybody wanna ready band. Happy seeing you on a song. Can't compete with Kelly John. I was looking at start. Just a little ease up. No one who help me push this whole and cat them a laugh. Never take we serious. So many goals and tasks. Tattoos I pass every day. My Lord, I have to pray and away. Yahweh, they never realize it's an operation to the high. They see no creation. They want to rally upon them, brother. No tears, no tears. Help them better. Nobody wanna plan it on. Everybody wanna ready behind. Who you are gonna blame it on? Next man you are the along doing my part, man. Who are this and I'm the solution. You're wrong. Right there in the river. On the ready. I've been up and early this morning. Nothing no tea, it no fried dumpling. Nothing no one doesn't know it power. We make a change, them want it. Want it till you all. No mind if you style. No business if you're back there. Change, them want it till you all. No mind if you style. No business if you're back there. Nobody wanna plan the card. Everybody wanna read the band. Who you are gonna blame it on? Next man you are the pen pan. Well you're wrong. Nobody wanna plan the card. Everybody wanna read the band. No. I want to hear reggae on the river. Everybody say the yaga yaga yo. Yaga yaga yo. Yaga yo. Yaga yo. Yaga yo, yaga yo, everybody sing, yaga yaga yo. On the love reggae music, big up reggae on the river 20th anniversary, come on. Sure, Rastafari is the Almighty. It doesn't matter if you're black. It doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter if you're Japanese. It doesn't matter if you're Chinese. Everyone got to work to be independent. Yeah!
Woyo, woyo, yo. We all gonna sing the same song. I say, if you're here jumping on the river, let me hear say yeah. I said, if you're here jumping on reggae on the river, how do you feel yeah? Same song. Yo, yo, yo. We all gonna sing the same song. Sing along with me, sing along with me. We all gonna sing the same song. We all gonna sing the same song. Whether you're a bubble, whether you're unorthodox. If you want to be a big natty drink, wait up, a great tribe of Israel. We're all gonna sing the same song. We're all gonna jam the same jam. We're all gonna chop the same chop. You argue, fuss and fight. That's not right. You give it hypocrites the right to say that we can't unite. My God, I know we did not fight. Oh, oh, oh. We all gonna sing the same song. We all gonna jam the same jam. Jamming. All gonna chop the same chop. want some more.
Reggae on the river, how you doing? Fuji, yes, yeah, yeah. She loves me now, and I just can't complain, no. Yeah. She loves me now. I must admit, I feel the same. Boy, now, won't you listen to me good as I sing? Early one Sunday morning, I got my paper, decided to read, oh God, for the rain, with a little voice saying, it said you might not remember me, but I don't wanna dance with you. And ever since the night we met, yes, I must tell you true, yes. You danced into my life, never out of my mind. Now between me and my man, it's so long. She said, I just want us now to get closer, yeah. She loves me now. I just think that I can't come. Yup. I said I can't come. Yes. She loves me now. But now I must admit I feel the same. Hey, this is no disrespect, brother man. This is no disrespect. So could you step aside and other man wants to take over? Cause you don't know what you got, and now it's time to lose her. Yeah. Won't you step aside and let me show you how to treat a woman? Yes, she needs tender touch and loving, oh, so much, yes. Now tell me, are you crazy? Leaving her so long, oh, so long, love. Now she's a winner, so you better protect her. Lord, when you're feeling blue, don't know what to do. She will comfort you. She's a dream come true. She will be your friend. Anything that's she's always around, just yeah. Yo, reggae on the river. Tell me, hush, tell me now, good. Do you remember Dennis Brown? Yes. Shout it, I can't hear ya. Do you remember Dennis Brown? Yeah, help me sing, help me pay some tribute, yes. Now should I have faith in you, yeah? Should I put my trust in you, Lord? Now should you let me down? Should I flat around, boys? Now why do I feel this way, yes? Thinking that you're going away. There ain't no way to stay now together anymore. Am I too old now, living this way? Boy, I'm acting like a child to you. No. You don't know what it means to be loved. Boy, you don't know what it means to be loved. Oh no, boy. Yeah, oh no, boy. Oh no, boy. Yeah, oh no, boy. Reggae on the river, yes. Reggae on the rivers. Reggae on the river. Yeah. Boy, God, what a vibe, what a vibe, what a vibe, what a. Hush. Can I hear you sing after me, na na na? Oh, what a vibe, what a vibe, what a vibe, what a vibe. And the rhythm plays on you. The rhythm plays on you. Yeah.
We have
my sister Judy. Which one? Wow. This song is really one of our national anthem. This one was done by a brother, your brother, Brother Bob Marley, Redemption Song. Special request. I can truly feel the spirit of Brother Bob. And we want to say, long live the spirit, the message, and the music of Bob Marley. Old pirate, yes, they're rabbi, sold I to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit, my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing songs of freedom? All I ever had, redemption songs, singing redemption songs. Take it, Sister Judy. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophet while we stand aside and look? Ooh, some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing songs of freedom? All I ever had, redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing songs of freedom? All I ever had, redemption songs, songs of freedom, redemption songs, songs of freedom.
a natural mystic blowing through the air.
Garberville, California. What do you say? Can you feel it? Come on. You want some more? Do you want some more? Do you want some more? Come on, give it up for the great Mr. Anthony B.
Holy man, holy eyes, Selassie. Big up Johnny. Everybody who want happiness, come on. Give it up. I want to see everybody, come on. Break it on the river. Anthony B, I tell you so. Say we want good life with a good pool. Come on. So go marijuana. Hey. Can I see my paper? Reggae on the river. Virgin is a virgin, sister is a sister. Everyone wants to make it. One slice of bread. Good life, good vibes. Virgin is a virgin, sister is your sister. Everyone wants to reach there. Don't forget to love. Please remember here. I feel it in my heart, so I've got to talk. Instead of people living better off, them are dead off. Too much of the rat race and the tug of war. Want to look like giant, tell me see if I do have. Prophets and shown us, hey behold us. Watch you, them sit down one side and a laugh. Walk on the us. Can't get tired of the righteous path. Baba, good life, good vibes. Virgin is a virgin, sister is your sister. Everyone wants to make it. One slice of bread, break it. Good life with a good vibe. Virgin is a virgin, sister is your sister. Everyone wants to reach there. Too much partiality, too much greed. Them people get the wants, them people get the needs. Them people get the hungry mouth out their feet. Say them love the fruits and not nurture the seed. Oh why, should you kill a good bird? What they take life, roots out bad word. This song for life, fine indeed. Maintain the speed, that's not what I gonna do. Good life, good vibes. Virgin is a virgin, sister is your sister. Everyone wants to make it. Looking for one slice of bread, make we break it. Good life, good vibes. Sister is your sister. Show Anthony B some love. Heal me some man. Them think they no go on again. Every man a enemy. Them say them bun friend. Heal me some man. Them think they no go on again. In a the same community, but them not neighboring. Heal me some man. Me want to start again. Little love from your heart can set a better trend. Heal me some man. Everybody who believe in one love. I want to see you wave the hand them. Good life with a good vibe. Virgin is a virgin, sister is your sister. Everyone wants to make it. One slice of bread. Good life, good vibes. Sister is your sister. Low. This is called a little brata. For the ladies. Are you feeling? That's why the Rasta man I tell you. Granta. By your love marijuana. Everybody sing granta. Granta. By your love.
my own two hands, I can clean up the earth, Lord, with my own two hands, and I can reach out to you with my own two hands, with my own two hands. With my own two hands. Come to make it a brighter place. I'm gonna make this a safer place. I'm gonna help the human race. Oh, make it a brighter place. And I can hold you and I'll comfort you. But you got to you. Oh, use your own, Lord. Until the philosophy that whole one race superior and another inferior is finally, and permanently abandoned, discredited, totally destroyed. Everywhere. The war. Oh, you know I cry war. Oh, just a war. I got to cry war. Until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race. I gotta cry war. Until they're no longer first class and second class citizens of any nation. Oh, I got to cry war. Think war in the east, war in the west, war up north, and the war down south. War in the east, there'll be a war was written well up in the book. Hold on.
I know you thanks and praise unto the most high, since God I step right as last side the first.
Yeah, Rastafari. Hey, well, and it was written well up in the book of life that a man shall well endure forevermore. Well, and it was written well up in the book of life. Well, I shall well endure forevermore.
Did you know the pen is stronger than the knife? Mankind can kill you once and they can't kill you twice. Did you know destruction of your flesh is not the ending to life? So fear not of the Antichrist. And did you know that I exist before the earth? And did you know my eyes are windows to the world? And did you know your cargo was higher than a weird Jericho? Okay, I'm reloaded. Yeah, thanks and praise unto the most.
In Virginia, this time, so before the Symposium, we have story 20 minutes.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. So instead of just like hand waving, legacy and environmental stewardship, there's a story of talking about county and like the story of Neighbor Bob. And,
that's right.
I meant to email you, I'm sorry.
I was just going It's off the control panel. I'm just going to give them a moment to try to figure out the lights.
In December 20th.
Like lights up or down?
Musical chair.
Pat, we're gonna. Your panel is after the story of Amigo Bob. So it's a 20-minute presentation.
You know, Amigo Bob is a totally cool dude. I met him at Gaia Festival in 2016. Yeah.
So
too bad it's left. Pat.
Thanks, Pat. I feel like there's now a move. No, it's not.
Definitely not any of those dials.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. We have we're doing something a little bit different this year, which is that before the third panel, what we have is a 20-minute story from Nevada County. And the idea behind this, the fundamental idea behind this is that all of the words we say, we want them to be backed up by like material knowledge and reality. So we don't want environmental stewardship to be just a slogan, right? We want to work through what it actually means in people's lives. And then we don't want legacy to be just a word that's out there and it's like, oh, the hippies were environmentalists. We're going to do this story from Nevada County about a person that was an environmental steward and taught a lot of cannabis cultivators out there his ways. He and the people he collaborated with, the one person. But today we have from Nevada County Seth Rosemary to tell you about the story of Amigo Bob.
Thank you for having me. My name is Seth Rosemarin. I've lived in Nevada County for about 24 years. 20 of those years I worked with Amigo in various different projects, including his farm. He helped get me employment over the years as well. I currently work for CCOF, which is a organic certifier. We have many clients in Humboldt. I was an inspector for 12 of those years, doing growers and processors, including OCAL. Now I am on the other side of certification, assigning those to inspectors. So like Dominic said, we're going to do something a little different. This is a 5-minute video that was created for Amigo's Memorial for the Eco Farm Conference, which he was a co-founder of. It's the longest running West Coast agricultural conference. So here's 5 minutes of that, and then I put together a little PowerPoint from other memorials that were created for him. Way too long for 20 minutes, so I reduced that down to 60 slides. So we'll see if we can get through that. There was hundreds. Ask any questions whenever, and then if we still have some time, I wrote up a little something from my own experience with Amigo, and we can take it from there. Yeah, thank you.
In December 2020, the organic movement lost one of its greatest heroes, Amigo Bob Cantasano. Amigo was on the forefront, helping to establish the first organic legislation. He co-authored the California Organic Foods Act of 1979 and AB 872, as well as others. Here is Amigo's longtime friend and co-conspirator, Tom Willie of T.D. Willie Farms.
Amigo Bob Cantasano invented "Just Do It" before Nike coined the phrase. I first met the Pied Piper of California's organic movement mid-1980s in a mudhole Santa Cruz Mountains YMCA camp that doubled as his nascent Eco-Farm Conference's winter quarters. This passionate character, eccentric in appearance, obviously captained the motley crew of organic wannabes. Amigo mentored me and everyone else over decades, setting foot on my San Joaquin Valley farm only once. Disdainful of academia, Amigo sponged up experiential knowledge from a myriad of elder contrarians steeped in natural systems agriculture. His biannual Peaceful Valley Farm Supply catalog was the organic farming go-to manual when information was scarce. Fervor for education soon overwhelmed that for storekeeping, and Amigo hit the road to guide California's large acreage produce operations and distinguished Napa-Sonoma wine growers into organic production. I exaggerate by comparing the loss of Amigo's organic systems knowledge to the destruction of the Great Library of Alexandria, but not by much. Hopefully, some of it remains within us and can be transferred successfully to a younger generation.
Amigo Bob was a co-founder of many of the organizations that we now take for granted, including CCOF, Briar Patch Community Co-op, SARE, California Compost Quality Council, Association of Applied IPM Ecologists, OMRI, and many, many others. 42 years ago, along with Martin Barnes of KP Organics, Amigo created what would become the Eco Farm Conference, the longest-running organic farming conference on the West Coast, connecting, teaching, and empowering organic farmers, chefs, and distributors. Amigo started several businesses, including We the People Co-op, Peaceful Valley Farm Supply, Aeolia Organic Olives and Olive Oils, the Felix DeLay Institute, and Organic Ag Advisors, the country's first organic farm advisory service. He walked the farms and gave practical organic advice on nearly 1,000 farms. Amigo was an inspiring speaker, unafraid to stand up in front of hundreds of people to speak the gospel of organics or to come face to face with the poison pushers of the chemical pesticide and herbicide companies. For 38 years, until a month before he died, Amigo produced and co-hosted a monthly radio program, Organic Matters, on KVMR Radio, Nevada City. Amigo was an amazing networker. He connected ideas and methodologies with organic farmers and hooked up interested parties into life-changing meetings for interpersonal, business, and global benefits. Later in his life, numerous people sat next to Amigo to tell him that he had been a major inspiration in helping them choose their life's work. He even played a role in introducing people that would become lifelong partners in romance, family, and employment. Being a pioneer, Amigo gave back to the earth all that remained of himself when he chose to be one of the first people in the United States to have his earthly remains composted. Amigo's endeavors have influenced all of us, and though he is no longer among us, we all stand on his shoulders as we reach for a better world that takes care of the earth through thoughtful and sustainable farming techniques that nourish the soil and feed the world. May we live to see his vision of organic agriculture become the predominant, standard way that we all do business. Thank you so much, Amigo.
What's going on, growers? It's James Prigioni coming to you live from Jersey today. Me and Tucker are going to share with you one thing you can do that will guarantee to at least double your harvest and extend the life of your crops. Let's go! The concept that I'm going to show with you is simple and it applies to many different crops, especially cucumbers, summer squash, a bunch others, and even peas. We're going to go over to the peas, but before I do, I want to show you some of the Rainier cherries. A lot of them are ripe and
Peaceful Valley, I'm sure many of you have heard of Peaceful Valley. It's been around since 1976. It's in Grass Valley. And it was a funny story about it. So he was farming in Yuba City and Nevada City, and he found that he didn't have the inputs, the materials that he needed to farm properly. Foothill soils in the Sierras are very deficient in just about everything. They grow pine trees and oak trees quite well, but everything else not so much. So he actually sought out to get soft rock phosphate to build the phosphorus in his soil, which is a macronutrient. Well, he needed to order a shipping container's worth to actually purchase it. And so the only way he can do that was unload the 50-pound bags by hand, pallets and pallets and pallets of it. Well, a few days later, his hair started falling out. And, you know, that's kind of a big deal. And it turns out that Peaceful Valley was born out of this rock phosphate, which has radiation, naturally occurring radiation, but he moved so much by hand that his hair started falling out. And that's how this business was started. Then local growers, including cannabis growers, would come and start buying nutrients from Amigo, and Peaceful Valley Farm Supply was born out of this necessity, filling this void in the foothills and the Sacramento Valley with organic inputs. That's when they were farming Peaceful Valley with his young children and his first wife on the right. They grew a lot of zucchini. I included this because it's just classic. Zia is another rock star in the certification world. They were inspecting farms in the Central Coast. This is a great picture. One of his biggest legacies was cover cropping and the benefits of it. And look at his clients, it's over 6 foot tall. Green Gulch is a famous farming institute in the Bay. Jack is a friend from college that introduced me to Amigo. He is the rock star farmer in Westchester, New York, at the Stone Barns Center for Food and Agriculture. I mean, you're seeing a theme here with tie-dye and shorts. That's me a long time ago. The next one is my daughter, who's sitting right here, when she was 6 months old, having Amigo feed her first ever organic cherry. Famous Paul Muller of Full Belly Farm down in Capay Valley. This was with Zia again at her farm, Fruitalicious Farms. Steve Pavich, his family's table grapes were in the first ever Whole Foods in Austin. They were best buddies. I had to put that one in. John Williams of Frog Leaps Vineyard down in Napa, amazing organic wine. Aeolia Organics he crop shared the legendary olive orchards in the foothills. He was good friends with Kate Wolf, who was a legendary folk singer, and she's buried up in the foothills. This is his home and his farm. And that's Shirley. She farmed at Esalen for many, many years, and that's Wendy. She was still is the priestess at Green Gulch. And that's Nash Huber. He's a legendary farmer up in Washington. This is Amigo doing his Organic Matters show on KVMR, famous public radio. He had a good news show, because everything on the news these days is negative. He had a good news show for many years. He worked in Del Cabo Farms in Baja. And this is Jerry Garcia's widowed wife. He was friendly with the Grateful Dead family. And I just wanted to show some pictures of him in nature, because that's truly where his heart was. This is his famous canoe turned into a sailboat, a trimaran. And that's just gorgeous. This is in Kauai with Jennifer, his wife. They did GMO protests out there. This is in Nevada City for the same similar protest. We did one in Sacramento as well at the Capitol building. Yes, he's wearing shorts all winter long. That was his other tie-dye shorts and sandals. Joanne founded the Wild Farm Alliance, another pro-ag, pro-biodiversity. He had a booth at Country Fair, Energy Park it was called, I believe, for decades, preaching organic and giving away literature. He was invited as a Terra Madre in Italy delegate. Bob Barsotti, famous, he helped produce Grateful Dead concerts for a long time with Bill Graham. I figured I had to put in some hog farm reference since we're in Humboldt. Yeah. This was his license plate for as long as I knew him. Want to be free. And Jennifer highlighted this. He was buried in a cardboard box and turned into this compost. Literally. I have a 5-gallon bucket of Amigo at my house. And then this is just basically his resume. It's just amazing what he did in 69 short years. Still have some more time? Any questions before I read a little something?
Looks like he grew his hair back.
You know, through all the, so he had a rare form of cancer that he succumbed to after 8 years, and he never lost his hair. Through alternative treatments to conventional, his hair was thick. Absolutely, yep. Right, I just kind of put this together on the fly this morning. I truly believe we are all on this earth and in these bodies to do extraordinary things and experience extraordinary things. Every so often we come across humans that embody the extraordinary. In my world, Amigo was one of those people. Amigo grew up in the Presidio neighborhood of San Francisco. He was a 9th generation Californian. Amigo's father was a jazz DJ in the 50s and 60s. One of his father's colleagues was the father of Sylvester Stewart of the famous band Sly and the Family Stone. Sly was one of Amigo's earliest friends. Amigo grew up in the San Francisco music scene, watching a small band called the Warlocks before they turned into a band you may have heard before called the Grateful Dead. I used to quiz him to see if perhaps there was a band he didn't see. Frank Zappa, 3 times. Zeppelin, 2 times. His first music memories was seeing Tina Turner front and center in the early 60s, never forgetting the energy she brought with her. By the way, I never stumped him. He saw every band in the San Francisco scene. He also grew up with the love of nature, learning at a young age about the gardening that they did in the old world from his grandmother. Amigo never went to college. While we all have teachers and mentors in our lives, Amigo was mostly self-taught when it came to agriculture. He was always on a quest for knowledge. If he didn't know the answer, he'd find out. If the data or material didn't exist, he'd often figure that out. And that's how Peaceful Valley was started, as I mentioned earlier. Part of that Peaceful Valley story was in the mid-70s, so he started in 76, he was out of town and he got a call that Peaceful Valley was on fire, whatever building they had there. And so Nevada County is kind of a mix of back-to-land hippies and conservation, or conservative ranchers and loggers back in the 70s, and kind of the same today. So he was out of town and a fire started, and there was a rumor that the law enforcement purposely let it burn to the ground because they assumed he was selling all these inputs to cannabis growers, so they wanted to eliminate it. We'll never really know if that took place. And of course, yes, he was selling to cannabis growers. Why wouldn't you? After a brief rebuild, Amigo turned Peaceful Valley into more of a retail business and then consulting, which ultimately led to Amigo starting Organic Ag Advisors, potentially the first organic consulting company in the US. Organic Ag advisors took Amigo's quest for knowledge and notoriety to new heights. He was often called the godfather of modern organic agriculture. He has multiple New York Times and LA Times articles written about him, among others. Obviously, Amigo didn't invent compost or compost tea or cover cropping or soil amendments or sap testing, but he did modernize them, and he did introduce those to mainstream scaled agriculture in a time when it wasn't happening very often. Along with his clients, Amigo showed that some combination of these practices will build soil biology, break up the monoculture that we see in commercial agriculture, and had the economics to back it up. He was known for having his wine grape clients remove a row of grapes every so often and install a habitat row of season-long blooming insectaries, which provided diversity and fodder for predatory and beneficial insects. He first gained notoriety in the wine industry in Napa and Sonoma, which quickly moved to the Central Coast with row crops, especially in Salinas Valley, which is perhaps the most productive and fertile regions in the world. His consulting took him all over the globe, primarily working up and down the West Coast, Mexico, Central and South America, and even Europe. He did a lot of work in the Hawaiian Islands and especially Kauai. Amigo didn't take crap from anyone. While he had friends and families all over the world, he also had adversaries. People who didn't like the fact that he rarely went with the status quo, questioning authority and questioning why. While Amigo didn't work directly with cannabis very often, he did consult with small growers and was always an advocate for the plant. Amigo also taught classes for an environmental advocacy group called CIRCLE, South Yuba River Citizens League in Nevada County. It was called Growing Green for the Yuba. The Yuba is the special river near us. He was teaching how to not use conventional pesticides, how to use less inputs, and especially inputs that didn't harm the watershed. We did grow a couple crops under Prop 215 on Heaven and Earth Farm. It was never the priority. Amigo's priority was to grow farmers. He wanted to teach young people how to farm, how to do it organically, and how to do it profitably. As you can see from Amigo's accolades, I can only scratch the surface of his legendary status. One of the things that Jennifer touched on at the end is the Felix Gillet Institute, which is a non-for-profit, is still going in Nevada County. I wouldn't be surprised if it had some reaches into Humboldt County. In the foothills was the gold region during the gold rush era, and there was still undescribable amount of perennial agriculture that's still there from homesteads that started in the gold rush. Well, a lot of apples, pears, endless amounts were living on their own with no water, no pest control. So back in the early 2000s, we would drive around and harvest all this fruit and identify it and categorize it. And then mid-2000s, we started propagating it and grafting it. And now we sell these heritage fruit trees on modern rootstock to preserve the legacy of this perennial fruit that's been around in California for over 100 years, which is a long time for California. Real quick. The other two things that are cannabis related that Amigo he'd tell me these stories. One, he lived on the San Juan Ridge for a long time, and it's kind of notorious in a good way, in my opinion, for being a prime cannabis growing region. Well, back in the late 60s, he told me the story. It took place in the late 60s where they busted some grow, and it was a county truck, like a truck you order crushed rock, and they come deliver it. Well, they busted a grow, and they filled the whole truck up. Well, this thing is just going downhill, hauling, and cannabis is just flying out of the back of the truck, and all those hippies up there were just pulling over, not even parking, just stopping in the middle of the road and just grabbing all this cannabis. And then a lot of people didn't know this, but CAMP, the Campaign Against Marijuana Prohibition, started in Nevada County. And it started because Jerry Brown, his first time as governor, was known as Governor Moonbeam. I'm sure a lot of you know that. I wasn't, I don't believe I was born yet. But they were up in a helicopter looking at something other than cannabis. And they knew Jerry Brown had a parcel on the ridge. And they were in the air and they saw a walking path from Jerry Brown's parcel to a grow. And they were like, we just found our governor growing weed on the ridge. Like, they thought they just, new story of the year. Turns out it was the parcel over, and it was his caretaker that was walking to the next parcel growing cannabis. But that helicopter flight was how camp started. They realized, oh, you can see it from the air way better. So another, not directly related to Amigo, but Nevada County nonetheless. So last little thing, thank you for providing me an opportunity to talk about someone very close to me and my kids, someone that was a mentor, an employer, and a dear friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, we appreciate that. Can I ask one of the student assistants who actually figured out how to turn the light off to now come over and turn it back on? And can I ask our next panel to come up, please? Super excited about this. Selena Rowan is our distinguished moderator. And I will let her introduce the panel.
I think we should, no problem. I don't think this actually belongs to anyone. Okay. If it does, I just moved them.
As I was telling someone last night, it's nice to have
That's probably not
sushi.
yours either.
Or Thai food.
There you go.
Different than Mendocino.
Let's put this in the bag.
You guys don't have good sushi? No. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi.
Greta. Met virtually.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice to see you. I think I met you a long time ago. You probably don't remember. No microphones. I believe we met. Not that I've seen. Maybe 15 or 18 years ago.
You know, my curse is that the only thing I can remember are numbers and fish.
Okay.
So if your name
And
was
the numbers of fish?
You're like, yeah.
Well, then, do you remember 239 Railroad Ave?
Never
I get
lived,
answers.
just out of curiosity, like at a conference or?
No, I can't quite figure it out, but I know I've met you, and I
Thank you all for
were at
coming.
my
Yeah,
office
do you know what time
with
the
someone
panel
else we were working.
I think, Tom,
And your
when
office
does this end?
was?
Right next to the
What's our
post
end
office
point?
in Blue Lake. I'm in
Our
Early
end point
Ecology
is
Research Center. We just moved there a few years before that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm a networker,
Yeah.
so it's quite possible. But it's good to meet you now, too.
Yeah.
Let's see you.
So can I tell you some exciting news? I haven't texted Zach yet. The UC Berkeley grant that I was trying to get executed by.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I have a doctor appointment at 3:30. So 3 p.m. stuff.
It was Zach. And anyway, it's just been executed. Today's March 28th. And
Congratulations.
That's why I don't know if you saw me, I was jumping up and down. Oh, you just found that? Yeah, and then Eli's like, okay.
Wonderful.
It's okay if you do, because I might talk too much.
We have a really great group of speakers, and I'm really excited to be here. I'm really grateful for all the speakers this morning and the passionate conversations we had. And thank you for everyone for making this happen. Again, my name is Selena Rowan. I'm a master's student here studying climate change and land. I also work with Sunrise Certified. My husband and I are farmers at Midnight Gardens. We're part of a cooperative called Uplift. So I wear a lot of hats that have to do with cannabis and land. And what I'm hoping to start with before I introduce my wonderful speakers is a little bit of what I might call a heart meditation. And just to help us ground into what, maybe is me sharing part of my perspective on environmental stewardship. And so I'd like to propose a hypothesis of what we could explore together what stewardship is. And that hypothesis is that environmental stewardship is love in action. And so that love, it's a deep love. It's ferocious at times. It's also a love that can be gentle and mundane at times. Like any love, it's defined by care, consistency, loyalty, presence, and it's a love we show through both action and discipline. It's a love that's bigger than our individual lifespans. And it's a love that links us to all of people of the earth and all places. It's a love that we give to our families, our mothers, because the earth is our mother, and the plants and the animals and the rocks and the stars are our families. It's a kind of love that calls for peace, that encourages and celebrates cultural diversity and biodiversity. It demands equity among all peoples, and will not stop working to provide a safe and healthy environment for all people and non-human relatives to live in. And even in the face of oppression, threats, doublespeak, and oppression, like propaganda like we're experiencing now, and have for some time. It's the kind of love that persists in the face of loss, in the loss of livelihoods, funding, and freedom, and it lives to try another day with more creativity and better strategy and more heart. And that love is returned to us through clean air, water, food, plant medicine, spiritual connection, and everything we need to be alive. It is the love that helps us thrive. And so I just want to take a very quick group exercise, if you'll indulge me. Please close your eyes just for a moment. And thank you, Hippies. Thank you for closing your eyes with me. Now, imagine a place that you love dearly. It can be anywhere. And then think of one word to describe that place, what you love about that place. And then please think of one way that you show love for that place through action. Maybe have that in your mind. Please, very briefly, because we have wonderful speakers, turn to someone next to you, preferably someone you don't know, and share that place, that one word, and one sentence about how you show love through action for that place. You can go.
Steelhead, Leap Elder Falls. I watch.
Tell me yours. Oh,
Bryceland, and
tending my garden.
what I love about it
I
is
immediately
the
thought of
resiliency, the
connection.
healthy abundance, and kind of the
Cemetery in the
the
little town I grew up in,
natural
where my
intelligence
grandmother
that
used
the
to
place
live.
has
Yeah.
for
It came to
revitalization
my mind, but it just
and how I
did.
show it
Holland
changes
Patent,
day to
New
day.
York. Tiny
I used to
town,
hang out with
upstate.
Tom Grover in his
Every time, I
treehouse.
don't get home enough, but when I do,
I know Tom Grover.
I always have to go there. That's
He's
how I am
deep.
too.
A lot of intellectual
Generations.
capital.
We're very
It's
a lot of history.
my grandma's house.
When they visit.
And I try to show that through the scholarship.
Okay, my friends, I'm going to bring you back now.
I've only been to Nashville. Yeah. But I would like to see other parts. Yeah.
I know that wasn't enough time because this is one of the things I think everybody in the room is most passionate about and most excited about. And I just want us to kind of bask in that sound, which was music to my ears, honestly, of everybody talking about their favorite places and the love that they give those places. So the take-home message for me is that we all love land, and we have tangible ways that we show that love, and there's so many more ways to deepen that love. And so that's why one reason I'm really excited about these speakers today. We've been going through a time of loss. But within all this loss, there's still really strong movements for the love of the land that we can connect to, that we connect our struggles with that are bigger than us. And so we're so fortunate here on the North Coast to have these leaders with us. So we have incredible tribal indigenous leadership with visionaries like Dr. Caitlin Reed leading land back movements, connecting cultural revitalization and ecological revitalization, and much more. I'm excited to hear what she has to say. We can connect with scientists like Greta Weingart, who applies ecology and wildlife sciences to help restore landscapes that have been disrespected in the past and help restore them. We can connect with civil servants like Virginia O'Rourke, who's been moving mountains to support cannabis farmers, to install rainwater catchment systems and upgrade culverts and all other sorts of projects that benefit wildlife habitat and improve climate resilience. We can connect with nonprofit directors like Pat Higgins, who is coordinating entire watersheds and neighborhoods to help restore salmon habitat in the River. We can connect with farmers like Daniel Stein, who's not only growing incredible herb, but also is providing food for his community and partnering with tribal fire practitioners and the Prescribed Burn Association to restore forest and wildlife habitat in his community. And so please give a big hand to these amazing speakers, and I'm so excited to have them. And so we'll each have an opportunity to introduce ourselves. Would anybody like to start first? You're right next to me.
It'd be easier if we just started.
Ayukwi. My name is Caitlin Reed. I am a professor of Native American Studies, and I'm the co-director of the Rote Gallagher Food Sovereignty Lab and TEK Institute. We're happy to have you all in Wiyot Plaza today. I guess since we're thinking about our relationship to places, I can introduce myself by way of the places that have been important to me. I'm a Yurok tribal member. I'm also Hoopa and Oneida. I was born here in Arcata at Mad River Hospital, RIP birth unit. We moved, my family moved when I was very young. And so I spent my childhood in Oceti-Sakowin territory and became an adult in Haudenosaunee territory. And so I kind of joke, like, we did manifest destiny in reverse. As a researcher, really, like, my academic interests are colonialism, specifically the ecological kind of character of settler colonialism. And it was never really my intention to write about cannabis or do research about cannabis. That kind of happened by accident. When I graduated college, my tribe gave me an internship for some reason with our environmental department. And that summer was the start of Operation Yurok, which I imagine many of us in this room are familiar with. And that summer, I was kind of witness to a lot of the same type of violences that have happened in our homelands, right, over the course of California history, and then started graduate school and started seeing all of these parallels between the gold rush and the timber rush and the fish rush, and now then what we were referring to as the green rush. So my first book accidentally came to be about cannabis, and it's called Settler Cannabis: From Gold Rush to Green Rush in Indigenous Northern California, and that came out in 2023, and it's based on my dissertation work, which was field work primarily on trespass cultivation in Yurok ancestral territory from 2015 to 2019. So I will kind of give the caveat that I don't identify as part of the cannabis space. I'm like fully an academic and like spend my day responding to emails. And so happy to kind of share what I've learned throughout that research process, but I'll turn it over to my co-panelists.
I am Pat Higgins, and I do something called the Eel River Recovery Project, which operates throughout the Eel River watershed, but its current focus is Laytonville, Covelo, northern Mendocino. Moved to Humboldt out of Pacifica. Actually, when I was raised, Pacifica was still Pedro Valley, and it was still artichokes. There was steelhead in the creek. And then I came to Humboldt County to go fishing, and then I decided, I was at Berkeley, couldn't relate, quit school there and came to Humboldt. 1972, never looked back. Got a degree in biology in 75. Got a lot of education from being the king of stereos in Eureka from 1976 to 1985, the works. Did 1,000,001 the last year I was in business. My joke about that is I used to be somebody. Because it was kind of, they were trying to recruit me to the Chamber of Commerce, and instead I went back to Humboldt. And my joke about that is almost got a master's. But I got so much useful information as a watershed scientist that then I was able to help craft restoration plans for the Klamath, for the South Fork Trinity, Garcia, Southern California Steelhead. But then I was also like an advocate, angry man, kicking butt, taking names, social justice, ecological justice. Make them do it. Anger's off-putting. And I was kind of in a self-destructive mode in that regard because I wasn't winning. The world wasn't logical. Things were going the wrong way. So then I got into the eel, figured out my niche with doing questions with people in Fortuna, Redway, and Willits. I forget where it was, but they go, Pat, soon you will drag us into a war, and then we will lose, and then we will quit. And you can't organize people as an adversary. So I've been about solutions. The Eel River Recovery Project has been like Advocates Anonymous for me. And about 2013, you started looking around in the eel, and the key questions people were asking us, is my creek drying up? Are the fish going extinct? How come there's toxic algae? So we began to do scientific exploration of all of those areas, and it's like help the people of the watershed take the pulse, figure out the problems, and then organize to craft solutions. And so the Water Board, Diana Henriel, 2013, she said, you're onto something. Yeah, growers, we're gonna see legalization, start teaching and training now, start doing outreach. So we got a grant, and you can go to eelriverrecovery.org, and this is up there online. And we went to 70 cannabis farms, we held 7 public meetings, we put out 100 water temperature gauges, I had 10 time-lapse cameras in different places in the basin that could register the flow. And all of these were kind of seminal ideas, and they could be applied at any time to take the pulse of the eel on a large scale, relatively cost effectively. But from there, we got grants to do riparian restoration in Covelo and 10 Mile Creek, gully erosion control, and now water conservation, forest health. So I'm lucky every day that I get to do something that helps the people in the Eel River Basin, keeps my mind off the troubles of the world. It's dark outside, I'm in a tunnel of light. We got a $5.9 million contract with CAL FIRE for forest health. The only reason I'm qualified is because of all the people that are working for me. It's all about going back to harmony on the land, as sculpted by Native Americans, and we need to do that if we're going to thrive and survive into the future. Guess what? Every farm should be into this, and we need to have thinning of the forest, because when we studied the creeks in 10 Mile, what we found was that they weren't being depleted. The two we had in mind were not being depleted by cannabis. They were being depleted, and you could see it from the hydrograph, by the transpiration of the trees. The evapotranspiration of the forest is a more significant factor for water withdrawal from the eel than human use. And there's like half the watershed that doesn't even have any human use. So we're into engage, enlighten, and empower. We're into empowering tribes as co-managers. And harmony with nature is something, if you're in harmony with nature, Native Americans say, you'll be rich. You work against nature, she's gonna play tricks on you. And that's where we are now. And so we will work together as stewards, or we will ride the tiger. And biochar. If we're gonna thin the woods all over Northern California, how much wood is that? If we burn it to ash, what does that do? If you put it out, we could have biochar, terra preta, anybody. It's like, these are like gardening tools that should be widely embraced. We figured I'm into the subject.
Thank you so much, Daniel.
I really like how you frame this, and I really appreciate Caitlin framing this introduction as the places that are close to my heart, the places that I love, as defining who I am and my journey to get to where we are on this panel. And so thanks for that. And I was born here in Humboldt County. My parents were back to the land hippies from New York City who were here briefly, and then as the green rush started happening, both of them moved on and found other places. I grew up primarily in Hawaii, another place that's dear to my heart, in rural Hawaii. And when I came back to Humboldt County in 2020 and started reconnecting with the land that had been where I was born, where I grew up my first years of my life, and re-falling in love with one of my first loves, I had a deep knowledge that I didn't know what was needed. I saw how damaged it was, and I think we all see, anybody who's on the land around here sees how damaged it has been by the obvious culprits, logging, extractive industries, and then looking around and seeing what cannabis is doing and trying to figure out a way for myself to be there and connect and do what my purpose is, which is to take care of the things that I love. And to that end, I went to university up here at Humboldt State, and I started working in restoration with the Eel River Salmon Group, primarily doing in-stream restoration work, and working as a firefighter in southern Humboldt to take care of community. And through that, I was introduced to the Fire Ecology Symposium in Orleans. Frank Lake, Will Harling, and Mick Wick, who were doing work, and everything started coming together, because doing this in-stream work was inspiring, but it wasn't changing it. You could do all the in-stream work you want, and if the watershed is unhealthy, the work in the creek won't change everything. And so it was inspiring, and I believe this was possibly 2007. It was inspiring to see agencies, tribes, landowners, nonprofit groups all working together to try to figure out this problem and how you take the solutions to a landscape level. And shortly after that, I met my wife Taylor, and we took a radical right turn and became farmers. We both shared the dream of growing food for our community and building that. So I kind of veered away from the landscape management and created a farm on a small part of our property, and created food for our community, and eventually a legal cannabis farm. And I've been finding myself more and more passionate about revisiting the landscape level of restoration through working with nonprofits, CDFW on grants, and through the prescribed burn associations in association with tribes for cultural burns, on getting fire back into the landscape and doing landscape level restoration practices.
I'm Greta Wenger. I am the co-founder and executive director of Integral Ecology Research Center, IERC for short. We're over here in Blue Lake, not too far away, but on the sunny side of the hill, which is really nice over there. We've been around since 2004, and we really started out as a research group that wanted to investigate environmental impacts of all types of sources. We mostly came from a wildlife conservation perspective, but branched into other things like water quality and other types of environmental restoration, basically. It wasn't until 2009 that I think, like Dr. Reed, cannabis fell on us accidentally. We never intended to study anything that had to do with this plant or the industry or the culture around it, but in our investigations of a lot of the wildlife that we were studying, we saw that the significant impacts that certain sides of this industry could have on the species that we cared about, we're trying to conserve, and we're trying to understand more about their relationships with the surrounding environment. And so that really started a very long history for our organization, as well as myself and all the people that work in it, of really trying to identify these impacts to hopefully come up with solutions. Now, I have to caveat that most of what we've studied at IERC is not really what we're talking about here at this symposium today, but I think it's an important part of it. We have really been immersed in the not so positive side of this industry for a long time. We've been looking at the environmental impacts in trespass cannabis cultivation, mostly on public lands as well as indigenous ancestral lands. and even on private lands too. And so these are, the people who are growing without the consent of the landowner or the public. And so it is a side that I think it gets talked about in sort of local scales, but certainly not in the regional scales and national ways that I think that we need to understand it better. So I probably come at this symposium from a slightly different perspective than most of you here, and I'll explain how and why I'm happy to be here for that reason. I think everything that I've seen and most of the IERC folks that are in the audience have seen is the antithesis of environmental stewardship. We've been to hundreds of sites across California's public and private and tribal lands and seen really bad things. Dead animals from pesticides that are unregulated or even illegal in this country. Water diversions, poor water quality to the point where, we can document contamination in water that's going downstream to local communities. So I've seen the negative impacts of this industry, this side of the industry that really has prompted me and our organization to try to address it and find solutions, but raise awareness about it. And I think that is where we can sort of come together, or at least we can bring some information to the table where raising awareness about sort of the elephant in the room, that there's this negative side to everything we're seeing and this industry. And if we can raise awareness about that, it's just going to raise the positivity of the positive side of this industry. And folks in the early panel this morning were talking about raising awareness about which weed is better. Is it outdoor? Is it greenhouse? Well, you go outside of Humboldt County or even in Southern California, folks don't even know that there is this massive onslaught of our public and tribal lands and some of our private lands too, with weed that is very much not regenerative and it doesn't come from a good space. So I think with that knowledge, and that might be a common theme of what I talk about today, the knowledge that there's the direction we want to go in this industry and the direction that we need to come from and draw away from, but have that sort of raise awareness. As scientists, one of our goals is to get publications and spread the word to those who can use the information we need. And so that is sort of where my perspective comes from. I do want to say I loved Selena's introduction about thinking about a place. The place that I thought of, I should say the word that I thought of was connection. And I was telling Virginia about it because the place I thought of is where I grew up in upstate New York. And connections are important, and I think I can talk to each of you so far. I grew up in Haudenosaunee territory, or ancestral territory in upstate New York. So I have an immense appreciation of that area. Pat, I just talked about how I'm pretty sure I met you several years ago,
and
15
there was fish
or 20.
in upstate New York.
Not in upstate New York. And you're from New York City? Or your parents are?
My parents
All
are,
right,
yeah.
and so a connection there. So I think connections are important too. Knowledge and connections to the people we communicate with.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Virginia O'Rourke, and I'm a scientist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm also a supervisor, one of the supervisors in our Cannabis Restoration Grant Program. And I'm excited to have really all of our scientists here today for the Cannabis Restoration Grant Program, including our other supervisor, Sheree. And if you all would stand up for just a second, please. Kim, Simona, I know you guys are over here somewhere. So just recently, or we're still in the midst of encumbering quite a lot of money this year for grants, and we help fund not only projects that clean up and remediate illicit cannabis on public lands and private lands and help restore the environment, but the program through Revenue and Taxation Code, those funds also, we feel that it's very important to help cultivators overcome barriers to licensing, help restore properties based on maybe legacy issues or mitigate for potential impacts due to any number of sediment sources to the watercourse, culverts that need to be upgraded, for instance, because an LSA is requiring that, or to incentivize cultivators to grow regeneratively, to use ecological farming practices. My background is actually in ecology and ecological agriculture, and I have a lot of passion in that area, and so it's really exciting to see so many of your farms, to be able to tour them and to see what it is that you're doing. And so what I'd like to ask now is, if you have received a grant from the Cannabis Restoration Grant Program as a grantee, or if you're a cultivator who has benefited from one of those grants, please stand up. If you're a consultant who is working for one of those grants, if you maybe are a cultivator who, wildlife conscious certification, stand up, Daniel.
I'm up here.
Wildlife conscious certification, Sun and Earth certification, you also benefited from one of our grants. And if you are anticipating a grant, stand up. All right, there you go. So anyway, thank you. I just wanted to demonstrate that it does, there is a lot of impact here. And it was actually Steve who mentioned on the earlier panel that, grants are wonderful, but they're just such a small amount of what we can do. And private citizens, we need other tools, and I agree, to do all the restoration work that needs to happen on the landscape. But grants are still pretty wonderful and can do a lot of work. And I'd say the 90 million that we've been able to work close to encumbering so far this fiscal year is going to go a long way throughout the state. And you all are definitely, you probably don't even realize that many of you, the other cultivators that didn't stand up, are actually potentially one of those grants, are going to be able to benefit from one of those grants. So anyway, thank you for doing that.
I would love to have just another round of applause, because the Cannabis Restoration Grant Program has had such a major impact on supporting Sun and Earth certified and organizations like Cannabis for Conservation, other organizations that are really helping farmers, helping organizations and their resilience and their growing sophistication. And we definitely couldn't do it without you. So we're just so thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think we've had a really enlivening discussion already, hearing so much about the backgrounds of each of the people here. We have a few questions that we're going to explore, and then we'll follow that up with a question and answer session. And so our first question, what common denominators throughout your diverse experiences have you found to be at the core of environmental stewardship? And maybe I'll read all three, and we can explore some of them, because I think a lot of these are going to be kind of
Could you read that first one again?
Yeah, I'll read the first one again, and I'll read the other two. And then maybe if I notice we haven't gotten to the other ones, I'll prompt you. So what common denominators throughout your diverse experiences have you found to be at the core of environmental stewardship? How can we work together? Number two, how can we work together to foster greater environmental stewardship within our communities? What opportunities are there for people to get involved? And three, what success stories can you share with us, and what gives you hope? And so this hopefully will be an open conversation, and then after some time we'll open it up to the floor. And so does anybody feel inspired to comment?
I'll take a start. Okay. I guess for me, you talked about what love, and the other thing that was what environmental stewardship meant to you.
Oh, love in action.
Love in action. I agree. On top of that, I'm a scientist, but I certainly, like I said, make connections to other things. Knowledge. In my experience, that's where I come from as IERC, or a research group. Being empowered and emboldened with the knowledge of the situation that we're in, the potential that we could take in any walk of life that we're in, certainly environmental stewardship and the cannabis industry, has just benefited by science and using that science to good ends, and putting that information and knowledge in the hands of managers and other folks who can do a lot of good with it. And that is really, I think that feeds into the CRGP program, certainly. Being empowered with the knowledge of, okay, there's issues out there. How can we deal with those? And if we don't know the solution, how can we figure that out? And so that's sort of my 2 cents on what in my world the common denominator of environmental stewardship is just being empowered with knowledge about what the problems are and what are our next steps to address those.
I really love that, Greta. What comes into my head a lot is the saying, when you know better, you do better. And to add to that, it's like you need to know better to do better. So you need education, but you also have to be capable of taking that next step. So it's not only the knowledge of solutions, but it's the creativity and the funding in terms of like grant funding to take that next step and to apply that knowledge in a way that individual landowners, in the case of cannabis, can apply that onto their land in a way that works with their life, works with the time they have and the funding they have. And that just, it comes back around to me like that we all have that love for the place we are, or I'll make that gracious assumption about everybody that you love the place you are and you want to take care of it, and the impediment to caring for it in the proper way is not knowing the proper way and not being capable of applying that. And I take as one of our jobs is showing ways to do it and figuring out ways that it can be easy for other people to do it, and being that helping hand. And I mean, right now, one of the grant programs we're working on with CDFW is a research grant program. And we're looking at a subject Pat was talking about earlier, trying to quantify what are the trees doing in the watershed. Obviously, cannabis takes some water. Obviously, trees take some water, and we have all these assumptions and anecdotal observations, but we're doing a project on our property where with Salmonid Restoration Federation and CDFW, where we have installed groundwater monitoring wells, and we're seeing water movement through the soil profile as it relates to rainwater, and then we're planning to do forestry restoration work on this small watershed and seeing how the change in the forest canopy and the restoration of closer to old growth forest conditions changes the groundwater movement. So we actually have some data to apply to point, like how do we apply this on a ground level, and then we can figure out systems to apply that on a broader scale, and then we can figure out how we can help people apply those systems. And that it does take all those steps, but knowledge is the first step of it.
I am prone to kind of form hypotheses to try to understand how things work. And Andrew Stubblefield here at Humboldt, with other luminaries in forestry, studied the upper Mattole and found that 40 to 60-year-old trees, young fir, relatively young fir, drink more than a Humboldt State student on a Friday night. Polly, sorry. Polly want a cracker. But I think that there's a need for us to communicate. I do Monday Morning Magazine, first Monday of the month since 2015. I do a weekly thing on KYBU out in Covelo. I'm probably implementing more Bigfoot than people. But I think that when we're on the same page, we can make change. And so we have to disseminate this information. I think that cannabis farmers everybody here is a different drummer. But I think, if you craft a message and you're all on it and it is compelling, that you can make political change and you can also raise consciousness. And I think we have to constantly shoot for that. But what I do is I organize where there's no resistance. And I never really found that niche until I found forest health. So 99% of the people are like for it. So like I jump right into it, and then you got a tailwind. You don't have a headwind. But I believe that the work of Stubblefield shows us that if we thin the forest, we'll get the water back. I know that if we take the fir out of the oak woodlands and out of the grasslands, that we'll get the acorns back and we'll get the forage for the animals. I think if we take the wood from forest health and we create stair steps in the gullies, we'll build up the water table, we'll rebuild that sponge, we'll make it better food for the animals, it'll be greener, it won't burn. So, I mean, we know these things, so then we come into agreement on them, and then there's the question of incentives. But really, I flipped the switch somewhere back in 2011 from the angry man to the solutions man, and it's just like, that's what I'm about. What are the solutions? And then you kind of, I'm like a minor bird. I'll walk up to people and say, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And that's how I divine, where I'll have success in organizing. And then the community coalesces, and then you take action. But I think we're in a, I hate to say it, but I think ever since Reagan, we're in an I, me, my. It's like, how can I get mine? He who dies with the most toys wins. We have to go back more to the Indians, and that is live within your means, try to make the environment flourish more, and thereby we all have enough, and the animals have enough. And they believe that, even the rocks had spirits. And so I think that's the way back, is for us to really value and honor and understand traditional ecological knowledge, and how just Ernie Merrifield is on my recovery project board, and he said, we just knew when to light a rat nest on the ridge. And then it would back down and it would like thin the oaks. And then there was acorns, and then there was animals, and some of them we could eat. And, and the same is it's like, now it's out of control because we let it grow without limit. And I used to think, well, then Isaac was right. You lock the gate, nature will perfect itself. No, it won't. Nature will sometimes grow without limit, especially if it's out of balance. And so people in harmony with nature can actually increase the productivity of nature. And that's why I love the permaculture thing. I mean, Proud Savage, he's left us now, but he would pull up plants in a dry year. He would take fewer showers. He would put on his light on a rainy night and not go under the bed, get out there with a shovel and be part of that landscape. And and I think, Casey O'Neill at Happy Day Farms embodies that. The Auclairs from, a lot of you people are like in that mode. And so you're on the right path. How do we make that more the standard? And also, how do you draw this distinction of how cool you are so you make a buck? I can't turn off my entrepreneurial thing. But, this whole kneecapping of like, you can't say organic. And then the layers of regulations and all the different things. But I think it's got to devolve back to where you could sell a bud when you're selling them a turnip. And then there's more value in your community for that weed than there is in the general common market. And then you're somewhat buffered from this, giant industrial machine, but you have to define that industrial machine, and you have to raise the consciousness. Because when I first smoked weed, my hypothesis was when everybody was high, everybody would love each other, and there would be world peace. Did that work out? But that doesn't mean that marijuana should just be treated as a party drug, and like 32% from indoor might make you like really stimulated in one way or another. But I believe that marketing higher consciousness, and that weed is grown with conscience, and you can feel it, and the power of suggestion works. And so I think that's worth the buck. But how do you stick with it, and how do you distinguish yourself? But one of the ways, we've been pussyfooting around pesticides. They're bad news. And the Germans say, don't call them pesticides or herbicides or fungicides. They're all biocides.
Thank you
they're all bad for us. And so therefore, that's going on. And at some point, it's going to become more celebrated. And then your marketing opportunity, you stick with something, and then the change happens, and then you surf the wave. But you have to do the homework first to set up your marketing, and it should be about around organic. And you know when you're really going to make a buck? When you could sell a joint to China. Because they're all about organic.
You brought a lot of good points up, Pat, and I'm really eager to hear some of what
That's
Caitlin's
all right.
thinking after some
I'll
of
just camp on.
what we've brought up.
Sure. So I jotted down some notes this morning about things I wanted to say, and the first one was explain what TEK is, and so I'm glad I don't have to do that, and I'll instead kind of operate under the assumption, right, that we know Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island had advanced and adept ecological management systems, and we're not the like primitive hunter-gatherers that we are taught in our K through 12 institutions. And so things I've been noticing about traditional ecological knowledge in the past couple of years, there's certainly been a popularization of it. I don't know if it's like I want like a synonym for like buzzwordification, right? But it's now like coming in vogue, right? We need to include reference to traditional ecological knowledge or Indigenous peoples, like in our mission statement or as one of our goals or priorities, right? In our like agency's MO, without I think a very deep understanding of what that engagement means. And as a Native American Studies professor, right, I am very much reminded by what some may know as like salvage anthropology. Does this ring any bells for people? Right, so salvage anthropology describes anthropologists and linguists and archaeologists and other folks, right, and the idea was, Native people are not meant to live into modernity. They are going to go extinct. They are a vanishing race, right? And so like we need to go in and extract their knowledge, right? And things about them before they disappear, right? And then settlers, right, will be the experts, right, on what is Indigenous and what is Indigenous knowledge. And to me, it seems it's like the state's wet dream to be able to like use TEK but not have to talk to Native people, right? And so for me, I think I get very excited in some spaces about the excitement around traditional ecological knowledge and the recognition that Indigenous peoples are brilliant ecologists, right? When we became Cal Poly Humboldt, the NAS department immediately started texting each other and they were like, I think they spelt it wrong. They meant poly TEK, right? Because that's like where we need to go and the direction we need to take to like solve the climate issues that colonialism has created, right? And so I think actual engagement with traditional ecological knowledge requires engagement with tribal nations as sovereign entities. Yes. And I would say, I think there's also a lot of exciting conversation around co-management. And for me, that's an important starting point. But I like to give a metaphor that my colleague and friend, Dr. Katja Risling-Baldi, will often share with her students in the classes that she teaches. And so she uses the metaphor of a laptop. You're working on your finals, right, during finals week, and you leave your laptop for a moment to go get a snack. You return, and your roommate's boyfriend is like using your laptop for some reason, and you're like, what are you doing? And they say, well, no one was using this laptop when I found it. It was empty. It was terra nullius, the laptop, right? And you're like, give it back. And then they say, well, what if I acknowledge that it used to be your laptop every time I use it? And you're like, give it back. And then they're like, fine. Since you're being so unreasonable, original owner of the laptop, what if I use it on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you use it on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and we'll co-manage it? Right? And it's like, why do we have to have that conversation? Give me my laptop back, right? So those are some of the starting things I'll say in response. But it's cool that I didn't have to tell you all what TEK is. So I feel like that's a progress.
So we're doing forest health on Caddo Rancheria, and the workers are Indigenous, hybrid Indigenous stewardship, and the tribe is driving the prescriptions. And tomorrow at Forest Health Extravaganza 2 at Harwood Hall in Laytonville, Margot Robbins will rock the hall. She's Yurok Indigenous and head of a cultural burn organization. And so now is the time.
Margot Robbins is a superstar. If anybody can attend this event, you'll learned so much from her and from the other practitioners there. It's in Laytonville, not too far away.
A lot of food.
She was just featured in a really wonderful film called Elemental. We had a showing of it here earlier this year. But yeah.
I think you can stream it. And you can also listen on KMUD Archive. She was on at 8:30 this last Monday with Richard Ginger and Jeff Hadeen, and she just was like a freight train, baby. Laying it down. Pure truth, straight facts, and first person, Margot Robbins, Monday Morning Magazine, 8:30 in the archives. I picked it up and ran it on KYBU too.
Tomorrow all day, right?
Yeah, tomorrow.
It's at Harwood Hall.
And I got 500 pounds of chow. So I'll be going down there and part of the, and we also have the garden club next door. We're going to explore things like traditional ecological knowledge and cultural fire to bring back native grasses. That's a sleeper, and CAL FIRE doesn't give you any money for it. So first I kind of go, okay, wow, oh, there used to be like 2 to 20 foot deep rooted grasses, some of which you could tie together over a horse's saddle. And now we have these short things to catch fire, and they're invasive. And so, like, how do you get those back? And essentially, it was one of the guys from Berkeley said, oh, it's over. You've got new grasses, just live with that. No, we need to, it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of effort. But my next quest is like, where do you find the money to restore grasslands? And you use the forest health stuff to create the little stair steps, and it's right there. And so, eelriverrecovery.org, it's going on.
How do you all feel about opening up for questions? We want to. Sure. What time does the event start tomorrow?
10 a.m., convenient for a late start. But doors will be open at 9 with bagels from Los Bagels. We have Eel River organic dogs for lunch. And free beer and wine if you stay till 5.
Should we, well, we had another, so, Mara, you want to do it after some questions then? Sure. Okay, great.
I was just gonna leave them with you.
Okay, great. Well, now that we've had a little talk about it, why don't you just introduce it now?
Oh, okay. So one of the questions that the panelists kind of generated amongst each other before the conference was different ways that folks can engage in environmental stewardship. And I was like, I'd be remiss as like the co-director of the Roe Gallagher Food Sovereignty Lab and Traditional Ecological Knowledges Institute, because we have Stewardship Saturday coming up. So I was like, oh, this is what you can we can do. And so for folks who are interested in, and so people may not know, right? We are currently in Wyatt Plaza on Cal Poly Humboldt's campus, and the Native American Studies Department and our Food Sovereignty Lab actually have the first co-management agreement with our facilities here on campus to manage the external boundary of Wyatt Plaza in accordance to traditional ecological knowledge. And so on the April 12th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., we need to restore some vegetation around our salmon cooking pit, which is right there if folks haven't checked it out. And we need volunteers to help do that. And so it's a great way to kind of support environmental restoration right here on our campus. Students, we'd love to see you here, and community members are welcome as well. We just ask that folks register, and I'll leave a bunch of flyers behind so that folks can engage in some stewardship right here on the space that is hosting us for this conference today.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Wonderful. Okay. All right, so I saw you had a question, and if you'll indulge me, will you tell us what your one word was also? Okay. Hi, Maggie. have thoughts of. Something that's coming to mind for me is, I just have to say, because it's also an elephant in the room, is the engaging in federal level politics and participation with what's happening on a national scale, because there has been so much work to bring restoration money, to trickle it down from the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law, to bring money to communities to do this work in an equitable way. And we have to fight to get it back now, because it's being canceled, it's being, everything that's happening right now. And so part of that's going to be, in my opinion, mass mobilization to say this is the money that we dedicated to do this work. And so just keep that in the back of your mind, that I think that's part of what we have to do. But on a more tangible local scale, I'd love to hear from what you all have to say.
Gotta let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah.
We're living in fascism. Everything that's coming down from the top doesn't have a basis in public support, and our system will be tested. And at some point, I have faith in this nation that we will arise in a Gandhian way. And when we go to bear witness, if we're doing massive turnouts in the street, don't wear a mask. Don't be afraid of fascism.
Unless you want to wear a mask.
No. It's like, there is this thing of I need to hide my identity because I'm afraid you're gonna come and get me.
Okay, well, there's that.
And no, it's like Thomas Paine, and we will hang together or we will hang separately. And we didn't give them the okay to dismantle the Forest Service. That's where the water comes from. And they've uncoupled the Forest Service grants that go through EQIP. Bring back all of that money without passing a law. They are disrupting the flow of resources that are programmed in, and we're supposed to have a stable society and civilization because these things are worked out. They're just seniors on the street. The Code Talkers got taken off the National Arlington Cemetery website. Native American is going to be no longer passe, don't say gay, no women's rights. That's where we are right now. So this money thing, yeah, it's big. EQIP, taking it off the table. CFIP, strapped because they took the Forest Service money away. Climate Change Initiative is the only thing that's insulated because it's Climate Change Initiative funds that are from cap and trade. And so right now we're in a...
We've got an expert at funding this,
yes.
the funding policy.
Well, I'm not an expert, but I can speak for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's grant perspective, is that you said something about shaky funding source. We don't have a shaky funding source. We have Revenue and Taxation Code 34019, which is the cannabis end user. And those tax dollars do fund several organizations that can offer grants. So we do offer grants, and not just for what you might suspect is a leaf touching project, but we fund a lot of really great conservation and restoration and research projects across the state. So let's talk, Maggie, and let's talk about maybe entities, because we do have to fund tribes, public agencies, nonprofits, but yeah.
Clarify, the shakiness was that yes, I know it comes
Yeah.
from the excise tax of the industry, which is potentially about to go up and annihilate half of the industry. And so that is the shaky aspect of that funding source, is that it's coming from an industry that is very struggling to pay those taxes into that fund.
It's not, it's actually the cannabis end user. So that's, yeah. Yeah.
Before we
But
get
at
into a
any
big
rate,
conversation about taxes,
yeah,
to keep
what
on
I'm
moving.
suggesting is there are other sources besides CDFW's grant source, and I'd say collectively a lot of these fuels projects, I've seen people, organizations, groups, landowners come together, and that makes a difference. And what I was going to say earlier about, I love what you said about knowledge, about love, and about care, but I'd also say a responsibility, that we have a shared responsibility to care for the lands that we are tending, right? Whether they be for research, restoration, or for growing cannabis or growing food, that it is a shared responsibility. So I think that's really important too. I think, Celine, you've got a question from Rod.
Can I add one thing on grants really quick? Just while I have a captive audience. There is a course in the Native American Studies Department. It's NAS 312. It's grant writing for social and environmental justice. And it's available to the community through our extended education office as well. And so, tangential. It's not a funding source directly, but it could be a very useful resource.
It seems like without some, basic changes, we are funding all this stuff through grants because there isn't an economically viable way to make money off of doing the right thing. We don't quantify the services that our natural environment provides for all of us and make money off of that. So grants are the way that our tax dollars, our collected energy, can then be distributed to things that don't make money. And it is unfortunate, less of that's happening right now, but it seems, especially for landowners that aren't, that don't have the funds to donate to clean up past problems, it is grants right now, but there is some like community togetherness. Like I see Walker with his hand up over there is from Sanctuary Forest, and it's like private landowners and a community working together to do a lot of this.
I just want to quickly add to Pat's comment and the follow-up. Times change, and so I know things look bleak now, but our organization has been around 20 years, and we've seen the ups and downs, and things have looked really bleak in the past. But as long as we know to diversify, the CRGP wasn't in existence 5 years ago, and it is now. Federal funding has diminished precipitously for us and for probably everybody. You'd think that the Forest Service would have a steady funding stream for public land trespass grow cleanup, and it doesn't. Maybe it will someday, but I don't think all is lost yet. And your comment about sort of working together to congregate funds and partnerships is where it's at now. So.
Walker, I think you have something to say on this topic?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, the loss of federal funding is going to hurt on a lot of different levels, but that California did just pass Prop 4, which is $10 billion over the next, I think, 10 years in general bond obligations, but it goes for water, wildfire prevention and protection of communities and lands. So it's anticipated to be a funding source for a lot of, it'll trickle through California's agencies and then to nonprofits and local governments and stuff like that. So there will be, at least there's some bright spot about money coming for landscape scale, forest and fire and water related projects.
And you can't lose your long-term vision. Lock on it.
And you got to get more efficient with what you got. If you have less grant funding, how far can you make that go in the landscape? How efficiently can you create systems to do the restoration?
To some degree in Mendo, I feel like people will do the right thing because a lot of good stewards are in the hills, and they don't want money from the government, and they don't want government involvement. So a lot of things that I do, like the extravaganza tomorrow, is like, I think we'll get a third more value out of our grant just by teaching people what to do, and then they'll go out there and they'll do it because they're stewards. They're part of the land, and that's what they do.
Okay, so
I just want to make more of a comment versus a question. Is continuing on the thread of and the pulse that we're talking right now with the glasses half full. Coming back to the origins of, let's say, the empirical data generation on this topic. 10, 15 years ago, it was almost non-existent. And I have to really applaud Virginia and everybody else within the cannabis CDFW's cannabis program, is that the vision of what's, regardless of being a past or current recipient of the grant program, but it's a very novel program that is first in the nation, first in the state, that is actually addressing directly, and not some other roundabout way, like maybe watershed health or forest health. It's cannabis centric. That's a big opening door, and that's a huge plus. This is a first for a state. The feds very difficult uphill battle on that aspect. But for the state, that Oregon or Washington or other states that have legalized this haven't even followed in these footsteps. So I really want to think, and look at this in this aspect where this state, a lot of us have benefited from the empirical data that's been generated throughout this time period, and it's just going to get better. And it's going to, as you mentioned, the knowledge is going to be key. That is going to fuel the knowledge, that therefore provides information for the legislators to provide legislation that is fueled by empirical data. So I just want to kind of end it on that, on that positive note.
I'd love to take a question on another topic, and just to see if there's other questions. I've been seeing your hand for, and then you.
Everybody on the room seems pretty smart, but I'm just trying to figure out, is weed good or bad?
It's all in.
Is anything good or bad?
What is good? What is bad? Could you speak up?
I actually want to
Everyone.
Yeah, why don't we?
step in and say that is a little off the rail that we want to go.
Okay.
That is not the subject that we're considering today.
Okay.
That's a very big question.
Yeah, that could be
There's a whole other symposium about that, but we have several hands up.
Great, thank you,
that
Dominic.
I'd like for us to get to.
So you guys are talking about wanting to reduce pesticide use and help with the water systems and stuff, but California bans 75% of the biocontrols on the market for basically no reason. You guys ban like half of the strains of the very Bassiana, Aceriophilus raceae. You can't use almost any of those in the state, and those are completely safe biocontrols. Half of them are organic certified. What's the deal with that? And if you're going to reduce the pesticide use and fungicide use of things that are going to actually affect the watershed, why are we punishing people for trying to use organic solutions that have no effect on the environment?
Does anybody have any insight on that? That'd be probably a really good question for some of the committees, the state level committees that are making decisions about that. I'm not sure that the people on this panel have specific expertise on that particular question and who's deciding which biologics are allowable or not. But I think it's a really important question because these sorts of biologic, beneficial bacteria, beneficial fungi, et cetera, we use a lot. And so the science is always evolving, and it's worth exploring with the decision makers.
Well, sediment is pollution too. It's not pesticides, but it's another form. So and the rural road systems that we adopted were from logging, and so there's inherent sediment anytime we're running these types of operations. But you're right, there is a distinction. There's pretty much a free pass in the Central Valley on big ag and pesticides.
Jackie, got a
Yeah,
question?
I just want to say something real quick. I want to get the last questions out. We are just a little bit over time. And so if we can get the questions from the audience and as much conciseness as possible, that'd be good.
Yeah, I was just wanted to ask everyone on the panel, for those of us that run nonprofits, work for nonprofits, or associated with nonprofits, what can we do as organizations to help get funds to cultivators, to help get environmental education to cultivators, to help, facilitate some TEK channels for people to engage with? Like, what is the best way for organizations to do that?
So you're doing it, Jackie. I was gonna say. I mean, I can't think of a better example. I would say our grant program is fortunate in that we don't have the same legislative requirements that other grant programs do to have to be we're not so strict, right? We're not so restrictive in terms of when the solicitation is posted, for how long, and what types of projects we can and cannot fund. And so it gives us the opportunity to be creative. And I think many of the grantees, the nonprofits, the tribes, the public agencies that we work with are building capacity. They're doing education and outreach. They're engaging with tribes in a meaningful way and including them in the discussion of the restoration project. And I think that that is what really, is key with this panel. It's about diversity, right? And this is what we need. We need diversity of entities, even though I love Cannabis for Conservation, Sanctuary Forest, Sun and Earth. I love IERC, all these folks. We need more, and that's something you can do. Take the grant writing course, learn how to get involved in a local nonprofit or in, volunteer for a public agency, but you're doing it. And I think networking too with all the other nonprofits, sharing resources, working together.
I'd love to see some sort of like formal mentorship between organizations that have successfully gotten grants and with others that are kind of on the up and up who want to learn how.
If you want to form a nonprofit, it's as easy as calling the Trees Foundation and being a sponsored group.
Wonderful.
You have like-minded people. We started as a sponsored group of Trees in 2011, and it was really no red tape, no board requirements like you have when you're a 501c3. But I would also say, really study up on the niche and who's operating in the nonprofit realm, and then lend energy or join those firms that are in this and growing in capacity. Or if there's a vacuum and there's a niche that's open, then you can make it happen. We came from grassroots all the way up, but stick with that vision.
Okay.
Good grants don't die, they roll over.
Well, I think we're at time, unfortunately.
Just really maybe for Greta and Caitlin, both of your experience has been on that, the trespass pro cultivation side and seeing the worst part. Have you had any opportunities to go out to these regenerative farms? That's part question one. And if not, I'm sure there's a lot of amazing farms who would love to host the two of you to get that.
I've been to a bunch.
That's a great question, and I actually had worked it into my introduction and totally spaced it. I was going to say how I've been to hundreds of these awful sites, and all I see is the worst of the worst, and I would welcome any invitations to go see a regenerative farm, because I have never been on a fully permitted farm.
I'm sure you have a lot of people lining up to show you their beautiful farms. I just want to thank everybody. Thank Dominic, thank Dan.
Really, thank you for doing that last part. It starts to get us somewhere that I just want to say, Sean Cherry, you hear me? Okay. So I'm going to give us a little break, but just because of the nature of how things might happen after we have a little break between panels, Sean's going to give up and get his scheduled Cooperative Agricultural Network advertising for what they're doing and what they're doing tomorrow in particular, because this ties directly into actually where we got, which is like, how do we come up with cooperative ways to move things forward. And so it's going to be short 5 to 10. Yeah. Then we'll take 15 and go to the last panel.
All right.
Please take one.
Feel free to contact me. We're on it now. We're getting in. Yeah, we're in Bryceland. We're not far off the Bryceland Thorn Road, only about a mile off the pavement.
We're in the area.
Yeah, I'd love to have you there as well. Yeah, and we're just getting into our veggie season.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was great. And setting it off on such a good tone. Connecting people to place.
That's great.
I think it's such an important part of it.
Safe travels. I did my graduate work on this Lost Coast, and so I always drove through Bryceland. I lived in Whitethorn, but I was on doing my thesis work.
Can I just have your ears for 1 minute? There's a
harbor.
I'll appreciate everybody. Thank you, and I'll make this super brief so everybody can get their day going. Tomorrow from 9 to noon at the Harry Griffith Hall, the Cooperative Agricultural Network, including myself, Keith Taylor, who should be around here somewhere. We had a little presentation, but he disappeared. Oh, if you want to come down, just we'll be doing strategic doing. So essentially last year, I want to frame this correctly. So I love the energy and the inspiration I got from last year's symposium, and I wanted to find a way to harness that and get that momentum and turn it into action. And this is what came out of that. So can we?
Very brief presentation.
Yeah. I'm also a cannabis cultivator, got 5,000 square foot, Salmon Creek, and I'm also a cooperative developer, Salmon Creek Legacy. And what I really want have like, my passion is organizing, and I want to get out the abstract and into the tangible. And hopefully tomorrow between 9 and 12, if you guys are interested, sign up. There's flyers around here. You can log into cancoop.org and register at our Eventbrite. And yeah, we'll be having catered food too. And we'll have like a 2-3-minute presentation real quick here just about co-ops and cool shit. And
co-ops and cool shit, that's what we do.
Yeah, I think they're kind of synonymous. And yeah, again, I appreciate like Dominic, Dan, all of the students here that have, and the panelists that have helped us today. Like last year, this inspired me so much. I had to like figure out what to do to harness this energy and the capacity of all these people and to think, and like essentially all the mind share that we have gathered here today. And hopefully, if you can and you have the time and you're around tomorrow, 9 to 12, at the Harry Griffith Hall, and Eventbrite registration, cancoop.org. Thank you. And Keith,
yeah, we almost have it there.
And we have Scott Hutchinson, who's the co-developer of the strategic doing methodology. It's
there we go.
Pretty, high up in the in the methodology. He wrote the book essentially on the methodology. So we're hoping to actually get some really good facilitation going and to get some cool Pathfinder projects developed out of this tomorrow. And with that, I'll hand it over to my compatriot Keith.
Thank you, Sean. Hey, everybody. So one of the things that I bring to the thought process in this is how do we stitch these systems together? I've been doing work in the Mendocino County region for, say, the last 5 years, looking at how the cannabis industry is structured there. And I also do work with electric cooperatives and other cooperatives nationally. So it's given me a lot of insights on how it is that we can create a support system to help folks out with competing in this environment where the big guys are coming in. So what I want to do is I want to give the example of what's going on in the energy space as to how this could give us some ideas on what we could do in the cannabis and small ag space as well. So just quick overview, I want to talk about the challenge of achieving abundance. Abundance has been a big buzzword here lately, but I am on the Abundance Consortium out of UC Berkeley, so I think it's safe for me to bring that up. But I see it as shared prosperity. I want to give insights from energy, and then I want to talk about going beyond big government and beyond big business. I think that's been a subtext that we've been talking about here. And by exposing what is this kind of this hidden economy of hybrid businesses. And then I want to talk just briefly about that, about linking and leveraging this latent community capacity. Because I think a lot of people get overwhelmed with the idea of starting from scratch. The great thing is we don't really need to start from scratch. There's a lot of capacity in the system. This is me. Hi, I'm Keith. I'm a professor at UC Davis doing cooperative extension and community economic development. What cooperative extension means is my classroom is in the community as opposed to on campus. So I have this cool gig where, as a Midwesterner who moved out to California, I get paid to travel all over the state. So briefly, how many people, who here knows how much energy was produced from renewable energy last year in California? A lot. Yes, how many days, do you know? Yeah, it was over 100 days. Pretty cool stuff. So one of the challenges California's been dealing with is this thing called the duck curve. Basically, we get solar and wind at different times when we actually need it. So we have this new technology, renewable energy. We're producing a whole bunch, really cool, but then it's not being dispatched when we need it. So then we have new technology that comes on in the form of batteries. Do we need something? Okay, cool. So what this means is, what's happening is, even though we have all this great new technology, we're still not meeting the needs of energy justice in California. And a big part of that is we have the state that's doing all kinds of really cool policies around energy, but we're mismatching it with an institutional partner that doesn't play well with us. Right? Yeah, that was a really, really hard one to figure out there, who to choose the enemy. So a big part of the obstacle is how we do community economic development. A lot of our economic development policies in the United States are structured around attracting and retaining big businesses. So I like to say, as I sum it up, if you're Reno, Nevada, and you want to create a lot of jobs, you say, Elon Musk, you're already rich, let's make you richer and have you open up a factory here. So whenever you want to start a small business or you want to start co-ops, there's really not a lot of good policies that are out there for this. Now, the thing is, what I like to point out in the work I do and where I come from, I like to bring Midwest and Southern innovations to California. And specifically, what I'm talking about here is there's this place called South Carolina that California policymakers don't pay attention to that's doing really amazing stuff in the energy transition. And a big part of the reason why they're doing it is they have 20 electric cooperatives around the state. And these electric cooperatives, you can see, cover a pretty vast region of the state. They form together a series of federations for purchasing power, but also doing economic development, driving broadband, all kinds of cool things. So once you have co-ops in your backyard and they're working together, they have all these really neat spillover effects. Now, the system, what I think is great about it is it inspires us to think, let's not wait on other people to come in and save us, let's save ourselves, right? And the system was actually built by a coalition of federal government agencies, Rural Electrification Administration, along with Farm Bureau and local groups around the United States. Today, the legacy is this. Over 56% of the American landmass is covered by electric cooperatives. So California does a really good job of talking about energy democracy and energy justice, but if you look, we don't really have a whole lot of that going on, right? And the system today, it's 832 electric cooperatives, $42 billion a year in revenue, 42 million Americans own and govern the system. When you go to a national association conference, there's 7,000 board members. So it's its own political economy. And you never hear about this. You always hear about how can we have a voice in this space, right? The other thing too is the jobs are created are huge, the asset base is huge. Again, you look at California and you go, well, what the hell are we doing? We don't really have any capacity in the system. Turns out you do. If you look beyond cooperatives, there's also these things called CCAs, community choice aggregators. They look a lot like cooperatives. And in California, they're starting to engage with the cooperative sector. So they're trying to get innovations from the Midwest and the South, as I was saying. But what this means is that on the energy space, we actually have comparable institutions that we could leverage. Now, once you start kicking around here, you start realizing there's a lot of other cooperatives beyond just electric cooperatives. The United States, the belly of the beast of capitalism, has a really massive cooperative sector. And you've probably seen a whole bunch of these brands. Why aren't we engaging with these brands and these entities in the kind of work we want to do in economic development in this region and throughout California? So real quick, just to give you an overview of what's in this hidden economy of hybrid institutions, I mean, there's a ton of these things. We think about these in our everyday life, but we never think of them as distinct and usable or engaging for us in our economic development work. And the asset base is huge. It's 70,000 institutions easily. And just back of the envelope, the asset base is over $50 trillion. This is a massive sector. Employs a ton of people, lots of members or member owners. And in closing, just some of the lessons you can pick from this. Yeah, there's significant challenges in how we achieve this shared prosperity, but there's insights from energy that we could use for small ag and food producers and systems as well. I also think we got to go above this. We have to do all the above on one hand, but there's no one size fits all. So we need to diversify how we're going about it. And there's also more tools in the toolbox than we believe. The previous panel, I definitely heard, we got problems with what's going on in the government, right? We don't have to rely on the government for everything. We don't have to rely on big business for everything either. But finally, the last word I want to leave, last thoughts I want to leave you with is just thinking, when you look at how overwhelming the challenges in front of us, it's not about creating these things from scratch. We actually have tools in the toolbox that we can go pick up right now and use. And that's what I'm going to encourage everybody here is to go out and explore this particular area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please feel free to take 20 minutes. Let's actually give you space to breathe. That was a long period of time we just sat. So let's get back around 3:30 for the last panel. Thank you very much.
I give thanks and praise unto the Most High.
That a man shall
will endure forever.
Master of time, the giver of glory.
Well, and it was written, well up in the book. I and I shall will endure
forever. Did you know the pen is stronger than the knife? Mankind can kill it once and they can't kill it twice. Did you know destruction of your flesh is not the end into life? So fear not of the Antichrist. And did you know that I exist before the earth? And did you know my eyes are windows to the world? Hey, did you know you can't go as Zion and now we're Jerry Curl? Can't tell the boys from the girls. Your body's just a vehicle transporting your soul. It's what's inside of people is beauty to behold. Fear not of evil. Every day man flesh it grow. Like changes of the times take a toll.
Well, and it was written, well up in the
Lion eyes that give the Rastafari's everlasting life.
That a man shall well endure.
The wages of sin is death, yeah.
Yes, and it was written, well up in the
you talk what you walk and what you think.
well, I shall well endure.
Watch for sticks and stones, stop them blocks and piles. Life is one big road stretching miles on top of miles. Hey, now blessed be the soul that always remain a child when most people don't even smile. And there's a natural mystic is blowing through the air, so keep it realistic, please always be aware. Hey, the truth is crying out and it's so loud and so clear, and most people won't even hear. And spiritual pollution is in the atmosphere, and with so much confusion can one be happy here? Hey, the gift of Rastafari is for all men to share. Some would rather to be so unfair.
Yes, and it was written, well up in the
glory unto the Most King,
that a man shall well endure. Well, and it was written,
one has to wait to a dog.
Well, I shall, well endure.
Yo, Malayan. Hey, a veteran is set and Rastafari is his name. A gift of everlasting life for us to all sustain. A blessing that you all begot, lesson taught you all forgot. Rasta call like shit you not. Do you remember Elijah? And the chariot of flame, same blood that run through my vein.
Yeah.
Line I give thanks and praise unto the Most High, His beyond majesty, brightest last side of verse. Yeah, Rastafari, every people never short, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the conqueror, life, the tribe of Judah. Elected himself, light of this world of our training to the Prince of Peace, defender of faith, the one who counts lazy. Yes, reggae on the river. I just want to say thanks for having I and I. And until we meet again, Rastafari, guide and protect the island now.
Treatment, baby. Can't you see what you mean to me? I wanna love you constantly, but you keep neglecting me. I treated me silently, silently. Girl, you know that you need to stop giving me the silent treatment, baby. Can't you see what you mean to me? I wanna love you constantly, but you keep neglecting me. I treated me silently, silently. Girl, you know that you need to stop giving me the silent treatment, baby. Can't you see what you mean to me? I wanna love you constantly, but you keep neglecting me. And treating me silently.
Hey, back
to the beginning of time. No, nothing, nowhere, or no one to find. We follow the moonlight, chase after the sun, searching for some peace of mind, searching for the silver light. Stop, turn, look, and see hearts beat and dream, stay strong, live and leave across l'Afrique. I said l'Afrique. L'Afrique, son système, des propaganda. I said l'Afrique.
Montreal, I wanna see you skank. 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 Skank, 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 skank for me, skank for me, skank, 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 skank.
just me, myself, and I. myself, and I. It's just me, myself, and I. It's just me, myself, and I.
I've been thinking about you lately. Thoughts take me to when we were close. Addicted to your love till I need another dose. I know it's a feeling that should be long gone. Things seem coming when I hear our song. Golden brown girl, it seems so long since I heard your voice. Where did the king go wrong? Emotions that they linger on. Guess cause I never knew a love so wrong. So many hot girls, I need your warm. The taste of your mouth, girl, I need your warm. Good food and love, I need your warm. This hit was made before we were born. A dreamer, so I'ma keep dreaming on. It's kinda like the break of the chin and been wrong. Now it's slow.
to death. And in just one breath, he said, you gotta get up, you gotta get off, you gotta get down, girl. You know you drive me crazy, baby. Turn into a girl man. Called you on the phone, no one's home. Baby, why leave me all alone?
Right here.
And if it wasn't for the music, I don't know what I'd do. Yeah. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life with a song.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, great. You want to like tuck behind the table? Awesome.
Oh, here we go. What's your name?
Seth.
Jackie.
Jackie, that's right. Nice to
meet
see
you.
you
I
again.
think, yeah, we're
We chatted on Zoom. I think I'll talk to you.
I'm Diana, hands-on.
This last panel really is a formalization of what kind of turned out a little bit by design, a little bit by accident last year, which is that this is going to be a town hall style conversation. In which we'll start out normally with our panelists and introduce each other and have a get us going situation where challenges and benefits associated with what we're doing. There are a couple things that I'm going to want to kind of call out, but like this is going to be an opportunity to bring up things that maybe like have occurred to you today as well, right? And to carry conversations that might have been cut short either in there or in here, out there or in here, and to be able to have them. I will at one point also call on Fran Bean. Where's Fran? Right, the CDFA Appalachians Program. We've got some things to ask of folks that can help us along a little bit, and I think that's an important part of the general environmental stewardship conversation as well. So, without further ado, let me start with Seth LaRosa from UC Berkeley, formerly of Mendocino County.
That's right. Just a quick introduction. Hi, everybody. My name is Seth. I'm a fourth-year graduate student at the University of California, Berkeley, and I'm a researcher with the Cannabis Research Center there. When I started the program, my first research project was working with California tribes, thinking about how cannabis policy changes were affecting tribal sovereignty. So throughout my 4 years in the program, I've worked with a lot of tribes around the state, and I continue to work with tribes around Clear Lake, California, not on cannabis really, but on the cultural memory of the Clear Lake hitch, which is a fish species that's threatened right now. So that's a bit about me, but there's more. But go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Diana Gamzon. I'm the executive director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance and co-founder of the organization. We are a trade association that was founded in 2016, and we do policy and advocacy work, and we have a robust educational programming. Our values of our organization are steeped in environmental stewardship, rural economic growth, and craft cannabis farming, and we represent all the businesses in Nevada County, and we have many programs within our association. We provide free education to the cannabis industry through webinars and workshops that focus on best management practices, business skills trainings, regulatory and compliance support. We have a compassion program where we coordinate logistics within our licensed cannabis industry to move product through the supply chain and provide donated cannabis to our community members through our local retailer. We have a buddy program where incoming cultivators can get matched with those that have already been licensed, and we of course have a government affairs program. And I also am a licensed cultivator. I co-own a 15,000 square foot farm, that outdoor farm that is OCal and Southern Nurse certified.
Hi everyone, I'm Jackie Riccio. I am the co-founder and executive director of Cannabis for Conservation.
We are a 501c3 environmental nonprofit, and we're based in Blue Lake. Our mission is to conserve persisting natural resources, restore degraded ecosystems, and educate cannabis communities. So our programs include things like watershed restoration and enhancements, biodiversity research, habitat enhancements, and we currently work with about 375 farms between Humboldt, Mendocino, and Trinity counties, and that's expanding. We have some of our staff members here, Vanessa and Janelle, who I'm sure a lot of you know. Reach out to them if you want to be part of our programs afterwards. And yeah, our programs are pretty much free to cultivators. There might be like a couple $100 match required or something like that, but we come from an ethos of making restoration and agroecosystems a really easy choice to participate in. So we get grants and we create programs that are voluntary for farmers to participate in.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Walker Wise. I'm the water program director at Sanctuary Forest. We're a nonprofit, very place-based in the Mattole headwaters, centered in Whitethorn, that's kind of in between Redway and Shelter Cove. The Mattole's a really special river. So we're a land trust, but with a water program, and I operate the water program over there. And that includes a storage and forbearance program, groundwater recharge projects, flow augmentation ponds, forest thinning. We have really cool riparian thinning projects going. And, you know, we're also concerned with kind of the long-term sustainability and fabric of our community. So a lot of our projects, you know, we work to support, you know, any kind of sustainable economic activity in our area that includes, you know, cannabis farming or sustainable forestry and, you know, maybe tourism and education and really kind of just trying to build a better and sustainable future in our part of southern Humboldt and northern Mendocino.
Thank you, Walker. The theme this year that has run throughout the panels is that we have a common ground that we all value environmental stewardship. What that looks like in our daily lives and what we do, however, is conditioned by the context that we're operating in. If you are working for CDFW, you have a particular context. If you are working for Sanctuary Forest, you have a particular context. And I've asked these four up here today because they represent a diversity of perspectives that do come together around a concern for promoting environmental stewardship in the cannabis industry. And what I want to go ahead and ask a first kind of just simple question, and as we're doing this, one of the things you can think about is asking these people to, you know, explain their contexts, you know, in a way that helps you learn about the diversity of ways we can work together from different positionalities. Again, environmental stewardship to me does not, hopefully, ever become just a slogan. It means something, but it means something in our particular context that we only know partially of what the other people's context is. So just want to ask the panel, what are the challenges and opportunities from your context to develop collaborations around environmental stewardship? And we can go down the line and see where it goes. Actually, let's go up the line. Let's start with Walker.
All right. Well, I would say that, you know, our part of southern Humboldt and Mendocino County was, you know, there are and were a lot of cultivators there, and that it was really kind of ground zero for I mean, there's probably a few places that can say they were ground zero for the economic fallout of the changes that have happened in the cannabis industry. And I was a cannabis cultivator 5 years ago as well. So, you know, it really touched every aspect of our communities, from our retail businesses, our farming community, of course, but also our schools, our nonprofits, our fire departments. And so, you know, I think kind of one of the things it's made it a lot harder. It's a lot harder to collaborate with your community in an environment where there's kind of a economic disintegration occurring, and a lot of people are maybe losing their farms or losing their bank accounts, spending all their money, and still not maybe accomplishing what they were trying to do in terms of setting up a sustainable or profitable farming enterprise. And so, yeah, it's just a lot harder. And that's why one of the things we focus on is really like driving local employment and trying to foster economic diversity in our area. So it's like we want the cannabis growers to survive and thrive, but we also want to support, some degree of transition into more firefighting and forestry and tourism and all of these other components to kind of get away from the boom and bust economic cycle that our area has experienced through the decades, and try to find a little, there's always going to be change, but to try to find a little more equilibrium in how people live with the land in our area.
So there's kind of three things that I think about that are barriers to how we implement restoration and environmental stewardship. And I didn't say this in my intro, and I probably should have. So CFC operates in a very specific way. We do not focus on regenerative agriculture in the sense that we're not focusing on cultivation methods. So CFC is all about land management. So it's not like, telling you what to amend your soil with and things like that. It's managing your forests, managing your water courses, and having sustainable use of all those resources, and learning to have a reciprocal relationship and reciprocity with your land using peer-reviewed scientific evidence and known applied conservation methods. So really, in order for us to complete and kind of implement the landscape scale restoration that we'd like to do and the environmental stewardship that we would like to see from small farmers and cannabis communities across the state, we need more farmers and we need more staff. So we need to work with more of you. That is one of the biggest barriers that we have right now, because there's so many amazing groups like Nevada County Cannabis Alliance and other groups that we really would like to work with and target those farmers. And we're just kind of at a standstill with some of our staff capacity. And our outreach and being able to talk to these other markets. So that's kind of like a nitty gritty barrier for us on a finer scale. The second thing would be a lot of the grants that we have access to, and this is typical with state grants, right? But they're reimbursable. So when you're trying to implement large-scale restoration projects, they can be very expensive, and we're limited in the contractors that are willing to work on that kind of reimbursement basis. So that can be limiting in our geographies. That can be limiting for certain farmers if we don't have contractors that are willing to travel certain places and things like that, or just aren't willing to work with our programs. Luckily, to date, we've been able to find some really amazing people that are understanding of that reimbursement basis, and so we've been able to do that. But I would say that that's a pretty big barrier. I know that AB 590 was passed, which is an initiative that allows nonprofits to get an advance payment from state grants, which is fabulous. There's still some tweaking and working out that needs to happen, like how that actually channels down to agencies. But that's been a fabulous help. But in general, grant structures can be somewhat limiting, maybe not for bigger organizations. For an organization of my size, I've found that it can be. And then the last thing, sorry, I have really bad postpartum brain. The last thing was, go ahead. I can't even remember it. There was three things. I'll come up with it later.
I'll talk a little bit about some of the opportunities that I've seen in relationship to the environmental sustainability, and it really focuses around education. In Nevada County, we've been doing our educational program, which is free and open to the public. It's geared towards those that are getting licensed or those that have a licensed cannabis industry. And in recent years, and particularly this year, we've been building up our partnership. So this year we have a partnership with UC Davis Extension, and we have there's about 8 workshops, hands-on workshops that are all focused around things like pest management and dealing with moles and even dealing with deer. And so traditionally these workshops have been geared towards more traditional farmers, but we've been working with them on having a program specifically that we're marketing towards the cannabis industry. And so I think that exploring partnerships, we've also been in talks with an organization in Nevada County called the Biochar Coalition to host workshops specific towards really targeting the cannabis industry. And so I think that, one of the themes that's kind of run throughout many of the sessions today is about education and how through education we are empowering our community. And so that's one of the opportunities that I see. We've also explored work and done work with the Xerces Society on companion planting. And so, yeah, I think that's something that we really need to look at. And the other thing that I think that we also have, this is the challenge, but there was talk today about incentives for environmentally sustainable farming techniques. And I think that is something that collectively from each of our angles, mine is advocacy, but from our advocacy, from our farming, from our regulators, from our state agencies, we really need to get behind how can we collectively try to work to move policy around being able to access programs that CDFA has, and then also how do we create incentives for the way that we farm, because we're doing it naturally. We don't have to change our farming practices. This is how small farmers farm.
Okay, so I should have mentioned perhaps in my introduction, I was also a cannabis cultivator for a long time. Back then, I think environmental stewardship meant to me just being really careful about my inputs, taking care of my property, taking care of the plants in a way that I wasn't using, I was using all organic, everything, spending a lot more money perhaps than I needed to on hand labor and on a community of people that would help me get things done. I think we all remember trim seasons being really expensive back in the day, making sure that everybody got the food that they wanted and the things that they needed. And I think in that small way, for the years that I was doing it, that felt like stewardship to me. That was taking care of this little piece of land that I had control over and doing it in a way that felt meaningful and felt cooperative with the community and beneficial to the people in the community. As an academic, it's quite different. I find that my opportunities are in accessing funds, right? Writing grants and getting those grants, funded. I've been sort of fortunate to work, as I mentioned, with tribes throughout my graduate school career. And I think that's been the main kind of takeaway, is the ability to write grants that can really enhance the tribal nations that we partner with. And I think Caitlin made this point earlier really succinctly. Not in a co-management way, not in a way that we can say like, okay, well, we have some objective and you might have an objective too, and how can we sort of work together to both have our objectives met? But more in like, okay, what is your objective? What is the tribe's objective? How can we leverage funds and then use the institution, the University of California in this instance, to help you achieve your objectives? So that's the goal. And I'm getting better at it. It's difficult. There's kind of a fine line between maybe being duplicitous and outright lying to granting agencies. But they say like, we want a cultural memory of this group, and you go back to the tribe and you say, yeah, the granting agency wants you to record, stories and give them to the NEH, the National Endowment for the Humanities. And the tribes are like, no, we don't want to do that. So then we have to go back to the granting agency and be like, well, can we, will you fund us and we won't give you anything? Like no products at all. What do you say? And they're not into it. So then we have to go back to the tribe and say, they're not into it. And then so we come up with kind of creative solutions. We're like, all right, we'll make a story map that we can hand over to the feds, the NEH, the grantor. That'll keep them happy. Maybe we'll do a little bit of TEK in there. We'll do some things that are already public that the tribe doesn't mind sharing. We'll share it again through this story map. That'll get the granting agency off of our back. And then we can take the rest of the project funds and we can buy a new computer lab for the tribe. And we can host a couple of GIS trainings. I do a lot of GIS, which is Geographic Information System stuff, maps. So we'll host a couple of GIS trainings to justify the purchase of all these computers. So that's kind of how I feel I'm able to help in this sense as an academic. Unfortunately, a lot of the things that we know, like all of us collectively, are known, like they've been known. I think we know how to turn things around, but the will to do so isn't always there. Even the conversation this morning around like outside and indoor production and sun-grown, and it's really difficult to get consumers to spend that extra dollar at the end of the day, even if they know it's a better product and they know it's more environmentally sustainable. And so, yeah, I think thinking in ways that we can kind of just make sure that the money gets to the right people is something that I focus on.
Thank you, Seth. As each of you were speaking, this is all happening in a context for me as well. And one of those contexts is that I've been doing ethnographic interviews around the history of cannabis breeding and cultivation in California and its connections to how that went around the world and even came back. And, you know, it's pretty incredible to hear these stories of the things that happened before, but we've forgotten. The influence of the UC Santa Cruz soil guy. I don't know, is Yas still here? Yeah. Alan Chadwick, going around up to Covelo in the 80s and elsewhere. Alan Chadwick was who David Watson actually learned like organic farming from, right? And to hear these names come up over and over, these ideas and values around, you know, something that's not agro-industrial approaches. And to the question of like what's bad in terms of the bad guy in the room that we might have common ground around is industrial agriculture, I have to say. I want these stories, ultimately in the context I'm doing now, that come out, to be able to provide a space for people to recognize, hey, that's my story too. But it's a little different, right? Because I think that the challenge that I see is being able to pull together all of these great intentions and these people who are incredibly inventive and creative in figuring out how to fund their path, right? Into an ecology, a social ecology that can sustain us and move us forward in times that are insane, like lurking in the background of talking about grants and grant funding, a federal grant landscape that is going crazy. The CSU system is going through intense budget cuts that threaten a lot of what we do. When everybody feels alone in what they're experiencing pain from, we withdraw and we become defensive. And so what I'm hoping that this space does, and my invitation to all of us, is to find out, you know, what we have in common and what environmental stewardship means in relationship to community stewardship, right? Because that's there in the background too, is that in order to work together, we need communitarian values too. And each of these people in their particular niches, to use the ecological term, right? They've been doing so much that reminds me of so many of the stories I hear from the 70s, 80s, 90s of the folks that went back to the land and used the skills that they had to make a life and a community out of nothing, right? They did have the benefit of prohibition prices that absolutely stood up a lot of things and ended up biting us all on the ass in many ways. Because those prohibition prices were the thing that caused the green rush. Yeah? So I want to kind of invite people in this room to weigh in. If you recognize anything in each other's stories right now about what you're doing and where you want to go, who you want to have more conversations with, like, this is a good opportunity to start that. So I want to take a moment, think about it, and invite folks to weigh in. What are the challenges and opportunities for you that you see maybe could use some help with other people?
My name's Eric. I have a farm over in the Hyattsville, Carlotta area. And like one of the things that I came up here like 2015. And one of the things I just see a lot, you know, just been like the same thing for like the past, what has it been now, like almost 10 years, is that there's just like so many people on both sides, and I just feel like people just need to come together more about the culture of cannabis in Humboldt County and Mendocino. You know, whether it's greenhouse, whether it's indoor, whether it's outdoor, whether it's dry farming, whatever you're doing. Like for me, I grew up in San Diego, and I just see all this amazing stuff happening up here. And I was buying that weed, and it was good. You know, sometimes it's outdoor, sometimes it's indoor. And then now we come up here, and it's like, well, my way's right, this way's right, and it just kind of bifurcates the entire community. And there's grants that only these people can get, and these people can get. And I just think that, you know, it's a really complicated system, but on a fundamental level, we should just celebrate. If you're in the area and you're cultivating, and you've been here, or you want to be here, it should just be accepted, and not, this needs to be the right way. Let's incentivize these people, because that's what we think. It's like, if you are able to make it successful right now, especially because it's so difficult, like, we should be supporting those people, because we need to rely on the successful people to also support the people that want to emerge in the same space. And the moment we say, oh, your way is not allowed, or we're not going to give you a special kind of a thing because you're not doing it in a way that we think is appropriate, well, the market dictates what that is. So I think that for me, like just being here, there's a lot of good input, and sometimes I just think that there just needs to be a little more cohesion between all the different aspects of the community.
Everybody's at a different place, right? Like, and I don't want us to be scolds, right? Like, it's like, where are you at, and what can we learn from each other that like is going to be beneficial, and especially the folks who are a little more savvy at business, maybe, right? That might have skills that they could share as well. I think it's important.
One of the biggest issues that I've seen here in Humboldt County, but I'm sure that this applies in Mendocino and Trinity and Nevada County, is we have seen this really significant attrition of cannabis operations. And what the long-term impacts of that attrition is, these businesses are going out of business because they're out of money, but then there's no money for the cleanup and restoration. And then like here in our county, the county wants this, like, they want everything graded and like no evidence of that there was anything there, and that's very expensive. At the bare minimum, we need to get the plastic out, you can leave the infrastructure, you can, that farm could be used for something else in the future, but we need cleanup money. But there's no business model in this, so like this is just money that needs to come from the state, because this is for the public good. But I also want to preface, it's like, this is kind of a weird metaphor, but like, if I went to a hotel room and trashed it, like I put my credit card down and there's some kind of deposit, like I don't get to just trash the room and then walk away scot-free. But a lot of these farms, the reason that they're failing is because they're out of money, and it's not that they wanted to leave these lands the way that they are, but there's just literally no money left. And with CDFW, closing out the LSAAs is expensive, closing things out with the water board is expensive, closing things out with the state is expensive, and closing things out with local jurisdictions are expensive. So what a lot of people just tend to do is like ghost. And we need to do something about that. And so there's a lot of creative people in here. I don't want to do this. This is a great idea for someone else though. But is fill and make that organization and find that funding that can really support the restoration of these abandoned operations. So
Yeah, Selena?
I think that's a super important point you're bringing up, and there's a lot of parallels in the state of California with other types of industries right now. Like, I'm a cannabis farmer, I'm not trying to compare us to the oil and gas industry, but it's a really big question right now with oil and gas wells going dry basically over time, and there's a lot of like good and bad actors in that economy, but there's also a lot of people who are trying to like get out of their responsibilities, and I think there's just, it's so different with what
Nate?
Dominic, I want to come back to your story discussion because I think that's the really important piece here because everybody in this room we're talking about environmental stewardship and all the faces that I know here for the last 15, 20 years, we are the environmental stewards. We're the ones who put all of our money into our water tanks, our rain catchment, proper systems, and then when grants and opportunities start coming around, we're denied because we already did the work. We already started by doing it correctly. And now my farm in Ferndale is shut down today because I don't have operational money to run it. It's 2,500 square foot. It doesn't pencil out right now. But, on that last panel, we alluded a little bit to some of the federal actions going on and what can we do as a resilient community to counteract that destructive force. One of the things I'm seeing is the writing on the wall, on the national level, it's like those are the death throes of that dying, sense of control over the American people. And it's us who are going to rise up with the new system that's going to make sense. So my question is, how can we celebrate our good actors, good stories, enable them to be better actors and better stewards? Because I know a lot of us, we've had destructive grows around our properties, and I've gone and pulled 80 cars off of properties around me that were abandoned, just because I don't want that oil leaking into my water system. So our environmental stewardship in our own little private lands are already reaching out around beyond our, intimate, but I care for space. But how do we empower those stories, empower more momentum, and get more people behind these practices that we believe in? And money is good.
Yeah, and actually just had a thought, and it's going to be a quick one, which is like there is funding for like digital humanities, people who tell stories, especially through video form. So like we're focused a lot on environmental grants, but being able to tell stories that can reach a much wider audience about what this is, what environmental stewardship is, and also the precarity of it when you run out of money. I think we need to think a little more diversely about the possible, at least outreach for like grant funding. And the business model thing is in this country, you have to have a business model to survive. There's no doubt, and it's getting much more like that every day. And I think that's kind of the crux of it. But like, how is this business model, not what we did before, the boom bust approach, right?
Dominic, can I add to that?
Yes, please.
So I've been kind of thinking about different themes that I've been hearing today. And one of the things that I really love about this whole group here is that you are all environmental stewards. You're very knowledgeable about your land. And this is a model that I see such an opportunity to tell to the rest of the state, the rest of the nation, what have you. Not because that's going to directly provide some type of economic benefit, but I think it's all tied in together, right? So very rarely do we ever see a commodity crop, agricultural crop, whatever you would like to call it, come into regulation. It's very rare. And we have this awesome opportunity to show exactly what kind of communities we are, how big ag is toxic, how we have resilience and strength and unity. And I think that given, the state of farmers across the US, like the average age of farmers, food crop farmers is 60, like they need this. And they're being told that they can only farm because, they can only farm if you import fertilizers from Africa and Spain and across the world. And, and you should just get another ag loan. And, you need more money, well, get another loan. And they're in this cycle. And so there is a market depression going on here. But I think that our strength that is untapped is telling that story and to elevating this on multiple platforms and to making small cannabis farms a model that can be followed by other industries. I know that there's not a clear path to doing that, but I do think that there's a circular economy in that, where the answer is actually within ourselves, but we do have to unify. Connection was a big thing that was talked about today. and stop polarizing ourselves that are on the same team when everyone here in this room is obviously on the same team, and finding our own strength to supporting the small farmer business here, supporting our environment, and really achieving that agro-ecosystem functionality that I know we all are trying to achieve, not here alone, but elsewhere in the country.
And I want to parlay that into another theme that was kind of running today, which is a consumer education campaign.
Yeah.
Because that's been one of the big missing links, where we are collectively, whether it's, from each of our various regions or, however it may be, but all of us that hold this ethos of environmental sustainability, legacy cannabis farming, how can we best tell our story in a mass way? And how's it going to get funded? No, that's the big one. But consumer education is huge for the future.
Yeah, and cannabis is cool. Like, carrots are not really cool. Like, it's fine if you're like an organic carrot farmer or whatever. But sorry to anyone who's a carrot farmer, right? But like, cannabis is cool, and people are like, okay, like more willing. Like, there is an edge there that I don't think has been capitalized on yet with our farmers. And I think it would be heard and listened to in spaces that are maybe not retail storefronts. Maybe we need to have different types of events, different types of functions to invite targeted audience groups to participate, to learn, to get educated about what we're doing up here. We're kind of like, our own little bubble up here in the Emerald Triangle, always have been. But I think what we have to say is important. And yeah, doing some type of campaign, finding funding, working with other organizations, other nonprofits, other trade associations to develop some type of movement like that, I think would be a really great use of everybody's time.
I think there's like, I think we could take an example from other agriculture. There's a huge research, like, growth in the local cut flower market in the country, and I think they're able to be successful in that they're, they are marketing kind of the same story that we would be able to market, but most of them are close to the locations where they're able to sell their product. Whereas farmers growing cannabis, we're very far removed from those places, which adds an extra level of challenge. And so I think that being able to collectively have some kind of campaign for being able to market us would be really helpful, because we're so far removed from those places. And I think too, seeing with farmers markets and just in general, there can be like a need and a market for us small farmers to do that, but I think it can't be as localized as other farmers are able to.
Can I respond to that? Yes, totally agree. And one thing that I also failed to mention, besides like local markets and things like that, is the model that CFC does, right? So land management, like, it's a huge thing in the conservation world. It's a huge thing in 30 by 30, right? Okay, our state's policy to save 30% of California's lands, or to conserve 30% of California's lands by 2030, to incorporate private landowners, right? This is a huge conservation opportunity for us. I don't know if there's another, maybe there is. I'm not super educated about it. Another nonprofit in the state that works with 375 farmers, but to me, that's kind of a big deal. And like, that is unique to cannabis, and we can tell that story as well. Private landowners need to start being more part of the conservation and restoration conversation, and they're not. And you guys are all these stewards, and you've done all this restoration, and it's not emphasized enough on that level either, because it's really a missing link. We attend all these 30 by 30 talks and these meetings, and there's not enough private land inclusion in there. It's starting to be mentioned, but I want you to know that, like, when we attend those, we are talking about all of you guys and representing you, because I do think that that's a really cool it's not just cool, it's a really kind of, it sets a precedent that should be emulated in other states and other areas of California for working with private landowners, because for far too long this state has used a preservationist theory for managing lands and for managing landscapes That doesn't work. You cannot leave land, not engage with it, not manage it, have these wilderness areas where you're not having any human interaction and expect that they're going to thrive. We know that from all of our indigenous nations. They've been managing the land extensively since time immemorial, right? And so you have to have that reciprocity. And I think that that's something that our farmers do that is unique. So that's another area where we could kind of emphasize what we do and get ourselves on a different scale.
Thank you, Jackie. I've got Fran and the gentleman in the beanie. So.
I just want to say that appellations of origin is one of those opportunities.
Yeah.
Still just an opportunity. But it allows your region, your valley, the Toll Valley, you have to define it by a geography, and it has to be in the ground, in the sun. But what you get to add to that name, if you can get consensus, what are the standards? What are the practices? Well, we're organic. We're Sun and Earth certified. Land management can be part of it. That is a rule. Now, to use the name Atoll Valley, you have to be following those land management things. So then the next step is going to be education. What's that mean? And things like that. But one thing, it's not. I get a lot of us versus them, indoor versus outdoor, because it's exclusive. But it's not, because it's part of labels of origin. Honestly, the only people I know who know Atoll Valley are really into weed or into hiking. They know the Lost Coast. But they all know Humboldt County. So working together, anybody who's growing in Atoll Valley can also use the name Humboldt County. And I'm willing to wager in 20 years, people are in Humboldt County trying to make a rule, you gotta say Humboldt County. But right now, it's an advantage to working together. Right now, Humboldt County is a very valuable name. Somebody said that this morning. You know, when I'm from the East Coast, and when I go there, 20 years ago when I would go there, and I didn't have to say Humboldt County, I just had to say California. And they got all excited. About and in 30 years, when you can sell that joint to China, the valuable name is going to be California. And we're kind of lucky. Say what you want about some of the leadership. I got no problem with them, but they have a lot of experience in the wine industry, and they know the value of that. And they know that it's long term. It's not gonna. Nobody's gonna get it like that. It's not gonna turn you rich because you have an appellation of origin. It's a long term. The bad news is expensive to establish. You have to establish that name. To do that, you have to do some research. You have to get consensus. The good news, to use that name, you don't have to pay anything. You just have to follow those standards, practices, and cultivars, and you're in that area. You got records to prove it. Boom. Once it's established, now it's about education. So that first hurdle is going to be pretty big.
Can I? Oh, you have more? Yeah.
And then, yes, I do want to keep the conversation on continuous rather than bifurcated. So I just want to ask the gentleman in the beanie, because you were next. Do you want to go ahead and go next, or do you want the follow up to the appellations to go? You okay?
Yeah. Okay. I hope I don't kick a hornet's nest here, but okay. So I interview a lot of people around the state around cannabis, and I hear this a lot from people from all over the state. People are going to know that this is SBSD, San Bernardino Sour Diesel. We're famous for this. And I'm like, okay. And you talk to people in Mendo, and they're like, everybody knows Mendocino County. And I talked to some supervisors recently from Mendo, and he was telling me he went down to LA, and he was asking people himself, have you heard of the Emerald Triangle, young people, Mendocino County? And someone said, oh yeah, Mendocino, and they showed him on their phone. It's over here, it's a few blocks away. And they were referring to a dispensary called Mendocino Farms. But they didn't know that there was a county in the state of California called Mendocino County. This is someone in Southern California. And I don't think you're wrong. I actually think you're right. It is probably the best opportunity, the best hope to have some sort of appellation program where we can look to some future market where we'd be able to say, this is small batch craft cannabis grown in the Emerald Triangle or grown in Humboldt County. Because I think like Pat was on the panel earlier saying that the brand of Humboldt County is well known. It is known around the world. My concern is that some of these big companies that I also talk to, and we all know them, and I won't say their names, but they're ruthless. You know, they want to make all the money, and they don't want the small guys to survive. And my fear is that once we have interstate commerce, and everyone thinks that's going to save us all, right? We're all going to be saved with interstate commerce, but the big guys are ready for interstate commerce too. And they're going to have the word California on their product too. They might not have Humboldt County on their product. They might not bother to do the appellation program, but they're going to be able to sell California weed all across the country as well. And so, yeah, again, I'm not trying to be like a downer. It's just, I don't necessarily know that that will be the magic bullet that's gonna save the small farmer. Right.
But we have experience. This is so not in America, but a lot of the other parts of the world care about labels of origin and protect them aggressively.
Yeah.
We are even traditional agricultural producers are realizing the benefit of that. Now that there's more competition from the rest of the world for them. You know, America was the monster in production for 80 years, but other people caught up. And now suddenly, made in America, well, what's that mean? You know, so it's happening. But in general, so there's rules like you have to, first of all,
I'll be very
check
brief.
it in the ground.
I'll be
You
super
have to do it
brief.
in full sun. And I don't know many giant industries that do that.
Right.
So that's the small farmer's advantage, right? If they want to start doing stuff in the ground and in full sun, yeah, awesome. It's gonna help. It's actually gonna help the small farmers if they start saying, "Hey, in the ground, full sun is where it's at." But your concern is valid. There's no measure.
Dinah's got one quick thing.
I think that, one of the things I want to just mention about appellations, because I'm very, very excited about it, but when I talk to farmers in our area in Nevada County, the situation is so dire with how farms are. Our best, farms, our small farms are, just on the thread of just the edge of it all. And the thought of appellations with hiring attorneys to create the petition and for working collectively. It's not that working collectively, that's the easy part, but it's the attorneys, it's the legal part, and then it's the marketing, where again, it comes down to our margins, and I'll speak as I'll put my farmer hat on, are so thin that it's just, there's a big challenge there, and I think that when it comes time to really unveil and open the door for appellations, it's something that really needs to be looked at of how we can prioritize this tool so that it benefits our smallest farmers.
What I want to do is skip a moment, make sure the gentleman gets his question, and then we can come back to appellations, if that's okay.
Thank you. I'm Riley. Nice to meet everybody. I grew up farming on a whichever farm for most of my life, and I think the question of why we're doing this is really big, right? There, we can talk about good versus not as good, and what's better, why. But at the end of the day, it's an education thing, and so we are kind of in a little bit of a
say education, but unless we have people willing to like, that's the strategic thing. I had Sequoia, and Fran, did you have a follow-up from earlier after Sequoia?
No, take up too much time.
And by the way, Fran is the director of the CDFA Appellations program. That's why it's really important to be hearing from him. And
More important for me to hear from you.
and that is also, we want to make sure you get that message out before we leave. Sequoia.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in the conversation about the appellations, like that is an important thing to have. It has some issues, but it's a tool, right? And when we're talking about the silver bullet, there's no silver bullet. You were right, spot on with that. But there's all these things that we need as tools. We need the appellations program. We need it to have marketing. We need it to have teeth. That's why people aren't buying into it because it doesn't have the thing that it needs if they were to buy into it. We need, Blair mentioned, needing access to consumers that are in our local area, and we don't have that. We need direct to market access. We need marketing. There's like the marketing component of everything that these small farms need is totally absent, and we need it huge. And all these things, we just need as many tools in our box. None of them are silver bullet. We need all co-ops are great if they work, but when you can't have more than 4 acres, what's the point? Like you want to act as a big person, so there's all these little barriers that make these things not work. And we need more and more tools. The tools are there, but they're like not complete. And the environmental stewardship, great. I think all these farmers want to fix these things. We want to do these things. We can't access the money. We need money to do the things. And I don't have a lot of solutions right now. These are all problems or things that are missing. But we're just going back to the point of there's no silver bullet, but we need as much as we can, where we all have our own individual situations where we're lacking something. And this one thing might be a good thing for me, but not you. But that other thing might be a good thing for you. And we need as much as we can to survive because we're all these little farmers and we're struggling and we are getting support mostly from each other. Thank God we're leaning on each other. Thank God we have our trade association. But our funding has been extracted and given to the
Yep.
agencies, and we're left with nothing
Yep.
but these lands that we can't work with. And expenses and bills and fines and, sorry, I'll leave it there.
Let's be with each other in the things that we're feeling pain about. I did have, actually, I think Maggie first, or, okay, Riley first, and then Murad and Selena.
My name's Riley Morrison from Willow Creek. To dovetail on both y'all's comments, really the big pink elephant in the room is the dramatic level of attrition of these farmers. If we do not have these farmers to continue this culture of stewardship, to implement these incredible opportunities and these tools, all of this is a waste. And so as I'm sitting here taking it in as a farmer, I recognize that the level of attrition in the Fibonacci sequence is moving so quickly right now that what we actually need is all these agencies and all these nonprofits to advocate for us to the state on a molecular level to redo and dismantle DCC's process and move cannabis into agriculture. Without that fundamental piece, attrition will take all of us over 2 years. And
It
that's
absolutely takes the change at the state level. I think that's what Alex was talking about earlier.
As we're all sitting in this room, last year was a great interaction, a great ecosystem, seeing Nicole and everybody here, and it would have been great to have Nicole back up here. But there's a real
We
need
asked.
to push back at the BCC in this moment before we're all done.
It's Murad, and I think Lindsay and Selena. Does that sound right? Murad. Yeah. Okay. Then we'll go to Lindsay. Lindsay Rennick.
We're all in this situation together. We're all going
And Maggie, and then Michael.
I think I wanted to talk about like the multimedia thing you were doing
Yeah.
like earlier. And this is actually directed towards like people more like myself that are not commercially cultivating, but are advocates and we need like, I mean, farmers, nobody, the general public does not think about farmer, any type of farmers generally in their day to day. And the most, I just think that like we have to all take it upon ourselves to just keep talking about this to everybody all the time. Like if you smoke weed, I'm gonna tell you about why you should be supporting small farmers and asking who grew the weed that you're smoking. Or if you use cannabis products, what is that you're using? Like care about it, you know? And like I just the other week ended up at an event that a 72-year-old woman was hosting at a hospice facility that was educating, I mean, a packed room of like 60 people who are 65 and older about cannabis. And everybody was asking amazing questions. They were so curious and like wanted this. And they are, you know, cancer survivors. They've got Parkinson's. They've got, you know, like lupus and all of these things that like this is saving their lives. And it like there's so many different angles to this that just like, I mean, I have a monthly cannabis radio show. Like every community radio station here in this whole region has a cannabis show on it also, which is awesome. But like there's like every form of media out there. We just have to keep talking about this. Like there are people every day of our lives who still try to educate people about like what is organic, like what is the difference between an organic and non-organic strawberry. And like people just like, I mean that's been going on for 70 years now, and like people are still, there's still people in our population who are like square one of being educated on that. And it's like, it's so painful on the farmer level. I mean like for all farmers growing anything, especially on small scales, but like we have to continue to be advocates and just like talk and talk and talk about it and like talk about farmers. I mean it is like a societal issue for our health and so many other things about our systems that nobody thinks about farmers. And so I just want to like activate or just like it's, you know, encourage everybody in whatever, you know, if you talk to, you know, whoever writes your local newspaper articles or a magazine or radio show or whatever, just like keep plugging the topic. Like we have to just like keep talking about farming and farmers and why that's important.
Thank you, Maggie. You inspired a thought that I'm going to hold off on and let Michael.
Well, I just appreciate the tacking between the more maybe theoretical or big picture stuff and then the more immediate, like what the daily practices. Dominic, I want to pick up from what you had mentioned about like thinking about a social ecology, right? And maybe future thought for maybe the next one of these, if there's a next. And thinking about silos and how folks get isolated. I think we've been talking a lot about cultivation and environmental stewardship in this room, which is key. But if we actually want to think about cultivation being part of also a just and sustainable supply chain, then there's also other ways to think about it. This can be yeah, like thinking about like actually building power towards a transformative vision of what like would actually it would take to get the kind of things that we need, right? Would also mean thinking up and down the supply chain. And I mean, in particular, thinking about organized labor. I'm thinking about patients groups and who is the third? I'm thinking about
Old people?
what was it?
Old people?
Sure, yeah, those too. You know, the social equity folks.
Yeah.
And so really thinking about, like, these are the political cutting edges, I think, of what is causing change and advocacy in the cannabis space in various different ways. And whatever, I'm an armchair person over here, but like, there seems to be some potential for that cutting edge to begin to emerge. they also consider themselves to be stewards of the plant, right? To be educating the people that they're interacting with at the retail level, to be thinking about their relationship to this kind, to creating something different in the same way that patients do in their own kind of use and access politics that brought us to this moment, and in the way that social equity folks are trying to do to undo the kind of harms of the war on drugs. So in thinking about like the social ecology, I mean, it would be cool to, I don't know, have a panel next year potentially about like, that brings in these other folks, that actually thinks about sustainability and regeneration, maybe in a much more expanded and socialized and full supply chain sense.
I look forward to working that out with you, Michael.
Great.
I just have something short I'd like to offer. First of all, in the last like 5 years, you guys have totally organized on such an amazing level. I'm so proud of everybody. It's really amazing. And I wanted to ask a question. How many of you understand the term neuro-emotional target marketing? Does anybody? Okay. Just, this is so important. Like, have you built a house with a hammer versus a hydraulic hammer? You're gonna like get carpal tunnel syndrome. We don't want you guys getting carpal tunnel syndrome. So, in normal business, with operating like actual clients, a good product, nobody's screwing around with them on any level. People fail all of the time. Failure rate is huge when people don't have a good place. And please don't look at my business because I don't fucking have one. But I've read about, I've been studying this for long enough that I know it works. People fail because they don't have good systems that you guys are setting up, good business models, etc. You guys are setting that up. But what is happening right now is that everything is so saturated that you have like between 1.5 and 1.8 seconds to get somebody's attention. If you have a good place to get it. If you know that if I speak to you from Sanctuary Forest, and you with the brown scarf on, and you with the purple scarf on, and you with the gray sweater, and you, every single one of you guys is gonna need a different marketing technique. So, the big success thing, which I also suck at, but everybody else has succeeded this way, like, they start making 10 times more money when they apply these tools. If we have our ideal client, in cannabis there's a big problem because who are the clients? Just like with children's toys. You're selling to the mother and to the child at the same time. Both of those require, and one of them is the one who gives permission, right? In cannabis it's the same thing. You got the person who's giving permission for the shelf, there might even be 3, I'm not sure. So if we don't know how that works, we're pretty much doing flea marketing. And in no case, in any audience, we are never gonna have more than 15% of those people. It's usually 5%. You can work up to getting 15. So I would just encourage you, I do have a place where you can find out about it pretty cheaply if anybody's interested. I've offered this before, but people are just swamped in so many problems, so it's all good. But, and I know you've done way better with marketing too. I just really love, with all of my heart, what cannabis supports. Even though I don't even smoke, I don't have a farm anymore, because it unites the community, it brings the regenerative to the table, it unites the people, and I really don't fucking want to see people fail because of that one detail. And the other thing is that, is there a way, this is a question for anybody, talk about yourself, is there a way for people to make sure that they don't fucking steal our community name? Because I've seen farm to table down in San Jose, Mendocino, and they're selling food like hotcakes, and it's from LA. It's like food from like San Bernardino Valley. And that's just one little example. I don't know if that's possible. But if it is, like, as soon as those floodgates open, these guys are gonna be on it. Because I have people who are earning $100,000 a quarter doing this stuff. And we're just barely scraping through, so
Thank you, Ayanna.
I just thought I'd put that on the
Appreciate that.
table.
I've got Drew Drew Papali from Trinity County.
Hey everyone, trying to gather my thoughts, but I imagine you can all agree that there's no silver bullet solution. In a certain regard, I think for individual farmers and the current market reality, a lot of it comes down to how do you create more value add? How do you potentially diversify? What's happening at that individual farm scale level? But I think just boiling it down, it really comes down to a collaborative effort. And so I want to give a little context to kind of, that conclusion, which is that years ago, or, some years ago, shortly after the passage of Prop 64, I was running a cultivation facility for a tribe. And it was a small California tribe. And so interestingly, they had hired a tribal lobbyist who was Cruz Bustamante. So we would get lobbying updates from Cruz Bustamante about what was happening at the state level as Prop 64 was about to take effect. One of the things that he conveyed was that Southern Wine and Spirits bought and paid for the distro model to be established in California. I could go on, but I think really just what I wanted to, convey is that it's really about, while we work towards what the, solutions broadly are and how we implement those at, the individual farm level, it's really about, continued collaboration and focusing on, how we dialogue and support each other to pave the way for these solutions to take place. Because clearly, as individual farmers, even as a collective of all the local trade organizations, we're going to struggle to compete against a billion-dollar corporation. And so I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, Drew. Is that Hannah that I see back there? Thank you.
Hannah White, farmer in Willow Creek. We're using our voices here. We're collaborating with our thoughts. We're talking about potential solutions and working in the policy space and working with the land and working with my community and my colleagues. A solution that is available is this voice that we have to petition our legislature and our state to come up with a better solution than the voter initiative Prop 64. It's broken, it didn't include farmers, it doesn't include the ecology, the land sustainability, it hasn't protected the consumer, it hasn't protected the tax base and all of the diverse organizations that could benefit from that. And we can all use our voice and our collective action to petition our elected representatives to come up with a solution that works better for the state's economy, works better for our small, sustainable, rural economies that do need to be protected. That's a solution.
Tina? So we're going to go Tina, Sarah, and then I'm going to ask just one more question of Fran, and then we'll closing comments. Okay? Go ahead, Tina.
I'm Tina Gordon from Inmate Farms. My friend. And as we're getting close to wrapping up and closing out, I just wanted to bring the patients and consumers into the room. And just like as hard as this is, y'all, the difference it makes for people when they have access to healthy food and healthy plant medicine is incredible. And the purpose is so big, and that's why we're all doing this. And so even though I just want to, I have to quote AC/DC here. You know that feeling? Like the down payment blues, the song Down Payment Blues. I got myself a Cadillac, but I can't afford the gasoline, right? And we're all right there. And it's just like, it just feels like it's so important as this room even starts to thin out that we just all keep going. Because the world needs us.
Well, that's kind of, Sonoma always likes to say, oh, well, Humboldt County got its name, and we had spent $0. Like, we didn't have a marketing budget. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I spent a lot of money on Grateful Dead tickets going on tour. Like, a lot of, we went to reggae. Like, we self-promoted. Like, that was like whatever, crowd-funded marketing. Like, you're right, there wasn't like a marketing budget. And it's like, this is promoting, like, it's a global time importance of access to plant medicine and small localized economies and, the this is like our fight. And we've been like blessed with this beautiful lands and these great skills and these big hearts where we have the ability to like influence the other people around that are, there's other markets, there's markets in Spain and there's markets in other countries that they have access to their close market. So it's like we don't need to do global domination except to like look at, you know, it's herbal plant medicine. Like the FDA does not regulate supplements. There's no regulation. Like it's a big thing against pharmaceuticals and herbal plant medicine is that as long as you don't make a claim, you can basically put whatever you want in any bottle as an herbal medicine or supplement. And it's like we're into this like battling the dragon regulation that we've kind of self-imposed on ourselves because we maybe didn't stand this firm in the beginning and just say no, like it's a plant, it's an herb, like we're gonna bottle it with echinacea. So
Thank you, Sarah. So my quick question to Fran is, how can the farmers that are out there help get this appellations program off the ground? Is there anything?
Listserv on CDFA. So right now, we're trying to finish up a critical regulation package that was things that were dropped. What's it mean to be produced in an appellation of origin? I know what it means to be produced in the county. It says that in regulations. So it's got to be there. It's not in appellations. So that stuff right now we're under a critical timeline for passing that, and we received lots of comments from the group here. But then we're going to move forward on other issues that have been identified by the community as really important. Trademark transition, but I don't know if these things are going to succeed. Defining what's in the ground. People from Sonoma were very concerned about one cultivator when they just don't have that many cultivators because of the rules. It's different from only 7 years ago when there were so many people like all aboard and attrition, many of them are gone. So 3 cultivators to petition was very reasonable 7 years ago. It's not anymore. So we're going to try to change that. So really it's about getting involved. I think this person back there said the most important thing, like if you want to change things, you got to change the rules. And if you want to change the rules, you got to change statute. So really be involved. And this also, like, I was so impressed in 2017 when I really got introduced to this community. You were organized. You were all working together. And I understand that, you know, you face huge challenges and it's hard to stay now. So I encourage people to keep thinking about really, everybody says, oh, I'm very interested, but you really have to start thinking about, I heard so many names here, geographical names. Oh, I'm from Willow Creek. I'm from Southern Humboldt. That's a geographical name that could be an appellation of origin. It's very reasonable to do a broad one with not so exclusive, so people can get value from that.
How do we change the $50,000 application fee?
The application fee is to apply. It's going to be $2,000, approximately. And then what we will work with the farmer. This isn't like a grant. We're going to say, look, you need to improve this part, or this doesn't make sense to us. And then once we think it's really good, we're going to send it out to the public for comment. So you can say, hey, that evidence they provided is ridiculous, or something like that, or here's different evidence. And we're also going to have an independent review of very important sections, critical sections, the geography and the standards practices, and cultivars. And we're actually working with Humboldt. We have a contract now with Humboldt.
Do you want to say my name, Fran?
I know. I have to always think about, you know, saying the right thing.
We have a contract, so it is a public record. So
we have a contract.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's important. We need that input.
Excellent.
Just coming here is so valuable for me. You know, as opposed to sitting behind the computer and making a rule for you.
We appreciate you coming to us
I appreciate
so much.
So I don't know if I answered his question very well. Right now, actually, the honest answer to your question is a new rule, because that's in the regulation.
How do we get a new rule?
You say to me, hey, we want a new rule.
Okay.
Hey, we want a new rule. So
Too expensive.
In the interest of honesty and transparency, I don't think they're gonna get it right now. And honestly, okay, so $2,000, that's a lot on each of you, huh? Well, guess what? If this whole room is in one region, that $2,000 just became, $100 a piece. Or, well, okay, I don't know.
Are you gonna develop marketing and enforcement within the program?
So that's a good question. We don't do enforcement. All enforcement is GCC.
No, I mean, as far as.
We opened up a can of worms.
Your question. And I'll talk with you in some.
Well, we own in fee title about 1,000 acres, and then we have conservation easements on, I'm not sure how many acres, because I'm not in the lands department, right, but thousands of acres of conservation easements.
Like supply chains, like stewardship, like this is always so farmer based that, and it's like always on the farmers to do all this stuff. It's like, where are our supply chain partners of the people who want to buy environmentally stable, like who want to stewardship? Where are like the manufacturers, distribution, retailers who are like, we want to also be stewards?
So you've given me a task for next year to bring
Like,
those
what if
people in the
there were
room.
manufacturers and other companies who were like, we want to sell Appalachian products, so we want to help support farmers to be in an Appalachian. And like, that, like, where are our supply chain stewards in that sense? Sorry.
That is a great idea to throw out there. I think it's super relevant. This gentleman, I don't think has said anything, so I'm gonna let him go, and that's it.
I really love what you say, man. I love reading books, and I figure most of you do. So I got myself a library card so I could read books here. And you know what I donated to the community library? Because they didn't have it, neither did the other library. But I donated a book about Jadam, which is, I don't know, some sort of stewardship. But we need to keep doing that to be able to, I know people don't read books, but we need to keep doing acts like that to be able to push forward a better environment for all.
I'm gonna throw back to our panel that has been
All right, I know we're almost out. Just real quick, but on marketing, right? Milk producers throughout the country, some of the tax money that they pay goes to national programs like Got Milk, and they make those billboards and they put them up all over the country, and then people drink more milk. So yeah, something where some of our tax money that is going into enforcement, or it's going to fund programs at schools. These are good programs, but certainly a marketing program that came out of the tax revenue to help small producers.
Well, yeah.
True, I know. Yeah, just pitching ideas as far as the Appalachian.
When we override Prop 64.
Exactly. Yeah, not in the current regulation, but as far as changing the rules, that would be a rule that should change. Yeah.
Well, the rule that we have that directly is that, make it an agricultural product, because what you're saying, California is amazing at marketing agricultural products. Not that one, but real California cheese, all these things you see, those are through CDFA, through a marketing agreement that's existed since the 1930s. They all form together, and then they do marketing. But everybody pays a little bit into it.
A little bit.
But you're already paying a lot into something, but it can't exist right now because of that specific.
Thank you, Fran. Thank you for that clarification. Diana?
Thank you. This is a wonderful event. Thank you so much. It's
Thank you, Diana.
really essential event.
Thanks, everyone. If you want to work with CFC, feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to chat.
Thank you, and if you're in the Mattole headwaters, reach out to us too, please.
Thank you, everyone.
Please do the survey so we can bring these topics to you next year.